Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey K Brass, how are you? Cherokee, how are you? Slipper, how are you tonight? Hey Lady V. Hey Willie, how are you? Avery, how are you? Hey Justine, how are you? Just Dawn, how are you tonight? Hey Glowbug. Hey Dee, how are you? Avery. Alright, so the email's up at the top if anyone needs to send anything or get in touch with me. Tien with two N's, how are you? Hey Courtney. Libra Moon and OCD Shaggy, how are y'all? Y'all don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way in. Hey, sweet misery, how are you? I'm Boomer Girl, how are you? Boomer Girl, yes, I am doing good. Hey, cool gamer, how are you? Avery, it's only been 16 hours? Seems like a lot longer than that. Okay, I gotta do something real quick, y'all. 2 seconds. I gotta change my background. Okay, there we go. Just calculated it with your fingers. Oh, 18 hours. Hey, Joey, how are you? Yeah, Avery, I had to change it. I needed something bright. Hey, Alyssa, how are you? Riddler, no. No rain. And it actually is not supposed to rain at all from what it's showing for like the next week and a half. Hey, Meta, how are you? Riddler, you need to pass the rain over here. We need it desperately. Hey, Max, how are you? ISOF, how are you? Riddler, honestly, I really wish y'all could because it's like just dry here. Grass is all dead. It's hot. Feels like somebody left the oven door open and ain't closed it. Sally Mae, it's I don't know how hot it is over in Texas, but every day here it's been over 100 degrees. Heat index is like 111, 112, and you walk outside, you can't breathe, and you're just drenched in sweat within like 2 to 3 minutes. Sweet misery, isn't it mostly dry though out that way? Or do y'all get a lot of rain out there? Max, yes, it's working. It's working overtime, but it's working. Hey, Scott, how are you? It shows right now it's 87 degrees here. I think that's a lie. It's hotter than 87. Avery, I got mine set on 61 because it's so hot. Hey, Morgan, how are you? 100 degrees in Arizona right now. Yeah, I'll be glad when winter gets here. And I hate cold weather. I need to move north for the summertime. 70, Courtney, like, past the 73-degree weather. For real. Hey, Nina, how are you? Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? Alright, let me grab the link. It's just dry heat. Yeah, we don't have dry heat here though, Willie. We have heat with moisture in the air, and it is just it gets so hot you can't breathe. It's ridiculous, honestly. How are y'all?
Hey,
How are you, sweet misery?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you good.
Yay. Hey, Rilla. Hey, Lady B. Hey, everyone.
Lady V and Riddler, how are y'all?
Doing fine.
Hey, Tonka.
Oh, I was waiting for my clock to quit playing music. Hi, Scarlett. Hi, Riddler. Hi, Christy. How are you, my sweet Christy?
Yo,
Hi, Lady V, Willie,
what up, y'all?
Hello. Hey,
Sweet
Willie,
Willie.
Misery.
Willie, how are
Oh,
you?
Willie, I didn't see you pop up. Hi.
Wonderful.
How are you doing tonight, Scarlett?
Tired.
You sound tired.
Yeah, I got up at like almost 4 this afternoon,
Huh.
But
and I
the
had
heat just wears you out.
It
it
does.
does. But my uncle is in from out of town, so I had to go visit with him and his wife.
Just woke up at 4.
I didn't go to sleep till almost 6 o'clock this morning.
I know.
Yeah, that's what I do too. It's like I slept till 2
That's my
today.
problem. I slept till 10:30
Yeah,
Hey, Kim.
we're all bass backwards, you know.
or 10, actually 10.
What's
So
up,
I was shot.
homies?
Hey, Avery.
Hey.
Hey, Avery.
Hi, Lily.
Hi, Avery.
Hi,
Hi.
Lily. Hi.
Hello, John Boy.
Hi,
Hello. Hello,
Scarlett.
who?
I can't think of any more names off of that show, so I'm just gonna sit here and be quiet.
Eh,
Roger, how are you? Hey, Caddy.
Scarlett, may I please ask you guys a favor? So I go to the cardiologist Monday because my EKG was abnormal, showing low oxygen to the bottom of my heart. So I
Oh,
have to go
Lord.
see the cardiologist Monday. So could y'all just pray for me because I'm really very nervous and scared.
Yes, we will
Yes,
keep you in our
prayers,
prayers.
definitely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
But just don't think any negative thoughts. It's all going to be good. It just might have been
Yeah.
the EKG machine just might have been not working properly that day. Just think of
Yeah,
it
it's going
like
to be
that.
fine.
Thank you.
You're going to get there and they're going to be like, everything's fine with your heart. You're good to go.
That would be wonderful.
Oh, that's what's gonna happen. I feel it.
You'll be in our prayers, Sweet Misery.
Absolutely.
Yes, for
Thank
sure.
you so much.
All right. Kim wanted me to ask Scarlett, hey girl, will you ask each person on panel for their answer? How is it a targeted attack if BK doesn't know them to target them? Please and thank you.
Huh.
I plead the
Ooh, can I go first?
Go ahead, Avery.
If it is a targeted attack, if it would be because he was stalking them, because he liked, I would think because he liked one of the girls and started stalking and probably got pissed because she didn't respond to him. That would be my guess.
I
But
agree, Avery.
but how if he didn't know them?
How's there no
Because
connection then?
Yeah, because there's
he,
no
he
connection
might not know
allegedly.
he might not know them, but know of them, and
Hmm.
maybe have a crush on them and know of them, like seeing them places or stalking them maybe or whatever. And so he didn't know them personally, but he knew of them, and so
But
that's how
yet,
it was a targeted
but yet,
attack, in my
see,
opinion.
what leads me to believe otherwise is because there was no, and this is what they say, that there was no SA uh, that happened.
Yeah, that happened.
Maybe
Yeah.
he didn't have time.
Hi.
So if he's infatuated or with a girl, and he just went there to do that to take her life, what it doesn't make sense. What did she do to him, whoever he was stalking, to make him want to go in there and not just do it to her, but do it to multiple people? Like that's
He felt like he was dissed.
what's
I
that
mean,
mean? If somebody brushed him off like in public or something like that, then like I could.
yeah, I mean, maybe, maybe something like that happened. And two, let's realize that in some cases, the blade he used is sexual.
Or
How?
maybe he came across one of their parties somehow, and that's how he learned of who they are. But then after the party went back, tried to start messaging some of them on Instagram or something, and they didn't respond. Maybe something like that.
Because
That
your
was
Yeah,
question, how could it be targeted if he didn't know them, right?
But they would
It,
have
didn't.
that information.
it
But
seems
that
like it would.
wasn't the question. She
It seems
said
like
if
it would
targeted.
have to be targeted because two were left alive. So it seems like it would have to be targeted.
Exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
didn't he follow them, like you said, on Instagram or TikTok or whatever? He followed them, but I don't think they followed him back. Or maybe one did, but the other didn't. I'm not sure. I think it was Kaylee and Maddie, or Maddie and Zana. I don't remember the two.
Well,
Um,
Steve Gonsalves said that he had been messaging one of the girls and that they didn't respond, but he had specifically said that he didn't know if they had not responded because it was in their other box because they were not following each other
mm,
and they just didn't see the messages. But now that video of him saying that is gone. I can't find it anywhere.
I've noticed what seems like a lot of things that came out has now gone missing.
Yeah, it is amazing, isn't it?
It disappeared into thin air. And y'all, I'm just gonna tell y'all now, Sally Mae in chat has got jokes. So if y'all are talking and y'all just hear me bust out laughing, it's because Sally Mae and her jokes in the chat.
um, excuse me. So, Kim Banning says, I don't think that's true about social media. Dateline said so. Dateline was wrong in a lot of things. And if they didn't know each other on social media, then there's a lot of fake screenshots going around the internet, which is possible. But we all saw the screenshots of him following them.
I sort
Yeah,
of think
I'm not
so.
listening to a damn word Dateline says.
Yeah, they
I,
were all wrong.
I sort of think those screenshots of him following them were fake.
Well, didn't somebody say that that wasn't his account?
Yeah, I remember because I was still doing true crime videos on my channel, and I remember screen recording. I wonder if I still have it. And where I went and I found the Instagram account that they were showing that was following. It was an Instagram account of his that was, following the girls. And I remember somehow I ended up finding like the date that the page was created, and it was after he was arrested. I wonder if I
Uh,
still have that screen recording.
So who do they think he was targeting? Maddie?
I don't know
Yeah,
because they never have came out and said officially that who the target was.
Of course, the Gonzalez is going to say Kaylee because that's their daughter and they're grieving. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But in my opinion, I do believe it was Maddie.
I do.
That's just how I feel.
I do
A lot
too.
of people think that.
And
Yeah.
some people think it was Kaylee because she got it the worst, right?
Worse. Yeah, I've
Well,
heard that
that's
too.
what Steve said. We don't know that
Yeah,
for a
Yeah.
fact.
that's her dad talking. We don't know for a fact. Because you have to understand that her dad is, grieving and upset, and everything to his daughter will be worse. And you know what I mean? Because I don't, of
But
course, I guess
Absolutely.
he
I don't
didn't
know.
say that her injuries were worse. He said they were different. They were significantly different. But he never elaborated on them
But
being
my
worse.
question is, how would he know the other conditions of the other roommates?
The coroner.
So they would tell him that information?
Yeah, I believe it. He said that it was the coroner that told him about
Well, I don't trust
Kaylee
a
and
word
Maddie's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But we don't.
I
We
don't know if she told him about Xana and Ethan's, but
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, didn't he say at one time that Maddie's family had given him permission to speak on their behalf and all that?
I think
Well, I
so.
remember him saying that the injuries didn't match.
Right.
That was the time when he said he got very emotional and he said, I paid for that, right? I paid for that funeral, and he said the
Oh,
injuries.
that broke my heart when he said what he said about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he sent his daughter to college and she came home in a box.
Uh-huh.
That
Yeah.
was,
That's the
oh my
one where
God.
that's the one where he said the injuries didn't match, and that's the one where he also said that he didn't have to go up the stairs, which told me that it was Ethan and Xana attacked first
I
by
think it
him.
was steps.
I think he just said that, and I believe that he went upstairs for a purpose, and he did have a reason to go upstairs, and that's. I just feel like Steve is just so emotional, and I don't know. In my heart of hearts, I believe that he did need to go upstairs and do what he did because that was the purpose and that was his mission.
Right. But in Steve's mind, see, if Steve knows that Xana and Ethan were attacked first, then in his mind, he would be saying, he didn't have to go up the stairs because then his girls wouldn't have been attacked. Do you see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
now that
That's why that's why I think it really was Ethan and Xana first.
We don't know where they were stabbed at or if it was from the front or the back, do we?
no.
No, but it seems like there was something said that it was all upper body.
Yeah, I think
Was
that
that
was
said from the
that.
coroner?
See, I don't
But
trust anything she says.
Yeah,
don't
I
either.
don't either. But
She
I want to say she's the one that said it, though.
She
And
was
what
drunk
did,
that day.
and what did the coroner say to his daughter?
Ugh.
They didn't go into details on what the coroner told Mr. Gonzalez's daughter, but whatever it was something that the coroner should not have told her. It should have been meant for only Kaylee's mom and dad.
And Scarlett, can I kind of, it's not a rant per se, but there's something I seen the other day that just really really upset me. When the new documents came out about his alibi being really no alibi, but that he was driving at night and stuff. And it says in those documents, specifically says that there is no direct witness to his alibi. And that same night, I seen another YouTuber, and I'm not going to say the name because I won't even watch them anymore. And the title of their video was about him, about the alibi paperwork coming out. And then it said, is BF the witness for his alibi? And I was like, it
Well,
says
they definitely want to talk to Bethany.
but it says in the paperwork that there is no direct witness.
That's to him driving around.
And I think I know who you're talking about because, and I'm not going to say the name either.
Yeah, but so how could anybody if it says there's no direct witness and that they're going to prove his alibi by questioning experts, right? Then how could anybody assume that Bethany Funk would be a witness? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I think it's more, and this is just what I assume. I just assume that she told a different story that's gonna be different than what Dylan told, and that's how what Anne's gonna go after is pitting their stories against each other and creating reasonable doubt.
But that would be a direct witness. And
What do you mean?
Anne said there's
What do you-
no
what do you
direct
mean?
witness. Well, if Bethany's seen something that's different that could prove his innocence, that would be a direct witness.
Yeah, but she's talking about direct witness to him driving around in the car. That's his alibi. He was driving around.
I thought it was, when I read it, I understood it as there's no direct witness to him not doing this.
Was she's gonna call a lot of people to the stand. She's gonna call. She's obviously gonna cross-examine Bethany.
Right.
I mean, she said that she was going to.
But I don't know. When I read it, I took it as there's no direct witness to him being innocent. But maybe Willie's right.
I don't know. I'm just going by what she first said, which was, I'm going to use, everything that you have against you guys, and use
Yeah.
your witnesses and all this and all that. So again, I don't know how she worded it and what came out now. I'm just going by what she first said, and then the state responded, and then she came back with this.
Somebody had asked me last night in chat, in this chat, that if my friend knew anything about Bethany seeing, I believe it was like a nude man outside at those hours.
Uh-huh.
I honestly think that is just rumor. I haven't heard anything about anything like that from any kind of law enforcement or even news reporter. I hadn't heard it, so I don't know.
Okay. I'm trying to find where it's talking about in this document about the direct witness.
I'm trying to stay muted when I don't talk because I know my taquitos really bother Willie.
What does?
My taquitos.
Oh, listen, it's not me. I get used to that after a while.
Avery, could you put it in the back chat, please?
Huh?
I said okay on mute. I'm so stupid.
Oh my God, there's 14 times that the word witness is mentioned in this document. And I bet you it's going to be the very last one that I'm looking for.
I've been sitting here calling Willie and like I was muted the whole time. I'm like, Willie.
You got on mute.
I did finally. Willie, so you
What's
didn't
up?
hear all the other times I called your name, so I had to say it again. So do you think it was a targeted attack?
Me?
Yeah.
Again, it's hard to make that assumption with if there is no, from what you're saying, there's no connection or motive. So unless you bumped into him in public and got angry at something that one of them said to him, then possibly. But I mean, to have a direct to have no direct connection or no direct motive, nothing like of that nature, and to say it was targeted is just it's hard to say that.
Well, you have to remember that two of them worked at a place that he ate at, so it's possible
Allegedly.
that
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
at
wait
least
a minute though, because the manager of that restaurant said that they never seen Bryan come in there. Remember?
Yeah, I
that's
think that.
because they just don't want to put a bad name on their business.
That's what I think too.
I think that too.
Okay,
They
so
don't want their restaurant associated with Bryan Kohberger's name.
I believe that.
so if he did this just because he became so obsessed after taking oh crap, did I just lose my internet?
No.
No, you're still here.
Okay. Say he just became, so obsessed with unaliving after taking that Catherine Ryder's, how do you say her name? Riker's course?
Catherine Ramslin.
Ramslin. So if he just wanted to live out doing this just to see what it felt like, would that still be considered targeted? Like if he picked, certain people, just not because he knew them or because he didn't like them, but just because he wanted to commit this crime, just to, live out
Because
and
it's
feel.
struck his fancy. Just like BTK. I mean, he didn't know those people either, but they were still targeted.
Yeah, they were so targeted. See, that's just that's a weird word, because like if somebody were to break into my home, and off me in the middle of the night and say they don't know me, but I would still, I think, be like considered targeted because they came to my home. I don't. Maybe I'm not making sense.
And
So
sometimes they say the house was targeted and I said that also. I mean, that could be part of the equation because that is a soft target. There's no security there, none.
Riddler, you're exactly right, because I'm always telling my daughter, because she's moved because she's going to grad school, but she was living in a home that is set up almost exactly like the home in Idaho, off campus. And she had 4 female roommates, and they used to make the exact same kind of TikToks. And I used to tell her after this happened, your house better not be a revolving door, like where everybody in the neighborhood is coming in, like a open door party house, because that just leaves you open to something bad happening. So it could be the house.
Professional criminals will ride around and look for the softest target for their objective. In other words, if they see a four-wheeler out in your yard every day and you put it up in one of these small sheds at night and it's got one of them little locks that could be picked with a bobby pin, they're coming to get it.
Right.
If you got poor lighting around your house, high bushes of trees where others can't see, and especially if you don't have a camera at your house, you're on their list.
Very true. That's why I have 4 little ankle biters. I had this man come one time, one of my neighbor's husband. He came to move this big, huge work table out of my Florida room into the house so I could use it as a workstation. This thing was so heavy he had to bring multiple men, and I had put the dogs up, but somehow the door came back open, and this one guy, he was a big guy too. He's like 6'3", a large man, and my dogs attached themselves to his butt cheeks. And the man was spinning in circles, hollering, "Get him off! Get him off!" And I knew right then that, like, these little ankle bites, like, I don't know how anybody would ever get past them, because they literally go airborne for
My
attack.
my husband has a job he does about once a year at this lady's house. She's an older lady, and she's got this little chihuahua. And every time he goes there, he forgets about the chihuahua, and he goes in the house, and immediately that thing's got a hold of his pants leg. And we're talking a little bitty, tiny one, not a big chihuahua. He
That's
said
the
those
one
are the
that
dangerous ones.
that's the one that caused the most damage, is my 4-pound chihuahua. And the poor
Yeah,
man, he was bleeding through his jeans.
I
And
believe
I
it.
said, "Oh my gosh, do you need to go to the hospital?" And I'll tell you his exact words. He said, "Do you think I'm going to take my big black ass to the hospital and tell them that a chihuahua did this to me?" He said, "No, I'll go home and have my wife look at it." He
Funny.
was a huge dude, and he said, "Your dogs are vicious."
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, you gotta watch out for those little ones.
Mm-hmm. Big ones too, though. We actually just had a guy mauled here in Alabama. It's been all over the news. Poor guy was just walking out his driveway to go check his mailbox, and a pack of random dogs mauled him. He was like 26 years old, and they mauled him to death.
Where's
Mhm.
the owner?
I don't know. It was like, I think from the pictures, it looked like they were some kind of shepherd mixes. Um, I mean, I just,
Don't mess around.
and they showed the ring camera footage, and it started off with one dog, and then next thing you know, here comes several more that joined in, and he was trying to fight him off, but they killed him.
What was a crazy video was that old lady who was walking her dog by the lake in Florida, and a gator came out and got her.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
I've seen that. Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about the? Wait, I just come back in on the conversation. Are you talking about the boy that jumped in the water and the gator
No,
got him?
no, a lady was walking her dog, and the gator went after the dog, and the dog backed up, was like, away from the gator, and then the gator took the old lady into the water, and they wound up
Yeah.
going, they wound
Okay.
up going in and killing the alligator or something.
Okay, 'cause, yeah, there was a boy. He jumped in the water for some reason. I forgot where it was at. It was, I want to say, in a different country. And there was signs or whatever all over the place. It was gator infested or crocodile infested water or whatever, and he jumped in and one of them got him, and somebody filmed it and put it on social media
Jesus.
of this thing carrying the body
I
away.
yeah,
Oh my
I actually
God.
saw that. That
See,
was
that's why I don't swim in stuff that I can't see the bottom of it.
Me
See, that's what I
either,
say.
Willie. I
I'm the
always say
same
that.
way.
You know what
I
I'm
do
saying?
not go to the beach. Nope, nope.
Like them jellyfish, those ones that I was just thinking one time and you're done. Like that's
Yeah.
crazy to me.
I'm coming to Louisiana to visit Scarlett, and I got a ticket to go skydiving.
Oh god.
Y'all notice she said one ticket, right?
One ticket.
Singular.
Exactly.
I don't think you could pay me enough money to go
Have
skydiving.
fun.
I wanted to go when I was
It
younger.
would, it would take an abnormal amount of money to get me to skydive.
I would have to be
Serious,
so out
Willie.
of it.
Hell yeah. You got your whole life
I
riding on a
bet, I bet, I
parachute?
bet,
What?
I bet I could talk you into it.
You see how
Have
long
you
those
ever
cords are?
have you ever seen the special forces when they jump out the back of the aircraft?
Yeah.
They have a dog with them. The dog's got goggles over its eyes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I have looked this entire document over for the witness part of it, a direct witness, and I'm not seeing where it says it.
Okay, I'll find it.
Okay. It literally mentions. Oh, wait a minute. Let me put witnesses.
It says, at this time, there is no direct witness.
What page is that on?
Okay, I gotta look.
What was the sentences before that? Was it about his alibi driving around at night? Because it could be that Asian woman from around his apartment complex.
Yeah, I wonder if that is true about the Asian lady. I wonder if she's going to be called in to testify.
Nobody shoot, but an Asian lady did come up in a reading.
Bang.
Who's reading?
Bang, bang.
Okay, it's page 2, and it's it's page 2, and it's after the notes about the case that they are citing, the first paragraph underneath that.
Okay. Okay, so at this time, there is not a specific witness to say precisely where Mr. Kohberger was at each moment of the hours between late night, November 12th, and early morning, November 13th. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. So it can't be Bethany Funk, because if she's seen him, that would be a specific witness.
You had me looking for direct witnesses this whole time.
That just means that nobody saw him driving around that night.
Exactly.
But if Bethany seen someone else at the house, then she would be, what was I saying, direct? But I'm sorry.
That's still not part of. I mean, that's still not part of what alibi she presented. She's saying that he was driving around. Now, that's why I said the first part of it. She was saying that she's going to use everything that the witnesses and this and that against,
But she says driving around, but she also says that he was not at 1122 King Road. So if
Bethany's seeing somebody else, and
that would be
Dylan's seeing him,
wouldn't that be a specific witness?
His alibi?
Yeah.
Yes, if she saw someone else, that's proof that he probably was driving around, because it was proof that he wasn't in the house. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know
what
what I'm
that
saying.
She saw, so she knew who she saw. She saw somebody that she could describe, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be a specific witness to him not being at that house if she saw somebody else?
I mean, I don't see how that doesn't put him there as well, but I guess.
So,
Maybe I'm confused myself.
We're saying in that case, in that scenario, that It's not only a different person, but they were driving a white Elantra as well. Wow. That would be crazy.
Okay, when he went to listen to me. When he went to Albertsons,
God, I haven't heard Skaggs in forever.
I know Skaggs and Albertson. When he went to Albertsons, what day was that?
The 13th.
13th.
Okay, so they probably got him with his face getting out of that car.
Yeah, they do, and they have him walking through the
In
store
the,
with
in the store
gloves.
buying, what was it, buying unknown items at the cash register?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But I bet you they
So-
know what those items
so-
are right now.
And so they probably got pictures of him in the store.
They do.
I mean, where they can identify him really easy and him walking back out to the car. Now, let me just say this if I'm a juror. This is just the way I think, and I don't know if there's going to be a juror that thinks this way. I could care less if you tell me where he was at in his car. I don't care if you tell me he rode around that house 20 times. If you don't put him in that house, you don't have a case.
Nope.
And the only thing they can get, because go look at the definition of burglary, and he's got to commit burglary before he commit the M1s. So if you can't put him in there, of course they got the touch DNA, and that's the only thing they've got right now that shows that he's in that house. Now
That we know of. That we know.
Well, let me finish. That's where I was going. That we know of, but that's all we can say. Because if somebody else is going to speculate, well, the state's got more. They got his DNA. Then I'm going to start speculating and start saying things too. But
The
that's
reason
what the juror's going to have to. You're going to have to convince that jury that he was in that house. Now, what other evidence will they have that shows he was in that house? They got the touch DNA, and that's good. Is there any other evidence that he was in that house or something in that house was on him in his car? Well, total DNA, lack of total DNA in the car. And I don't want to get into it. How many people said, "Oh, well, they're going to find it in that car. They're going to find some hairs on his uniform."
See, Riddler, the only reason that I say that, I keep saying, that we know of is because remember with the Murdaugh trial, there was rumor about a video, but nobody actually really knew exactly what this video was until really right before the trial. And then we still didn't know the exact details of it until the trial. So I still feel like prosecution has ways of holding discovery. Like, I think prosecution, I don't know, maybe they could say that they just found it or they just came across it. You know what I mean? I think prosecution plays dirty with stuff like that, with evidence. If they have something.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, take it from me, they do.
Yeah. So, because they had to have known about that video long before and should have turned it over to the defense.
But that's, he was a suspect right off the bat. The reason I don't think they have so much more and all this video evidence and all this damning stuff is because they didn't have anybody for how long. So, if they have all this, they would have had him sooner. So it's very hard to come to that term that, they have all this evidence, but yet they didn't have a lead for how long. They told us this, they told us that, they told us they had, it was targeted, wasn't targeted, had a suspect, didn't have a suspect, and now bang, they have Bryan Kohberger. And
what if I'm thinking of Paul Murdaugh case and Jodi Arias. What if so close to the trial, all of a sudden they find that one of the victims' cell phones took a recording somehow on accident? That just happened with the Dylan Rounds case too. They found a recording on whatever that James Brunner's phone of him cleaning the gun with blood everywhere. What if one of the victims' phones took a picture?
Because they were sleeping, and according to them, they were sleeping, and their phones were probably not in their hands for it to take it. And James Brunner, was during the day that he was cleaning his gun, So that's more of a possibility. That's what I think anyway. Like I don't think their phones were able to seek to accidentally take a video if they were
Well,
sleeping.
Janice I mean, she had TikTok open. And you know how young girls are.
Well, yeah.
They go to sleep with their phones right next to their bed. I mean, usually right next to their pillow. And if there's a struggle, especially if they were trying to get a hold of Jack and hoping he'd call back, they may have both had their phones, like, well, I fall asleep with my phone in my hand all the time, but I'm old. But
I
I'm
think it's a
assuming,
habit for everybody, though, with their phones, honestly.
But you know what got me in that Murdoch case was the lady who passed away. She had DNA under her fingernails, but it didn't belong to any of the players.
Yeah.
So where did that DNA come from? I mean, did she get her nails done that morning, or did she go to a grocery store and scratch something or touch something? See, that's why I'm going back to that touch DNA. It's like I don't rely on it all the time.
and when do we learn if there was DNA on any of the victims' fingernails or like have?
At
I mean,
trial, we won't know anything about that until the trial.
yeah. And if they have if they have his DNA on any of those victims, that's it.
Oh, his goose is cooked, as I always say.
Right.
Yeah.
There's several
Yeah.
scenarios where his goose is cooked, and I'll tell you right now, the reason I keep saying, imagine this: you're the owner of the corner club, or you're the owner of the Mad Greek, and you're having to serve on that jury, and you say this guy not guilty, and it comes a hung jury. How you think business is going to be next week? Once word got out, you were the one that said not guilty. Think you'll have good business?
Yeah, you're right. I do think
Think
that
about that.
Idaho, this is just my opinion though, but I do think that Idaho, if they don't have more evidence, then they were really stupid to put the death penalty on the table, because it's harder for a jury to convict when you're talking about ending somebody's life. And so I'm hoping that because they are seeking DP, I'm hoping that they have more, because if they don't and they've done that, then that's
Well, it's easier to get a conviction in a small town,
That was
especially when an out of towner's coming in there and
but when you're
commits
talking
horrific
about
crime.
but when you're talking about sentencing somebody to death, I mean, it's already supposed to be beyond a reasonable doubt, but I would think it would need to be more than beyond a reasonable doubt, like concrete. I would have to
Yeah, but there's going to be people.
concretely.
There's going to be people on that jury who will ignore definitions and instructions. That's a ruby red conservative town. But look at the demographics, and they're
True.
right. There's guys right now who will say, "I'll hang him for you. I'll save you the time." I mean, that's the attitude that's in that town right now. They don't want outsiders in there. They already got their mind made up what to do with this guy. Now, you could find some reasonable people get on there and say, let's just have an open mind here. And you might have some religious people who are against DPs. And of course, that'll get vetted quickly.
I mean, you just really never know, because look at Casey Anthony. Like, we were all for sure, that without a doubt that she was going to be found guilty. And I remember
They were high
seeing.
fiving each other. The prosecution afterwards, they knew they had this thing won.
Do you remember the shock you felt, Riddler, when they came back not guilty? Like, so
I'm
you
losing
really
sound. Can y'all hear me?
Avery, yeah. Avery, we can barely hear you.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're very far away.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Everybody was in shock just about it that watched that case.
Oh yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Is
The
that
child's missing, and you wait, I don't know how many days, and then you come up with some mysterious lady. She puts the heat on her, and then they go find. She goes, "I never babysitted that kid," or something like that. Yeah,
Is my volume better?
Oh, that's better.
much
Yes.
better. Yeah, so
Oh, I thought
that was a
Scarlett was
bizarre
lowering
case.
me.
But the
Huh?
jury,
I thought maybe you were lowering me because I was.
Oh no.
but the jury said you
Yeah,
couldn't.
lower her.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The jury in that case said you couldn't connect Casey Anthony with any evidence to the body that you found.
The crock of shit.
I heard that,
That's
Willie.
a bunch of bull crap.
I heard that,
No.
Willie.
And I mean, you're not talking about one. You're talking
I
about
was
12
hoping you
different people came up
Shithead.
with that. See, if I'd have been in there, it'd been a hung jury.
I don't think Willie likes me.
You're out of your mind. I like everybody. I like everybody.
Hey,
Hey,
Ray.
Ray.
Hey, Ray.
Hey, how are
Hey,
you?
all.
Hey, Ray.
So my take on the targeted attack. We talked about this before. It doesn't necessarily have to be stalking him. It could just be a peeper and saw
Right.
something he liked.
Right.
Yeah, get them peepers.
Well, I'll bet you anybody right now, any amount of money we want to, this guy's going to be found guilty. BK will be found guilty.
Yeah, that's my guess too.
If it happens in that area, yeah, he's done.
I wonder why she hasn't asked for a change of venue.
That's what I mean.
That could come later. I don't know.
No, really, listen. If it's a fair ass trial, she has so much ammunition. I don't think there's no way. There's no way that 12 unbiased people can sit there. If again, this is without them having this damning evidence that again everybody thinks they have. It's just very tough. 12 people with that much reasonable doubt is, dude. There's a ton. I mean. Let's face it. It is what it is. You had a contaminated crime scene. You have an 8-hour time gap. You have a shaky witness statement. You have no motive, no connection, no weapon. I mean, and they're going after the death penalty. So I think they're in over their heads, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. I don't know.
Miss Behaven says she's awaiting the grand jury possibly being overturned before requesting a change of venue.
Now, that would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, because I haven't thought about that before.
Hey, guys, we're having storms coming through. If I get knocked off, that's what's going on.
Okay.
Oh no!
Send the storms my way. It's like I need
Yeah.
rain bad.
Oh, man, we do here, too. It's been horrible here. It's been like 110, 108. It's been terrible.
Yeah, it's been like that for the last 2 weeks here. I'm over the hot weather, I'm telling y'all.
You and me both. Try being premenopausal and dealing with this shit.
Been there, done that one.
It's going to be in the upper 90s all next week here, and rain every day, and that means these big thunderstorms. I mean, they're on top of you. It reminds me of war. I mean, these aren't just regular thunder. The house shakes.
Yeah.
We chose to live in Florida, right? I mean, the hurricanes and stuff down there. No way.
Right, I was born here, so yeah.
That's
I'm
just
lucky in
good,
my
man.
city. We never had a direct hit.
That's
It's hit
good.
the county below us and then came up our way. That was Hurricane Dora. But Irma was the worst thing I saw here as far as the flooding.
Irma.
Yeah, that was a 5 when it was down in Key West.
Oh, I just wouldn't live somewhere where a catastrophic, where something can occur like that. It just doesn't.
And if you want to know the power of a hurricane, the hurricane took a shift, and I went, "We're screwed." And it
Did you
came
say-
right up the middle
what
of
did
the
you say?
state.
It took a shit.
It took a shift. SHIF tift.
Okay.
Yeah, it took one right on top of us.
I was like, Jesus.
It
I never-
turned.
It turned.
It had constipation.
I
Well,
thought you meant like I
here's
thought,
my
I thought you meant
point.
like it hit him hard or something. Like
You hear about surge in Tampa. They had a reverse surge. The entire bay, all the water went out.
Went out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they
I
could walk
saw that.
across it. They could walk across it just like Moses and the Hebrew children. You could
Yeah.
walk across the Tampa Bay area. Up here, not so fast, my friend.
That usually happens before a tsunami.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say, Ray.
Riddler, do you remember Hurricane Ivan?
I sure do. Ivan the Terrible.
It destroyed my home. There was nothing left of my house.
You're down there too?
I'm in Alabama.
Oh,
Well, it took up I-10 right there where
Jesus Christ.
Pensacola and Alabama meet, that Mobile Bay. It
I
tore
get to
that
go watch
whole
the
interstate.
Alabama games, Willie. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm kind of jealous. I'm not gonna lie.
But yeah, Hurricane Ivan, it completely destroyed my home, and we were without power and water for I think 3.5 weeks.
Jesus.
And it was terrible. It was so terrible.
When
That sounds like the
Andrew,
ice storm that we had up here
when
in PA.
Hurricane Andrew hit South Florida, they were without power. Let's see, that happened in August. They didn't get power in some of the places until about December. And worse
Wow.
than that, they didn't get cable TV until about the end of January.
Jesus. See, PA, like, that stuff never happened in PA. PA, really, the only thing I've seen is like an ice storm that cut out everything for weeks and weeks and weeks. But literally, you would go outside on your back porch, and every 30 seconds, you would hear a huge tree just, because of the weight of the ice. You'd see so
Snapping.
many trees just boom, boom, boom. It was nuts. It was nuts.
Yeah,
was like
we
you're
had one of
industrial.
those. We had one of those in Louisiana a couple of years ago. Louisiana and Texas got it the worst.
But
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Alabama has had some whopper tornadoes also.
Oh
I was
God.
gonna say something about tornadoes. I saw one on the end or on YouTube where the guy had his younger brother and the brother's friend, and they were building like a little hut or whatever in the woods, and a tornado came right on top of him, and it was just a little like stick and branches. It was crazy.
Yeah, I videoed one just a few months ago and sent it into the news. It's bad here. Like, thank God where I live, my neighborhood, like to get to my home, you have to like the road like dips down pretty deep, and so like my area is lower than the rest of the town. So for some reason, most of them will go like over my house, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But we here in Alabama, it's been bad. We're still under a state of emergency because of all the tornadoes.
Were you in Alabama?
Central, well, above Montgomery. Central.
How far were you from Tuscaloosa?
Uh, well, yeah, I could still get to Tuscaloosa in 30 minutes, I guess.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, ha ha ha.
You have like a guest house or something? I'm coming down. I walked into a Walmart down there and I was in heaven. Like literal heaven. I've never seen a Walmart like that where I wanted everything.
Oh, in Alabama?
Yeah, it's literally, I mean, there's nothing like that here in PA with like, even with like Eagle stuff or
Oh,
Penn,
yeah.
Penn State stuff. There's nothing like
Even
like
our
that.
Dollar Generals are full of Alabama and Auburn merchandise.
Kind of
Okay,
like
well,
Louisiana and LSU.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's on all the stores
See
here.
here,
Yeah,
you
but
got
nobody cares
Florida,
about Auburn now.
Florida State, and Georgia. All their merchandise is out
Hmm.
everywhere. But see, in the South, football's more serious. I mean, it's
Right.
a war.
Right.
Yep.
It's like a religion here. It's super
Oh,
serious.
it was so cool when I went down. Everybody was just roll tide, roll tide.
I
Everybody
have
like,
Even high school football is.
I
And
have
Yeah.
the
Friday nights,
biggest
Hmm.
I have the biggest football parties. I'm talking food, people. We got the grill going. I mean, it's so fun.
what are you, a Bama? You're a Bama. You're a Bama fan or what?
Yes,
Okay, good.
roll tide, yo.
That's right. As long as you're not a freaking the other A team.
No, I don't. I like those.
You said high school. Out here, we have a high school called De La Salle, and I think they have the longest winning streak in the nation, like forever.
Yeah, I
I
think I know
think
what you're talking
Armani
about.
Toomer came from that school, from De La Salle. My nephew went to that school.
Yeah,
These high
Willie.
schools down here
Yeah, I
have
like rivalries.
they have like assigned seating in the stands. Most schools you go to, it's not that way, but they got ticket holders. It's amazing how,
Yeah.
especially when you go to these where there's one high school in the whole county. My goodness, they block off all the roads. You got to go by the stadium
Oh,
to get
dude,
to the game.
I went to an Alabama LSU game a couple years ago. It was insane. It was absolutely insane.
Well, they
I
had
don't know.
the
I can't
Florida
explain it.
Georgia game here in my hometown. It's called the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. That's the title of it, and they're trying to change that. But there was over 187,000 people outside the stadium, and only about 84,000 in the stadium.
Jesus.
It used to be a bigger stadium, but when the NFL moved here, they had to make the stadium smaller, even though it's still one of the largest capacity for NFL.
Hmm.
I'm just glad now college kids can get some money out of that, instead of being, kind of used for their athletic prowess.
Oh, you
Yeah.
talking about the NIL?
Well,
Name, image, and likeness. They get
yeah.
paid now. They got to put a stop on it because the rich colleges now have all the winning teams, just like they have to limit scholarships. So now, what does the NCAA says? Oh, you can give them any amount of money you want to give them. So now the rich schools are going to get all the ball players.
That's a crock of shit, to be honest. And I'm a Bama fan. I'm telling you, it's a crock of shit. Scarlett, is there any new nothing dropped on the website? Nothing at all.
The last thing that dropped was the objection thing and talking about his alibi. That was the
This is
last
nuts.
one. There was another document that I was looking for earlier, but I can't find it now. I downloaded it and put it somewhere, and I don't know where I put it.
Need a document.
Well, I mean, I thought that the state would have responded on some
Right.
I knew this. Stupid. I'm off.
They haven't responded to anything.
See you, Avery.
Yeah.
What?
Avery's got her camera on.
Really? Where? Let me see.
It says Crimson Tide.
Hey, roll tide. Look at that. That's
I'm
right.
sorry, I didn't mean to
I
interrupt
have a
you.
similar one.
I'm a Florida Gator fan myself.
God,
So am I, Ray.
I don't mind the Gators. Y'all were good at one point.
My family migrated from Florida to California.
I like Tebow. It was a shame what happened to him.
You know, I used to officiate football, and I had his Pop Warner games when he was a little boy.
Really?
There's a place called Lakeshore, and
Yeah.
amazing thing about Lakeshore, their baseball. They also have youth baseball there. This athletic association. That's where the boys from Leonard Skinner play baseball.
Huh.
And
I did not mean to do that.
And then Tebow. Now, when he came up in high school, he went to a school outside of the county,
Mhm.
and his parents bought him a fake home, I call it. They bought a place for him to live. They wanted him to learn to live by himself, be independent. And he was homeschooled, but he got to play football for that school, Nice High School. And the next year, of course, Tebow graduates next year. Nice goes on probation. They turn themselves in for all this illegal recruiting they did. But they had they went to Alabama and they got beat by that team in, what's that city right outside of Birmingham? Hoover. Yeah, Hoover beat them.
Well, listen, you guys are in Florida, so don't break my heart. Who's your NFL team?
Well, mine would be the Jaguars.
God
But
damn.
the other,
Cowboys.
Steelers since 1974.
Cowboys all the way.
Jesus
Say-
mighty. Nobody's a Dolphins fan in Florida. This is sick.
well, I was a Dolphins fan when Don Shula.
Well, what happened, Riddler?
Well, Jaguars came to my hometown.
God damn.
And so, yeah, I got to pull for them now. We don't get to see any more Dolphin games because of how the TV rights work.
You have a woman as a quarterback.
Yeah, I know. From Clemson.
Sunshine, I call him.
Oh,
But we got
My
y'all's
foot.
old coach.
Anyway, we got a little off topic.
We got Philadelphia's coach. Yeah, I'm just going to say if they can't put Kohberger in that house, I can't convict him.
That's why I'm waiting for the trial to start because I want to hear what the cast report has to say. And I want to know about the footprint. So I was off the footprint for a while. And then Riddler got me back on the footprint.
Yeah, I was reading about that amino acid black. I was reading in detail, and what it does is it extracts the protein from body fluids, and it's based on something that's latent that's not really visible to the eye. So, does he have a very light stain on the bottom of his shoes, or is just someone wiping it, or did he wipe it?
No, he had a Swiffer behind him. He had time to wipe his freaking footprint.
Yeah, in 9 to 20
He
minutes.
barely had time to do this, but yet, it's hard to
He
even.
wiggled his nose like Bewitched.
It's just so hard to think that he had time to clean up too, aside from everything else. So it's nearly impossible. From 417, if there's still stuff going on, to 420, him being on camera, and then through that time passing Dylan, go out the door, get to his car, start the car, hit that camera.
And I don't care if he owns.
footprint.
I don't care if he owns 20 K-bar knives, and I don't care if he rode around that house 200 times. Once again, you got to put him inside that house.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you tell me 12 times in 5 months, I'm like, okay. Like, what is that? That's like you said, that's not putting him in the home.
And
I've been saying that all along. And also, how close are those pins? Is there a radius from the tower or from the house?
Right. They said that he pinged off a tower that he wasn't in the area at. So I'm just mind blown by that fact that they said that, yet we have to go with he pinged exactly here on this day, but he pinged here on this day on this tower, but he pinged nowhere in the area. Like, I don't understand.
I was on a channel. They already got him convicted because he turned his phone off.
Well, that's fine. I mean, there's channels that are, I've seen some wild channels that every day they say that he's this, he's Papa Rogers, he's that, he's whatever. It just seems like it's being stated as fact. But I just think and then the stuff from Dateline, it's, it goes both ways when it comes to, information being spread.
I'm looking forward to trial so I can just laugh at Willie.
I am too.
Laugh at all of y'all with the
What are you gonna laugh at me for?
prosecution and no evidence. I agree with Avery. They wouldn't go through the death penalty. If they have to qualify for the death penalty, they have to have something that qualifies them for the death penalty.
Oh, yeah?
Touch DNA probably won't qualify for the death
but that has to do with the act. It doesn't have to do with guilt or innocence.
I don't know. I'll just be glad when it starts, honestly.
What you have is what you can prove in court. And they have a lot of hurdles.
I don't think the state would allow a death penalty case. It's too expensive, like so much more than a regular trial. I don't think they would go for the death penalty if they didn't have anything. And I'm just going to stick with that. So if you ever ask me what I think, that's what I think.
Well, damn it. I want to know what they got.
I just want them to answer 3 questions and I'll have it figured out by then. But just think about it. If you could ask right now 3 questions and get the truth and say, here it is, here it is. Of course, everybody's going to say DNA in the house. But if you can ask 3 questions, what the 3 questions would be.
Who are you asking?
Yeah, who are we asking?
Well, we got both attorneys sitting right there and we're looking at the evidence.
I would ask prosecution because defense is on the defense. The prosecution is the one that have to prove guilt.
I would just need to ask one question to the or to the state, and that is, tell me everything you got.
Can I ask Kohberger a question?
No, what you're going to do is you're going to look at the police report. You get to read the
Oh,
police report. You get to see how many times they were stabbed, where they were stabbed, who went first, who went last. Those kind of questions. By
But
reading the
we couldn't question a witness though.
No, you can't question anything. You just get to look at the police report. So well, I know you want to know Bethany's and Dylan's. We
Yes,
both
I
want to
see.
ask them.
Well, I want to know where his phone was.
I want to
If
know
his phone was
nothing.
off and they could track it.
Attorneys are liars. They wouldn't tell you the truth anyhow.
Well,
Can
that's
y'all
what,
believe
sweet,
that?
sweet misery. I'm saying, I want to read the police report. Police report's going to tell me Bethany's statements. That's where the defense investigator got the exculpatory evidence that he wants. So if you can read the entire police report, you're going to see everything.
I have a question.
Can you wait though? Can y'all believe that in just 3 months it will be a year?
I know it's went by quick.
Didn't it just feel like it just happened?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead, Christy.
I forgot, sorry.
Avery, you done messed her up.
It's not hard to do. They already know that.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'll think of it
We
again.
tripped them up, Avery. We tripped them up.
Another question I would have is if they have any definitive evidence that, any kind of license plate or a picture, some kind of traffic camera of a picture of him in the car or something.
Well, they
Something to
got
put him in
him.
the car.
Does the PCA say they got a picture of him getting out of the car at this? I keep wanting to say Skaggs and Albertson, at the Albertsons grocery store.
But I mean, like that night.
Let me go back to the PCA.
Because like Scarlett said, and that's what, I'm just going by what the PCA says. If they say that he went around the area again at 9 a.m., then you best well know that they have some kind of footage if it was broad daylight.
I would think that they would. He's there from, what was it, 9:12 to 9:23 or something like that, and then he goes by 9:32. He's back home.
So if they're saying that he drove around, then they should have some footage.
I remembered.
Okay, go ahead, Christy.
Do we know for an actual fact that Bethany was not sleeping on the bottom floor? As an actual fact.
No. Well, wait. Let me find this part first about the Albertsons, and then I'll go back to the PCA and look for that real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's see. I gotta find the Albertsons part here. Okay, so what day was this? Okay, on November the 13th at approximately 12:46, the 8458 phone then utilized cellular data in the area of the Albertsons grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons show Kohberger exit the white Elantra, consistent with the suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras show Kohberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and then leave at approximately 1:04. And then it's talking about his possible path and all that.
And I'm sorry, what day was that?
The 13th, November 13th.
That's about 8 hours after the attack, right?
And I know they know what the items are. I don't know why they say unknown, because they catch so many people that way buying stuff.
That's what I mean. It's just crazy, man. I guess it's just because of the state, but New York, detailed so much. And before anybody says, "Oh, they were following that guy for 10 years," my ass, they put a task force together in 2022 or 23 to get this guy. So it's not like they were getting 10 years worth of information.
No, You're
They gathered
absolutely
this
right.
information.
If they would have known it was him for all that time, they would have picked him up. I totally agree, Willie.
So I'm just going by what the law enforcement said, that they put a task force together and then
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know where people say, oh, well, it's 10 years of a
I
PCA. No,
don't
it's
either.
not.
I don't either.
So,
It's aggravating.
but I guess New York just puts details in their PCA and Idaho doesn't. I don't know.
Well, they're more used to it.
I guess. It's just
Why do
like
you
you
guys
said.
think that none of his family is speaking out, like on his behalf?
Because it's not going to help anything.
Yeah, why would you make yourself a bigger target?
Because
Well, I think
if his mom came out and said something right now, damn well every creator would be analyzing what she said, how she said it.
Well, look at the Long Island's family. They're being harassed.
Well,
see,
but
I
then too,
wouldn't care if my child was on trial for something like this, and I fully believed in my heart that my child was innocent. I would be all over the
And
place.
if your child's attorney told you, hey, if you go out and do that, it's going to hurt your child, would you still do it?
No, then I wouldn't.
no, but his
No.
mom was already ripped over that article she had wrote about Ted Bundy and how people were acting, when he
Oh,
was,
that's right.
yeah, so she's already been ripped hard on that.
Yeah.
And then his sister, she played in a
Yeah.
horror film that had something to do with college students being unalived.
That's what I mean. So like them coming out and
I
talking
forgot about that.
and that's yeah.
Okay,
That's
Willie,
gonna
you're
happen.
right.
You know what I mean?
I don't say
Christy?
that to men
They would
often.
get shredded.
Christy, what was your question now again?
Oh, Scarlett.
I done
About
forgot.
Bethany. About facts if she was sleeping downstairs or not.
Okay. Let's see if I can find that.
That's fine, miss. I was just saying it wasn't 10 years. Again, I'm just saying.
Why is it not pulling stuff up when I search for it?
Well, they were looking for him for 10 years, but they don't have stuff on him from 10 years. I mean, people are weird.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, like a lot of people
Are
trying
y'all
to say
talking
that
about?
that Kohberger was being watched for X amount of time, and it just isn't so.
Are y'all talking about Rex Huron?
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah.
The
He's
Long
told-
Island guy.
Did they connect
Yeah.
the other person with him? They found some other victim and they said that they were
Yeah,
talking.
there was a press conference yesterday that they identified 2 more of the victims.
Wild.
Okay.
Through
I
that
wonder-
genealogical
I wonder if he would
DNA.
take like a plea or something, or if they would like figure out some kind of, I don't know, deal with him to give up however many more there are, or how that works.
They're absolutely
Gosh.
100% not going to make a deal with him.
I don't mean like a deal that's gonna like get him off. I meant like just spare his life or something.
But New York, they don't have the death penalty, I don't think.
Oh, they don't. Soft.
Okay. It just says so far what I've found. BS bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. I gotta go find. Okay, it's talking about Bethany seeing Ethan and Santa exit a car. Okay, they got home at approximately 1:45. I'm trying to go through each place that they mentioned Bethany. I don't think it says in here where she was asleep at, just where her room was at. No. Okay, so she's only mentioned 8 times in the PCA, and it doesn't say where she was asleep at that night. But I have.
But it says she's sleeping, right?
No, it just says that her room is on the first
Um,
floor. But I
I,
have another thing. Let me find it real quick. That was from the investigator that Ann Taylor had hired. I just gotta find it. I don't remember where it was put at. Shit. Because Boba had told me where she stuck it at. Boba is not in here tonight. But, yeah, I think this is it. Nope, that ain't it. Oh, shit. Hold on. Then exit out the whole damn thing.
if you can't find it, it's okay.
No, because if I don't find it, it's going to irritate me until I do find it.
Okay, then. I'm sorry.
I'm just, I want to see if the, uh, the investigator said where she was sleeping at. What the hell is that document out? I literally had this thing pulled up the other night and
Christy,
read.
Chris, did you get the file I sent you?
The what? You sent me a text?
No, I sent you a file. You said you needed a file.
Oh, no. Where did you send it to?
Backstage. You'll have to grab it from there.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Oh, good. She has
Okay.
an email.
All right. So in the report that the investigator did, this Richard Batanti guy, he just says that Bethany Funk's room was on the first floor. The other surviving roommate's room was on the second floor. Bethany was interviewed by police on several occasions. She disclosed things that she heard and things that she saw. Bethany Funk was present at the home 8 hours later when police were called, arrived on scene, and discovered the homicides. But it doesn't say where she was asleep at.
But you heard that she was asleep, right? At like in the beginning or whatever.
Yeah, it was
And
said in
that
the
she
beginning
saw.
that both of the girls, Dylan and Bethany, both had slept through the whole thing.
Well, even when it was said that she saw him, it was still said that Bethany was asleep in her room.
Well, that's not in the PCA, and the thing is, they lied from the get-go.
Just here, here's one question I want to ask Riddler, since we're going to go back to what you said. I want to know when she gave the statement of when she saw this person and all the details that she gave of what she saw. I want to know what day that statement was made. I want to know if it was made that same day, if it was made a week later, 2 weeks later, what? Because I'm very curious about that. So that's a big question I would ask.
I want to know which law enforcement agency was doing the, I don't know if you're going to use the word interrogation. I didn't want to say that word, but anyway, doing the questioning, or did all three of them do it at separate times, and how far apart were they?
Yeah.
Let me see if
Again,
Willie,
I just want to
says
know
that.
what day she said that she saw somebody. I want to know because I just,
I kind of suspect, Willie, that might be bits and pieces of the 911 call. Like, I can just like hear like Hunter or whoever it was calling saying something like, "Oh my God, she said she's seen a man, in all in black." Like, I have a feeling that that's part of that 911 call for some reason.
but the way she says that she, you know, heard stuff, opened her door, heard Kaylee and her dog, like that's, to me, that sounds like somebody sitting down and asking and her telling somebody what she saw,
Oh, yeah, definitely. She gave statements.
you know?
I
I
I,
want
just want to know when.
I've said like a bunch of times that if she was interviewed, if you want to use that word, several times, hopefully her first interview didn't change to the second to the third and
Well,
consequence.
that's what, yeah, and that's what Anne's job is, and she's going to get hold of all that stuff, and I'm sure, I don't know what she's going to do,
Willie,
but
so
you,
you were saying that Moscow is being so tight-lipped and stuff, well, Idaho in general and New York says everything. But
no,
in the
I was just going by how, like, the information, like, what information they put in the PCA. Like, they were so detailed on the pings, but yet, so brief on everything else.
because I was gonna say like it was the same way in the Lori and Chad case, and we didn't know anything until the preliminary hearing, really. So I was thinking maybe that's just Idaho.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, and like I said, the only reason I have an opinion like this is because of how Anne is acting. It's just she's going after the small things, and if there is this big evidence they have, you feel like she'd be attacking that and not this minuscule stuff that she's going at. So again, it's just how the defense is acting, what she's attacking, and their confidence level of wanting a speedy trial. I'm taking all that into account as well.
Are you sure it's Anne's um are you sure it's Anne, or is
Well,
it that
whoever. I
you
mean, one of the attorneys. I'm just talking about what they're focusing
no.
on rather than,
I think it's because you know him or know of him, and that's why you're like swaying towards the defense. But it's
No,
cool because
I've
it's
said
like
it numerous times, and I'm actually on, a panel saying that, when this first came out that he did it, that, he deserves the electric chair, all kinds of shit. So, to make a statement like that is absurd, and not hear what I said before. Because again, like I told you, and I'll say it again, I don't give a shit whether you did it or not. I'm just, again, a person who needs to see facts, and I'm not going to just say, yeah, he did it, just because,
And what I keep saying
it
is,
sounds good.
Yeah, I don't think Willie's played because he knows of Bryan. Willie comes off as the type of person who, like, it wouldn't matter if he knew somebody, but like just very fact based and has to
He
see
Yeah,
it. And
if it
well,
wasn't
he
my
goes
friend, I don't
back
give a
and
shit.
he goes back and forth. Just like all of us do. We go back and forth and back and forth.
Absolutely. If it came out
okay, I
tomorrow that they
don't
found, DNA evidence of a victim in his car, I said that already. If there was any kind of evidence of any kind of victim in his car, it's game over. Like, how can you sit there and, defend any kind of evidence like that? You can't. But from what we know so far, I think I can speak here and say I'm not the only one that feels the way that I feel, because you can listen to other people who don't know, never knew Bryan Kohberger, and they feel the exact same way.
yeah,
Just about the
I'm
facts.
the
I'm not talking
same.
about the theories that people come out with, Brent Kopaka and the drugs and all this kind of shit. You don't hear me talking about that. I just look at the facts, what's presented, and what I think, is going to happen, and what the defense is doing right now. That's all.
I'm
okay,
the
I'm sorry.
same.
I took you a different way, and I'm sorry. Thank you for clearing that up for
No
me.
problem. Yeah, no, like I said, again, I have no reason to lie about anything, because, again, whether he's guilty or not, his life's over. So to me, it really
Yeah.
doesn't matter at this point. So he's not gonna be able to go anywhere normally again, even if he didn't do it. So what?
It's just real scary to think though that if they have the wrong person, like that's really scary to think about because not only did, they waste a lot of money, ruin his life, that would mean that there's still
But listen to what
unalive
That's why
there.
Riddler. But that's why Riddler keeps bringing up. Every single night he brings up the Gainesville Ripper for a reason, because they had the wrong person for a while, and the person did
Right.
fit the narrative, and it did
Yeah.
happen. You know what I mean? Like, it has happened before. So
That's what I was saying last night. I was very surprised when I looked at how many people have been wrongfully convicted and then cleared later, like by DNA or whatever, and it was an astounding amount.
That's what
I
I said today on my live, Avery, about that guy that spent 25 years in prison and was just released by a new testing with DNA that they didn't have back
yeah,
then.
Where'd that
yeah.
happen at?
I always say that he is innocent
I
because he
forgot.
is innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, definitely. What it was that I looked up is how many people had been framed. Like that's what I was actually looking up, and then that took me to how many people had been their convictions had been overturned, and it was alarming. It was just very alarming.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Okay.
Oh shit. I'll remember it again. Hold on. I needed to
That
get
was
a
quick.
notebook and start writing my questions down because by the time I get and talk, I totally done forgot what I was gonna say.
Now you see why I write everything down, so I don't forget it.
Oh, I wrote down my list of things I needed from the store, got to the store, forgot my damn list. How about
That's
that?
that's why I put it on my phone under notepads because
I
you're gonna have your phone.
I text myself.
See, I forget my phone all the time too. My son said he was going to tape it to my forehead next time.
How do you forget your phone?
Oh, I
Right?
forget my phone. I forget my glasses. I forget, especially since my car accident in February. It's my short-term memory is pretty terrible.
That's why you put you a note, like tape it to your door.
Hey,
That
I
way,
got that
Yeah, I've
CRM,
done that.
That's a good idea.
and,
that can't remember shit disease.
Yeah,
just don't forget phone. Don't forget glasses. Whatever it is that you usually forget, put it on the list and tape it to your door.
That's
I
actually a good
please write
idea.
it, stick it in your bra.
Sticky notes, y'all. Sticky notes
Don't
love
even
are
sticky
life.
notes.
That
don't
makes
even
me
go.
think here's your sign.
Sticky notes are the best.
They are.
That's right.
No, Scarlett, you need notebooks.
I got notebooks. Actually, I got to get more notebooks.
Day
Yeah, but
30,
you're not going to
one
look in your
subject.
notebook to remind you to take your phone. You're going to have to do that on your
It's
door.
so weird how I'd rather write something down in like a notebook or
And I
somewhere
prefer a
rather than
personal
I have
assistant.
to write.
type it in my phone or something.
I have to write
You know,
everything down, or I'll forget.
I'm actually going to do that right now and stick it to my front door because I have to leave out in the morning for a 2-hour drive, and I'm going to do that right now. The, yeah, I'm muting.
She had to go do it before she forgot.
Post-it notes are the devil.
Oh, they're not.
Post-it notes are
Scarlett,
like the
right
best.
now in Walmart, the notebooks, the one subject, are 35 cents each.
Yeah, on the school supply thing.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm gonna have
You
to get
should
some
get you
more.
some while it's on sale. While it's
Yep,
cheap.
I'm gonna have to get some more because I've got one more uh, left that I haven't used yet.
They're not the kind that you had on your wish list now. Those were pretty, but they're still cheap.
I don't care what they look like. As
Yeah,
long
thanks
as
for the heads up. I appreciate that.
yeah, as long as they
Scarlett,
got paper in them and with lines on it, I'm good.
Scarlett, you have a wish list?
Yeah, I had some extra things that I had to add to it when I was looking for soap stuff, and so that's why I haven't dropped the list lately.
I
Well,
just
never mind.
realized
Okay, thank you.
Did somebody drop it?
I did.
Yeah, Lady B. Well, it's on Nightbot, but Lady B dropped it.
I got
Oh,
tired of post-it notes and her losing them, so I
Hey,
freaking
hey,
sent her some notebooks.
what do you do with the pigment powder?
That you use it to make your soap any color you want it.
Oh, so you make soaps, huh?
Well,
I make soap.
I'm about to start doing it. Hey, Heaven
Well,
Song, how are you?
everybody, it must be easy because everybody's making soap.
I make candles, wax melt, soap. Somehow Scarlett knew I made tumblers. I don't know how she knew that.
I think I seen it on your channel a while back.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I do have a video. Yeah.
Avery's packaging for her wax melts and stuff is so pretty. She's showed me. We were talking about that the other night, and she had sent me a video of them. It's really nice.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you.
it's something I want to get into. I've always wanted to do that, my own T-shirts and all that. Hey, Big Al, how are you?
God, if we lived closer, Scarlett, and you could just come see my craft rooms, you would just be in heaven. There's
I'm
everything.
jealous. Anybody who has a cry for him, I'm like jealous of them. Hey, Linda G, how are you?
Jealous of anyone who used Post-it notes.
Post-it
Well, I
notes
now
are the
have a
best.
Post-it note on my front door. So
Did
But-
you tape your note to the door already?
I did it on a
Okay.
hot pink
I'm just
Post-it note.
making sure you
Well,
didn't
wait, did you tape it? Because a Post-it note will fall off.
forget. Don't you know?
I'll be right back.
I wonder how the state's going to present their timeline when they get into the because they're going to have some big visual aid with it.
Right. I wonder if if the timeline is gonna change any.
Well, I'm sure it's going. To contradict the PCA. If I'm sitting on jury and he says, and he was in the house till 4:25, then we noticed at 4:20 he's speeding away. We got problems. Okay,
Yeah.
but if he changes it, then I can understand. Okay, he actually came in the house at 3:50 and he exited at 4:15, and then we see him speeding away at 4:20. Okay, I got that. Okay, I can buy that.
Yeah, but if they used Dylan's phone and all whatever activity to corroborate the timeline, then we got an issue.
Yeah.
Right.
I just want to know about that damn 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What? Wait, what? 5 minutes?
They're claiming they seen at a high rate of speed leaving at 4:20, but off of Dylan and Bethany's phones, they believe the murders happened between 4 and 4:25.
Oh, that 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, I want to know why are they just given the extra 5 minutes to be on the safe side, or what is so significant about that extra 5 minutes? And I would also like to know in the very beginning, hey Brad, how are you? Whenever they first came out, like the day after all of this happened, and they said that based on their preliminary investigation, that they didn't think that the community was in danger. Well, I want to know what they found in that investigation at the very beginning that made them think that, if they didn't even know who did this.
Yeah, I want to know that too.
I think that would probably, if I could ask the prosecution one thing, that probably would be it. How can you tell a community full of college students, actually 2 communities full of college students, that there's no imminent threat, but 4 kids just were murdered and you have no idea who it was?
Well, they
Also-
believe it
I
was
also want to
targeted,
know how they got his name.
and he left survivors.
Just
So
imagine. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ray.
Oh no, I was just saying. So they just said that those people that were, stopped living were the people that were targeted, so that there was nobody else on the target. If so, he wouldn't have left survivors.
I guess. I mean, if they were so sure that it was targeted and there was no immediate threat, like how are they so sure, but yet now there's no connection or motive between PK and anybody in that house? So that means if he just did this to do it, then there was an immediate threat.
Well, somebody posted in chat, and I don't remember who it was, just a few minutes ago, that said that they would ask the prosecution, would you tell the truth, so help you God? Honestly, I think both sides need to be asked that. And just basically, tell me everything. Be honest and tell me everything.
How'd you like to have been a fly on the wall when the investigator had Dylan in the room? He goes, let me get this right, ma'am. You saw a guy walk by you clad in black, wearing a black mask. You saw bushy eyebrows, and you went into a frozen shock. And then when you come out of your shock, what happened?
Yes, exactly. I want to know what made her call him Riddler.
And then my next question would be and the first person you call is a friend instead of 911.
But I want to know that reasoning on why she called a neighbor over. friend over, whatever. I want to know what, because if she, did she try to open the door? Did she touch the door handle? Did she touch the door handle? Then Hunter touched the door handle? Like, I want to know what was contaminated. Like, that's a big deal.
Sally Mae.
And that's why I thought she might have saw, BLOD coming from underneath the door, but then Ray said it was contained. So I don't know.
Now, let's touch DNA. Let's say I was at that frat party and I shook hands with Ethan just before he left. And then when he goes home, my DNA is now on that doorknob where he touched it.
Wait, say that again?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm at the frat party with Ethan. I shake his hand, tell him good night, him and Xana good night.
Uh-huh.
And so when Ethan comes home and he touches that door handle, is my DNA now on that door handle?
Transfer.
Yeah, I would think a little bit of it would be.
Wow.
That's why touch DNA. That's why you keep saying touch DNA is trash DNA. That's why, because you're going to be explained away.
Lonnie and the Lamb said, I want to know what they did minute by minute in that home before police came.
Minute by minute.
That's another good one.
Jesus. 480 minutes? Is that it? Yeah.
I don't know. It's too late for me to be doing any math.
8 times 6, yeah. 480.
I have misbehaving. What she said. Do you think that there's any way that that they can say that the police coerced Dylan or Bethany on their interview or statement? Because I'm going by Misbehaving's comment. Where is it? Oh, some people think that DM didn't say that and that LE made DM say that. So I was just curious, what do you think about that? Because they're maybe still impressionable young. I don't know.
Well, I think yeah.
He likes watching just like me the interrogations. I love watching them. And you can watch.
Why, yeah. Well, and that's what, what you said, right? And that's what, leads me to believe on, that they questioned her multiple times and then they were trying to get something out of her on what she saw that night. So she came out with that of what, she saw, and they had a corroborating witness. I mean, it's, again, at first nobody saw nothing. They didn't have any leads, nothing. Nobody knew nothing. But then, bang, they had a witness. Like, I want to know when she gave the statement on what she saw. I'm so curious. I'm so curious, because if it was, I just don't believe it was 1 or 2 days or 3 days after this happened. I think it was a little while after. But that's just my opinion.
Damn it, my pen ran out of ink.
Scarlett, I was watching a video today.
Uh-huh.
It shows on there the forensic team walking outside with their booties on, them right back inside the house. Then it shows a female forensic member sneezing.
Oh, wow.
No mask.
Huh.
No mask. Now, maybe that don't mean anything. Maybe they already got what they wanted. These are just something else they're doing that wouldn't pertain to that. But that gives ammunition to the defense.
Yeah. Well, that's I mean. Now,
if I can get that video, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Does the defense have their own, like, people that go in after, like, everybody else went in, or what?
Yeah, let me tell you how that works, because I asked that question a long time ago. The state has to use the state's medical examiner, the state's coroner, the forensics, all that. The state has to use that, at least here in Florida and other states. But the defense can use someone else. The state has to use the state fire marshal. but the
Gotcha.
defense can bring somebody in from Harvard or somebody in from University of Tennessee that does fire crime, and they'll
So
go
wait,
back
so
and forth.
so you're saying that coroner has to get up there and explain all that stuff?
Well, if the state wants to bring them on, but what I'm saying is the state attorney just can't hire anybody to come in. They
Gotcha.
have they have to use the state's limited. State has the most money.
Mm,
Believe me on that. But they have to use the state coroner, at least in my state, the state medical examiner, all those people that are assigned to it, the state police, state local police, they can't go outside of that realm.
mm. But the defense can hire whoever they want.
Right. Defense will go out and hire. They can hire their own forensic team, which I doubt they did. But see, the guy that used to be the public defender here, his name was Lou Frost, and he was an excellent public defender, and he was a friend of mine, and he showed me all the different things, and that's why I donate a suit. When they no longer fit, I donate a suit because he says a lot of the people don't have, they're indigents, they don't have clothes that committed a crime. So when they come before the jury, if they come in there in shorts and ragged out
Jesus.
shirt, yeah, they're guilty already. So they have to get them cleaned up, put them in suits and ties if they can, or try to match it some way for those who don't have any clothes or proper clothing to appear before a judge.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She said someone asked how they got Bryan's name. It says in the PCA how they got his name. And I will go back to the PCA in just a second to find it after I Googled this real quick.
Wasn't it through the vehicle?
Yes, it was the officers over at WSU that sent his name and the car and all that over to Moscow.
So what did they do? So they called in the description of the car?
They basically, whenever they came out asking the public for help, and Riddler, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
What happened was that one officer, a security guard, saw the vehicle and reported it, and then another officer came and saw the vehicle, and so the first one saw it with one license plate on it, and then when the second officer came, he saw it with the two license plates, the Washington license plates this time.
Well, the first officer did a
What the hell?
look through the system to see if they had like any of those vehicles there at the campus or whatever, and they come across Bryan's. But it was a 2015, and it still had the PA plates on, or in the system it said it was PA plates. Well, like less than 30 minutes later, this other cop went out, and I don't know if the first cop asked the second cop, hey, can you swing by the apartment complex or whatever and check this car out or see if it's there or whatever. But the second cop went and found the car in the parking lot. It parked out in front of his apartment, and it had the Washington plates on it. And it came
Hey,
back as registered to him.
I'm gonna drop down, you guys, but I'll be listening. But I just need to say two things.
Okay.
Hey, Bread.
Hey, how's it going, Sweet Misery?
Fred, how are you?
Hey, Brett.
Good. How is everyone? Good to see everyone.
And the last thing, go Saints. Bye.
Nice. Have a good night.
Okay. I'm trying to find this. So, okay, I hear an echo.
Saints need a quarterback.
I don't have anything else on, so I don't think it's me, but I'll mute for a second.
Okay. All right. Can anybody else hear the echo?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So I got one answer, Sally Mae. It says touch DNA can be defined as DNA transferred from a person to an object via contact with the object itself. But trying to further look and see something else on this. Brad, what do you think about all this?
Well, what was it? What was it you guys were just talking about? Yeah, I'm a little skeezed, but at any rate, I can't remember exactly what I was going to hit on right away. But I do think that it's important that that we glean what we can from the information that is coming, and I think that it's pretty obvious at this point that BK has no relationship to any of them, and that Bethany. I think that Bethany still. I think she's still the most likely candidate to have some conflicting statement to the PCA or to the description or something. There's something that is unique to her experience. I don't think that they were BSing about that, and the fact that the defense is putting in their motions that they don't want to divulge the alibi. I think personally, in my opinion, that they don't want to divulge it because it might change the witnesses or the state's witnesses' testimony before the fact, because it would be then in fact giving up their workbook, as it were, or however they put it. And
well, that's why she said she'll present it to him like behind closed doors, right, or something.
That's what I think. I think that she wants to do it with the judge on the sidebar tip, because it might actually prejudice them if they don't.
And they want to catch someone in perjury.
I'm still hearing an echo.
I think it might be Ray.
Scarlett, can I show Willie one more thing?
Yeah, one second though. There's a bad echo.
You can't beat me. I was on mute.
Yeah, let me try to mute again, and maybe I'll just step out and come back or something. Hold on.
You're actually the only one not muting. I mean,
okay, I don't hear it now. Yeah, I don't hear it when he talks. When Brad does, it's only when everybody else does.
I'm part of everybody else you hear now.
That's weird.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test.
Yeah, I don't hear it.
Man, this thing makes my phone so hot. What's going on?
Yeah, it must be me then, I guess.
You want to drop down and then come back up, Brad?
Well, let me try this first. I'm just going to close the YouTube tab altogether. And it's closed now.
Okay.
I already had it muted, so it shouldn't have been doing it.
Is it still echoey? Yes.
Echo.
Yep, it's still echoey.
All right, I'll step out then.
Okay, I'll drop the link for you.
All right.
Scarlett, I just wanted to show Willie and Riddler one more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. This is an unopened 1992 National Championship Alabama Crimson Tide Coca-Cola.
Is it closed? Is it unopened?
Unopened. Yeah, never opened.
You gotta send it to me.
Pretty cool, huh?
Willie, I've got the glass bottles. When Coke used to come in glass, I guess they still do now, but it was regular to be in glass bottles back when Bear Bryant was a head coach. It says Alabama National Champions on it.
Damn. That's
yeah,
neat.
I have signed footballs too, but I can't get into that room to show you.
My dad used to have you remember the Cokes back then, Riddler, with the NASCAR, all the NASCAR guys on them? It'd be like a 6-pack of bottles and it'd have all the NASCAR drivers on them.
Yeah, I can still hear the echo.
Wow. All right, I'm going to restart my whole laptop.
Okay.
All right. See you in a bit.
All right.
That's weird how one person can make.
Yeah, but whenever he
Okay,
talks, it
okay.
doesn't echo. That's
I know.
crazy.
It's usually me.
Yeah, yours has actually been pretty good here lately. Hey, Arv, how are you?
All right, guys, I'm hopping down. I'll be in chat listening.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you
Thank
for
you
coming
for
on.
having me. Yeah, thank
See
you for
ya.
having me.
You're welcome.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, Avery.
Hello.
And there was
I
5.
still like to get a forensic guy in here, or girl, lady, whatever, and have them explain to us how they can put what happens when they pull DNA up. There's 3 or 4 all in one pile. How they separate it,
Yeah.
the amino acid, the black amino acid on the latent prints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
See,
do
I
need
mean,
to try to find an attorney from Idaho to come up.
that'd be great. I don't know. I don't have too many questions about that latent shoe print Riddler. I just feel like it's, the second time around they sprayed it, something popped up. There you go. They use it to corroborate her story.
But but if it just turns out that there's only one footprint and there's no other footprints, I mean,
Again, they just used it to corroborate her story. I don't agree with it, but
How did it get cleaned?
I,
If I
I don't know.
step, I'm trying to figure. I'm trying to picture this. I'm in a puddle. Let's just say I'm in a puddle of it, of the red stuff. I'm coming down the stairs and I make that turn by her door. And then when the police get there, they can't see it. Did it dry up in 8 hours?
Absolutely not. I mean, probably dried, but you're still going to be visible.
Yeah, but it would be visible. Exactly. Like you said, it'd be visible. And there should be footsteps
Multiple.
leading to that single footstep.
There should be again, if we're saying that if you went upstairs first or even went to Ethan and Xana first, there would still be a trail here to there, a trail to there. Like, I don't know. It's so tough not to track it. Nothing.
all right.
When,
Crane
when you
Hill
don't
Gal,
care.
thank you so much for giving those memberships. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Like,
Okay.
especially if, if we're led to believe he was on this rampage, yet he was so careful not to transfer everything, and not even room to room. I mean,
All I know is if it comes out in trial that there was only one footprint and no other footprints in that house or on that path, one footprint in front of her door,
yeah.
I'm gonna be like, what the hell? Like, did
Which
he
again,
literally jump from one spot to that spot and from that spot out the back door? Like, seriously.
yeah. But again, you would have to think though that they would use, if there was a trail, that they would use that to corroborate rather than a latent shoe print. Correct?
Say
Like
that
a
again.
blood trail. Like if there was an actual trail, don't you think they would have used that to corroborate her story? Like, a
That's
blood trail leading in front of Dylan's room out
out the
towards the
back
back.
door. I mean, and I get that they don't have to put everything in the PCA, but to me, that seems like that would make it stronger for the arrest warrant.
Yeah, I get it. That's just what they would put in there if they saw it. That's just something they would. I mean, it's nothing over the top. It's just.
Well, why would you mention one footprint, and not there were several footprints?
Right.
That's what I mean. Are you keeping that other footprint for trial? Like,
yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Top secret.
Hey, Big Al.
Hey guys,
How are you?
Hello.
it's a smoky day in northern Minnesota. Thanks, Canada.
Oh, again?
Again?
Oh yeah, we've had it for weeks.
Did they not get the fires under control?
Well, no, they don't want to.
Oh, nice.
I can tell you that the 3 firefighting airplanes that we have up here for the National Forest Service have been parked at the airport for weeks.
See, I never understood how there's not an airplane big enough to be able to carry such a huge load of water that they can get from the ocean and just like literally drop it on a mile, wide.
They've got some big ones here at the international airport. They're huge.
Do they?
They hold a lot of water. And there's a bunch of
Yeah.
them, and they're just parked there. They're not using them to put out the fires.
That's
I don't
weird.
know why not. It's kind of strange.
I flew on one of the largest aircraft in the world, the C-5.
Was it cool?
You sit backwards.
Oh wow.
You have to go upstairs in the aircraft and you sit backwards.
I don't think I'd like that in an airplane.
No windows.
Oh,
Yeah.
hell
No.
no.
I know I wouldn't like that in an airplane.
No windows.
No windows.
What kind of shit is that?
Well, when you're in a 130, they just got one little porthole you can look out. But my funnest flight was in a tanker, because in the back, it's a glass window in the back. And I went, you go in and then you go down this steps. And
So
then
you can watch the whole thing.
Right, you lay down on your stomach. And of course, I was watching our jets come up, receiving fuel, and the pilot would look at me. He could see me. He knew who I was. And he gave me a thumbs up and all that. And we flew out of Florida, and we were going to Nellis, and we almost made it all the way, but they had to get fuel. I guess we were just south of Utah. And then the next thing I know, we're going over the Grand Canyon, so I run to the back of the plane, and I go down there, and I get to look at all of the Grand Canyon, and we're only about 10,000 feet high because we had lost oxygen when we were at 40,000 feet. That's another story to tell one day. And it was so beautiful to see the Grand Canyon. It just overwhelms you. It's so huge.
I'll take your word for it.
If you haven't been to the Grand Canyon, you need to go look at it.
What's up with people saying like people walk up to the Grand Canyon and they just like walk right into it? They're thinking it's a
Yeah,
painting.
it happened. Well, I don't know if they said it painting
Or I don't
over
know,
where
some
they
kind
have
of-
the see-through thing, the horseshoe thing that you walk around. That's you want to have an anxiety attack, step out onto that.
No, I'm talking about like somebody the other night was saying like when you look at it, it looks so fake that you can just like you can just
Oh, it does look it does look fake.
Yeah. People
When
just
you
like
look
walk right up
down,
to it.
the water was green. We could see people out there water skiing.
Yeah, if you go there at the right time of day, it is pretty life changing. I gotta say.
Really?
Sunset or sunrise, it is. Yeah,
okay.
it's
Yeah.
almost enough to make you nauseous. It's so beautiful.
I think seeing the Earth from
absolutely
space
right.
would be life changing.
Oh yeah.
Just to see how small we are.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. And she said maybe only stepped in small blood with 1 foot.
Well,
Well,
I was changing out fryer oil today, and one of the guys in the kitchen spilled oil on the floor, and I stepped in it.
Mm-hmm.
And fresh oil,
Mhm.
and it made it about probably 6 steps before I
Yeah.
couldn't see it anymore. And that's kind of the same consistency, dirty fryer oil
Right.
and the red stuff. It's pretty
Mhm.
close.
I'm just saying from room to room. Okay, so let's just say from room to room and then out the door. Like not, you know.
I'm of the belief that there has to be more than one freaking footprint.
Me too.
There just can't just be one. There's no way.
But there could be if there's none, and they used it to, again, and that shoe print and that lady print has nothing to do with,
Right.
you know what I mean?
They just used it circumstantially to strengthen the sound of the case.
Yeah, the witness's statement, of course. That's why I said I want to know when she gave this statement, man. I want to know when all of a sudden they had a witness.
I think the day that it happened, on the 13th, I think that's when her and Bethany were questioned, because they questioned Jack D that on the 13th, and he didn't even live in the house. So
Yeah.
I would think that Dylan and Bethany would have been done that day.
Here's why I think, though, that they continued to question them, and she gave a different, she said that she saw somebody, is because, like, I don't know. I feel like they kept, like, going at her, like, about the 8 hours, and she finally said, like, well, I saw somebody, and I heard this, and I heard that, and she finally just, came out with something to kind of, get them off her back. I mean, I don't know. It just came out all of a sudden that they had an eyewitness. And, at first, for so long, had no witnesses. They had no leads. They were so desperate for any kind of anything, but bang, they had an eyewitness.
I wonder what made him go after Jack D so quick. And I got it. He's a boyfriend.
Yeah, I think that's probably the reason why.
But I mean, there's something else. I had to tie that in there. Did y'all were y'all broke up? Were you mad because she was dating others, or was she mad because you were dating others? I mean, I want to hear that conversation. And what'd you tell Adam? I told him everything.
Well, we'll never see like all the other people that they interviewed stuff. We'll never see that, right? Like that's not going to be in trial, or so, like Jack's interview or whoever.
Depends if they're called as witnesses. If they're subpoenaed.
We probably won't see it. We probably won't see it in trial, but several years down the road, we might see it in one of those documentaries on one of these crime channels.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I see a lot of these channels. They say like, this footage has never been seen by the public before, and then it's a whole bunch of stuff.
So Tonka said she would like to know why the prosecution doesn't want Bethany's statement known.
Well, that's $1 million question, because I've been asking that since the day the grand jury was called.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. So I said that timing was so perfect with that grand jury. The defense said, "Oh, we want to talk to." Oh, bang, grand jury. Now you can't talk to her.
And I was trying to explain that today to a channel. Of course, they already got the plank built, and all they need now is the rope for BK. But I was trying to explain that, and they go, "Oh, she did talk to the to Ann and them." I said, "Where?" I said, "That squashed it. The grand jury squashed it. There's no preliminary, so now they don't have to talk to her. There's no need to talk to her.
Exactly.
She can say, I don't have to come in now."
Yeah.
Avery, thank you so much for that. I'm sorry, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know.
So is this thing working now, or are we still echoing?
Do y'all hear an echo?
Yep.
Damn it, there's still an echo.
Still an echo.
Yep.
You heard your own.
Yep.
echo.
I hear you.
Yes, I can hear my own echo.
Are you in the Grand Canyon, Brad?
No, and when I did go there, it was clouded over, and I was pissed and about 11 years old.
Sucks.
Yeah, I was really mad.
Fine. That's crazy.
Huh.
Did you have headphones on?
I have a mono phone, and my computer did just do an update. Like that's the only thing I can think of, and I literally scanned all my drivers and
you don't have
scanned
YouTube
the
open
computer.
at all?
Try
I don't
to do
have
this.
YouTube open at all right now.
Try when you're done, making a statement or something. Just try muting yourself. Maybe that.
Oh yeah, I mean I can do that, but I still don't want to be irritating either. So.
No, I just don't know if that'll stop the echo.
It's kind of trippy. It's kind of trippy, actually, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
it's annoying to chat.
I'm gonna try to unplug my mic.
There you go.
I think he unplugged it right in the middle of the sentence.
Yeah.
It's a good kitty cat.
Another beautiful sight to see was Hoover Dam. That was gorgeous.
Yeah, that was cool when you used to be able to drive across it. It was pretty sweet. No, I don't think they let public drive across it now that they have the new road or whatever, the new bridge going across.
Okay, Tonka said in the PCA they state that in Dylan and Bethany's phone downloads there's a video of a video. It's the
How would anyone know that?
Redacted. I've never seen that in the PCA.
How would anyone know the content of evidence at this point?
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Has to be a lie.
Dateline knows.
No, that has to be a lie.
Dateline knows they have a receipt from Amazon.
All right, I'm gonna try this one more time, and it does say in the PCA that they have video of a something about I think it's a clerical error, and they meant to say suspect video and not video of a suspect video or something like that. Yeah.
I heard they made a couple errors in that PCA or something.
There's a lot of errors in the PCA, and in fact, the show that P Fox turned me on to last night, which only had like 400 subscribers at the time, and now it's doubled since last night. But you know, I started watching their videos, and the videos, you know, they force you to learn because you're reading the documents yourself, and then there's some extra stuff added in video wise. But yeah, they definitely pointed out some pretty big discrepancies in the timeline for the car driving around and where it was, and according to the PCA, and other things, you know, that didn't really look good for a solid case, put it that way. And is it still echoing, by the way?
Oh, Summer said you hear two Willies, so I'm assuming
Yeah, it's still echoing.
Okay. But anyways, one other thing I'd like to say, and I'll just jump off here because, yeah, I don't know why that echo is happening. It's never been a problem before. Even this is the first time I've ever even closed the YouTube tab, and I usually just mute it so that way I can see the regular chat and chat in it. But
it's aliens, man.
yeah, I think that it's pretty safe to say, in my opinion, that Dylan's story changed later. It didn't come out originally when she first stated it. And that show that I mentioned, you know, they actually show the law on the screen and you can read it for yourself. And if a person does not, you know, inform people right away about that, especially in order to change the time frame of death itself, it's up to 10 years and $50,000, and that's a pretty big price to hang over someone's head if you're trying to lead their testimony. Just saying.
Well, that's why, and that's why I think that, again, I think they just kept questioning her, and they were like, "Listen, you have to explain this 8 hours. You got to tell us something." And she was finally just like, "I saw somebody." You know, I mean,
but if they did that, like that's
I get it, but if they
honestly.
were so desperate to, you know, get somebody, and we saw how much pressure was on them, I mean, it's a small town. Who knows what kind of tactics they use? That's why she wants the training records.
Right.
The entire timeline changed, folks. You know, and the timeline change lines up to where they say his car is and he is. You know,
Now, was
that should be concerning, in my opinion.
Can Ann bring that up and be like, "Hey, you know, you guys initially said this. Now you're saying this. You first said that the year of the car you saw was this. Now it's this. You used everything to just, you know, point to my client that it was all him, when initially your statements were this and this and this and that." You know, I think that's, can she like use all that, what they said against them, how they changed everything up?
She wasn't arrested misbehaving, possibly wasn't arrested because she is making statements. You
Who
know?
wasn't arrested?
Oh, misbehaving asked why DM wasn't arrested then. Well, because if they hang it over your head and get you to play ball, you don't get arrested.
Yeah.
You know? It's called snitches.
Why'd they go after Jack? Why'd they go after Jack so hard but not Dylan? Let's think about it.
In fact, I would dare to say that they probably didn't get Bryan's name out of a hat, maybe even, you know, and that they didn't just happen to, 2 officers in 30 minutes happen to find his car the same night, you know. Like, I mean, at what point don't you see it as being possibly suspect? You know, because there's like 20,000 white Elantras in the area. And so, like, depending on how many of those they actually checked for people with bushy eyebrows and everything else, you know, like, I don't know. There's just no way that.
But what's the big deal about Dylan not being arrested? What does it have to do with this whole 8-hour gap and, you know, her story not making any sense? I don't understand.
Because if she didn't call 911, she can get in trouble for what's the name of it?
Riley.
She can get in trouble for not reporting a crime. If you see a crime and you don't report it, you can get in trouble for that.
It's
Yeah, well, somebody just faked their
non-disclosure
own
of the death,
kidnapping in their
even.
home already. So
No, I get that, but not everything's like that, Willie. You can't just take one case and go by that. There's thousands of more that do get in trouble for things like that. Why she didn't, I'll never know, but yeah.
I don't know. Maybe, hopefully, all of that in this trial, it'll all come out on what was said, what was seen, what was heard, all of it.
I can't wait for discovery.
Yeah, I'm ready to hear every bit of evidence that they have.
I'm buying a family pack of microwave popcorn for this shit.
So what are the odds? What are the odds on the DoorDash deliverer being a male and a female?
Miss, I just said they went hard
50-50.
at DM. What are you talking about? Speculation. I just said they went hard at her. That's why she changed her statement. Come on now.
Honestly, I think it's 50-50 on the male or female thing.
I'm
I
going to
wonder-
go 60 male, 40 female.
Okay.
I'm riding the fence with Scarlett.
Somewhere along the way, it seemed like at the very beginning they said it was a female, but then changed it to a male.
There was a creator that came out and said female. And then, if I'm not mistaken, there was another creator that came out and said that it was a male.
But we
what?
don't have any
Yet
idea.
it's not written anywhere, so they're both full of shit.
So we
Exactly.
don't know. But they were going off of what the people at Jack in a Box told them.
Allegedly.
One creator had a picture of the guy.
Right.
This is a
Yeah.
male.
That they got from Jack in a Box. And supposedly that DoorDash delivery person had gotten fired because he was eating the food that he was supposed to deliver.
Oh.
So that was just, like I said, though, that was what they were getting from the people that work at Jack in a Box.
What are they, like, taking a bite out of their burger like they're not going to notice?
I don't know if it was just he was doing that, or if he was like eating maybe
French
some of the fries or something, or if he just wasn't delivering the food and was taking the food.
Well,
Come
you
on, I
see
only got
those
3
YouTube,
French fries.
you see those YouTube ones where the people go, the door dashers, whatever, take the picture of it, and then you'll see them walking out of the complex with that same food in their hand
Oh
after
my.
they took the picture.
Well, that's crazy.
I would never trust any kind of food delivery like that.
No. I just think it's crazy how you can put that DoorDash driver at the scene. Like, because that's what Ann's going to do is put whatever DoorDash driver, she's going to say, well, you put that person at the scene, Hunter at the scene, these 3 DNAs at the scene,
Well,
whoever else, wants to put at the scene.
You know what's crazy about that is most of those restaurants don't give a flying hamburger whether you eat it or not. Whether you eat, while you're at work and stuff. I mean, I worked at Taco Bell. My Lord, we were always munching on something.
I've always wondered how they control that. Like, can I just walk in and say, "Hey, DoorDash," and they go, "Yeah, order's right over there," or do I have to show them order 78532? Something like that.
I think they got to show them their phone.
Yeah, it's a confirmation number.
Yeah.
Like I used to manage a couple of hamburger joints, well-known ones, and we had DoorDash, and they just come in with their phone, like you say, show you the phone. It has the person's name, so on and so forth, and you have a ticket that corresponds to them.
That's why if I lived in a place that I could get DoorDash, I would never order from there.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
I don't want people touching my food with their nasty ass hands.
Hell no.
It's bad enough when the delivery driver works for the place you're ordering from.
Right. That one country, they use their hands all day in the middle of the street making food, and people are eating it. I watch like these videos. I think it's like India or whatever, but people are barefoot, no gloves on, making like snow cones and shit with their bare hand. People are eating them. It's like, what the heck is going on? The cleanliness is terrible.
My doctor told me if anywhere you go to eat, if the cooks are not wearing gloves, don't eat it.
Yeah.
The bacteria is being transferred.
It's,
Here we go again. Touch.
it's nasty at places like that. Just people you don't know if they don't wash their hands, if they. Oh.
Well, you gotta watch people if they don't wash their hands before they put on the gloves. They might as well not be. You might as well not have the gloves because whatever's on their hands ends up all over the outside of the gloves.
Hey,
That's very
Froggy.
true.
Good cross contamination.
Yeah,
And then people wear
there's a
gloves.
restaurant up by me that got somebody real sick doing that. They're cleaning shellfish and then put on gloves, but didn't wash their hands first and got the shellfish on the outside of the gloves and almost
Oh,
killed some
man.
lady.
People. A lot of people are allergic to shellfish.
Oh,
wait, I just shit. Hold on. My chat's not a live chat. My chat is jumping from live chat to top chat, and I just saw somebody else said that they do DoorDash. JC said that they were a DoorDash driver as well. Oh, hold on, Sally.
I was a DoorDash driver for a while, and I never messed with anybody's food one bit. But I've seen videos that should make anyone scared.
Froggy's in here too. She was a DoorDash driver.
Yeah, Froggy's got where she comes and hangs out with us a good bit here lately.
The food's never as good as if you go pick it up yourself. I feel like when I order from DoorDash and stuff, it's always something.
Yeah,
wrong.
it's cold.
Yeah, something's always. It's not worth the extra $10 or whatever it comes to, plus a tip.
Yeah, glow bug is just it's not safe, and you have to be careful with stuff like that. Thank you, Avery. Pamela, how are you? Done it in a while, so I never mess with it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that all DoorDash delivery people would mess with, like the food and stuff like that. But there are just some disgusting people that would do it just for meanness, honestly.
Well, I tell you what, I've over the years heard some really horrible stories about KFC too that are just like, oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
Chicken in a bucket.
Mhm.
Hold on, I'm answering a text back real quick. Let's see if I can't see my food being made, then yeah, I agree, Glowbug. I'm
Yeah,
picky
you
about
got
my
to check
food.
cleanliness of places that you're buying from. Like the company I worked for had like one of the highest rating in cleanliness.
I'm crazy about it. My employees hate me for it.
Well, you're the boss.
I know someone right up the road had to get shot with somebody else's EpiPen because they almost got killed, and I'm like, no, you guys aren't messing around. That's not going to be us in the newspaper. Sorry. Get a new pair of gloves.
Okay, yeah, misbehaving. Hold on just 1 second. Let me get over to this other chat. Okay, so Riddler misbehaving said, Scarlett, will you please let Riddler know that BF agreed to an interview with the defense on April 26th and the indictment was done on May the 16th. So we do not know if BF met with the defense or not.
That could be true, but remember when we talked with the defense lawyer, we said, did that kill it? I shouldn't use that word. Did that end it? When the grand jury met, he said yes. Now she can volunteer to talk, but now she's not under any mandatory, and she didn't want to in the first place. And has any documents dropped on that? Have we seen any documents drop that?
No.
So
makes sense.
Who asked that question?
Misbehaving asked if I would let you know that.
Okay, yeah. So that would be my reply, misbehaving, that we haven't seen a document drop where they have met. And according to attorneys I talked to here in my town, and of course they don't know how Idaho works, But when a grand jury comes in, that kills the deal, and she is no longer under obligation to talk. She can volunteer. She'd be done to voluntarily talk, but she could talk. The question is, why did they go to the grand jury? Why did they wait till after Anne came out, or her detective came out and says she has this evidence? That's when the grand jury came out after that.
Right.
Why
Bang,
did
grand jury.
the state should have went to the grand jury right off the bat?
Exactly. It's just a coincidence, I guess, that, you
And
know.
the state should have said, Anne's going to see this in the police report. We need to get a grand jury now before it looks too suspicious that we're trying to kill someone's testimony.
Right.
I said the word again, Kay, that we're trying to prevent someone's testimony at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. We don't know for 100% fact that, if they met or not, but it makes sense that that's one reason why the grand jury was done.
And I got to tip my hat to the state. If that's the rules, if that's the law, then I tip my hat. And I think that's why Ann is upset. And I even heard it even on the national network a couple days ago, that this has really got her upset with that grand jury, because it's preventing her from, if you got, let's see, the state wants to know the truth, and the defense just wants to defend. That's all they want to do, and hold the state to all the procedures and purposes and cause and reasons of the trial. But if you got nothing to worry about, you got this rock solid evidence. I don't care what she would say.
Exactly.
I can still prove that Bryan was in the house. That's what they got. That's the whole object we're waiting on. We're just waiting on one thing that shows BK was in the house. It doesn't matter if he was in the house with 3 people. BK's the one that's on trial, so that's what the state has. And no matter what any other evidence, not evidence, but no matter what someone else states, because he doesn't have a character witness that can say, oh, I can tell you where he was at between 4 and 4:25. We were over at the donut shop. No, he has nothing. They have no alibi.
I am seeing people say hi to people in chat, and I'm not seeing them in my chat.
The defense's motions, I think, agree with most of everything that you're saying, in my opinion, Riddler, because, they're doing the sidebar, because they don't want to give up
Exactly
what they have, because it might affect how they're going to react. And, it directly says that in the previous motions that the alibi would come out through examination, cross-examination, and expert testimony. So there is something most likely that is unique to Bethany's experience, for sure, in my opinion, that either conflicts with DM's statement or something in the PCA itself, or whatever, because the defense is openly saying that he was out driving, number one, and that he was alone. And so their alibi obviously doesn't include a second party to back it up, in my opinion. And most likely, like I said before, means that there's no relationship to anyone in that house. But that still doesn't eliminate DM altogether, as but I at this point, I don't think that there probably is a relationship, and everybody's been saying all along that there's that nobody knows him, like everybody's basically saying they never seen him or heard of him before in their life, like people that live around there, whether their testimony is accurate or not or whatever. But yeah, obviously there's something to it.
Well, misbehaving, she put up some dates on there that the defense could have asked for that testimony from Bethany, but we don't know when the state received the evidence of Bethany's testimony, what she told police. That's where they're getting it from. They read something in the police report that Bethany has said, and that's why that
That's what I
defense,
mean. Yeah. How else would
the
that lawyer
defense
know?
investor, the defense investigator is the one that came out and made that statement. It was like a bombshell went off, and so I don't know what date the state handed over the evidence of her testimony to the defense. I can't tell you that, and I don't know why they waited till why they found it then, and then they wanted to go talk to her, and then all of a sudden here we come up with a grand jury that killed it.
Hmm.
I said it again.
It also killed the the third or fourth attempt for discovery for that moment and pushed it back.
What was the date that defense received the data dump?
Well, that's a $1 million question. Also, I don't know. I don't know what day they received it. I don't know if there's a log that shows what was handed over to the defense.
Because prosecution was like holding evidence, not wanting to turn it over. And I always wonder why you didn't want to turn it over.
They still haven't turned over discovery, right?
If they give it to them all at the same time like that, then it's harder to data mine that and find the pertinent information that you want to find with the trial date coming up quicker. So you have less time to build your defense.
Okay, I'm going back looking around because she said April the 28th. It was only, there were but 1, 2, 3 documents dropped in April.
However, did we get through that month?
I thought there was more than that. Because that's when they give the assistant attorneys generals the order appointing the special assistant attorneys generals and then the notice of the hearing criminal.
Oh, I'm just telling you right now, if this gets pushed back a year or two, I'm not talking about this anymore for a while. I can't talk about this for another year or two.
Yeah, I'm hoping it starts
there's no way.
in October. I just don't know if it will or not, honestly.
If BK doesn't relinquish his rights or the court doesn't determine that he did, then that's what's happening.
Yep.
You know what I mean? There's like a 6 week or so leeway between the outside date, which is like the day before his birthday or on his birthday.
Misbehaving, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I wanted to say 2 points. It's just too much to type in the chat. Okay, what I was saying was Bethany agreed to the document or online we saw on April 28th. That's when it was agreed that Bethany would be interviewed by the defense. That was April 28th. May 16th was when the indictment came. We don't know what happened in between April 28th and May 16th. For all we know, she could have been interviewed by the defense. And you mentioned that there was no document dropped or they wouldn't tell us. What type of document would they have dropped to say that they had an interview with Bethany, and why would they tell the public when it's a gag order?
What do you mean the public? You're telling the court. All these motions and stuff, all this stuff goes to the court. It's not the public.
No, I think she means why would there be a court document saying that they spoke to Bethany?
Why would they put that in a document? If anything, I said that's 2 points. The first point is, why would they put it in a document? It would just be in discovery, if anything. We wouldn't see that. And then another point is, why would they, meaning the defense, why would they tell the public that they met with Bethany? It's a gag order. So they wouldn't tell us that. So for all we know, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, a lot of people keep saying that they never met with Bethany. We don't know that. That's speculation that they never met with her. And in my opinion, another thing people are saying is that they went ahead and rushed to the indictment because they interviewed Bethany. In my opinion, I think that they don't want our nosy asses to know what's going on. That's why they went for an indictment. Because if they would have went for the preliminary hearing, we would have known everything what's going on in this case, and they don't want us to know. So
why? Well, why do we matter so much? So a guy doesn't get a preliminary hearing, and they do a grand jury just because of us.
Yes, look at the internet. Haven't you been seeing what's going on? People running with these theories.
I guess that's just kind of messed up.
I know it's messed up, but it's to protect the case. And it's for Bryan's own good, in my opinion. I feel like if we were to see everything, I think more people would say that he's guilty.
Well, it sounds like his lawyer wants a preliminary hearing for a reason.
It doesn't matter what we say. It doesn't matter if we say he's guilty or not. That has nothing to do with his trial.
Yeah, wasn't
yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No.
Why is it a gag order then?
Because Mr. Gonzalez came out and was talking, and family was talking, and lawyers were talking, and everybody was talking.
So maybe they don't want those people to talk. They don't want.
That's fine, but you're saying the public. What?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go with your theory.
Misbehaving. Wait a minute. So what we, the public, think.
It's not that.
It doesn't
have
the
jury pool.
The trial. It might taint the jury pool, but it might taint them people saying he's innocent too. So I mean,
don't take my word for it. That's what they're saying. They're saying that, not me. They're saying that, not me. They don't want whoever put the gag order in place, and from my understanding, the defense and the prosecution wants it. So for some reason, they don't want the public to know.
They're both wanting it. The gag order.
No, I agree with that. I just disagree with your statement that our opinion makes any difference.
Yeah, no. If they dictated our opinion of how they proceeded with whether you got a grand jury or preliminary hearing, that's just wrong in my opinion.
Don't tell me that. That's their decision.
I'm just saying that's pretty messed up.
That's their decision, and in my opinion, people want to make everything so secretive and like they're so corrupt, but I just think that they just don't want our nosy asses in it. So let's do an indictment.
Agree with that.
So let's do an indictment so that they won't know what's going on. And either way, they were probably going to get it. I mean, even if they went to the prelim, the only thing that the burden is still the same. The only difference would have been that the defense would have been able to cross-examine. They still would be doing everything else that they're doing now. The only difference is they would have been able to present their witnesses and possibly cross-examine, or would be able to cross-examine. But more than likely, unless they had something explosive, they were going to get, it was going to be the same outcome. So
what was the problem then? Why not just do a preliminary hearing?
I just told you why, because they don't want the public to know what's going on.
Again, I don't believe that for a second. Well, not 1 second do I believe that they did that because they don't want the public to know what's going on. I mean, we're going to know what's going on in 2 months. So what does it matter?
To protect the jury pool. By the time we know
cases. I mean, there's been a bunch of cases that were big, just as big as this. I mean,
since when?
Yeah, but usually
that's their reason.
Are in large cities, where Moscow isn't a large city at all.
No.
Misbehaving. This is Riddler. I appreciate your theory, your input. I really do. The only question I had was, we showed a case. I think I forgot what it was, but the victim's notification, and there were victims named on there, except for Bethany. Dylan got one. She received a letter, and I know what this letter would say, and so did some of the other people involved. But there's no Bethany, so I just kept that in the back of my mind. I said, well, maybe that's just a mistake. They forgot it, or they just forgot to add it into the report, typo error, something. And then when this grand jury came out, and first before the grand jury, you heard the defense investigator says she's got something we think is enough evidence to get him off this. And then the next thing you know, here comes a grand jury.
Right.
So why didn't the state have a grand jury before that statement? Maybe it's coincidence. Maybe I'm looking at this from a conspiracy point of view. I don't know, but I'm trying to put this thing all together to make sense. But when Bethany's name is not on that witness, and I asked the defense lawyer in here, and he was like, they got problems with Bethany, the state does. And we don't know if they have met or if they didn't meet or if they were even could meet. We don't know. But from everything we asked the defense lawyer, we said, when that grand jury met, did that stop Bethany from mandatorily, not voluntarily, mandatory meeting with those lawyers? And he said yes, because the only reason they wanted to talk to her was before the preliminary. So the preliminary gets killed or gets wiped out. So now she don't have to testify. She don't have to talk to them. She's not under any obligation now to talk to them.
I feel like I keep repeating myself. I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is we don't know if that meeting happened before then. You could be right. That defense attorney could be right. I believe you. I believe him. My point is we don't know if they did have that meeting. That's one of your questions. The next question about the victim, I can't remember the name of it, but I don't know what is the real purpose of that. I don't have a theory behind why she didn't receive one. I can say that I'm going to use Willie's logic when he said the trial is going to be in 2 months anyway. So what difference do it make if they cross-examine Bethany at the preliminary versus the trial? They still gonna have to talk to her. So what's the difference? Yeah. What difference is it gonna make whether they do it now or it's gonna come out? If she's hiding something, whatever, they can block all they want to. Eventually, on the trial, she's gonna get on stand. So how are they gonna prevent her from doing that? So in my opinion, they can block her all they want to for the preliminary. They're just avoiding the inevitable. So if it's something that she's hiding, it's gonna come out. So that's why I find it hard to believe that it's some conspiracy that they're trying to prevent her from testifying because she's gonna do it anyway.
But if she does have, and if I'm telling you, I'm just telling you right now, if she does have some kind of information, and we did have to wait till trial, and it could have come out of preliminary hearing, it's disgusting.
Okay, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
And a justice aspect, that's disgusting.
Misbehaving.
We'll cross.
If you were sitting in jail right now and the trial's 8 months away, but I'm your eyewitness and I can prove you weren't there, but they're not going to let me testify that until 8 months from now. That's okay?
Okay, so now that we know his so-called alibi, Bethany does not have testimony to prove that he was not there. Otherwise, she would have been listed in that document and they wouldn't have said, we're going to wait until it comes out. We're going to wait until it comes out.
We don't know that.
She already said she's going to use the witnesses to...
I know. So how do we know that that's not Bethany?
And that wasn't his alibi.
I know. I'm just saying it's a peek into what he's going to say. So my thing is, if Bethany if she had some type of testimony, they would have had her name. They wouldn't have just said, we're going to cross it. I don't know. I just feel like they would have listed her name as number one. Because he would have said, he would have.
They did.
We don't know. We don't know who they listed.
Hang on. They did pretty much list it as number one because that's the only one that the defense has said they wanted a special meeting with. So there's something
they did
special
not list
about
her.
No. What I'm saying is, in a manner of speaking, they did when they said when Bethany was the only one that they wanted to have a meeting with, that kind of made her a special thing of like, okay, what does she know?
Yeah, what did
she did show she you would think would have something relevant to what they're saying, or they sound like they're sure of it. I mean, they have the grand jury's notes and everything, and they still wanted to talk to her. So there's something with Bethany that we don't know that the defense knows.
Can we agree that neither one of us or the defense does not know? Because if they did know, it's like if they did know, in my opinion, it wouldn't be so secretive. If just like he just said, if I why would I wait in jail for 8 months to wait to hear somebody's testimony?
Does anybody hear background noise?
Yeah.
Yeah, bad.
I can't tell where it's coming from.
Probably me. I was just going to say you can't get bail on a capital case. So regardless, if you're the guy that they arrested, you're in jail until trial happens.
Good point. So it doesn't matter if she okay, thank you. So it doesn't matter if she would have testified then or 8 months. They still would have had to wait. So I just feel like the Bethany thing is possible, but I just feel like a lot of people are putting a lot of weight on that. And I just feel like they may have just saw something that is possible. I don't think it's definitive. I feel like if it was definitive by now, especially with the motion that Ann put out, not the recent one, but the very first one that she put out regarding the alibi, I feel like Bethany's name would have been in there. They would have listed her as an alibi. She would have been a name listed. It wouldn't have been we're gonna cross-examine your witnesses. No, if they were definitive and they knew for a fact that she was holding this information, her name would have been on there. Instead, they're going with of course, I agree with what they're going with. They're just going to cross-examine the people, and whatever comes out, comes out. I don't think it's anything definitive, or else they would have listed names.
Okay, y'all, real quick, let me grab the super chat. Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that. She says, under Idaho rule, if prosecutors get a written request from the defense, they have to turn over every statement that their witness said to the prosecution and officials anyway.
Okay, that's
true. And to be fair to that, Miss, we don't know everything that Ann knows, because she states in there that she wants to tell information to whoever behind closed doors. So she might have information.
Ooh, that's suspicious. She want to go behind closed doors. How
so
suspicious?
What? The prosecution could be suspicious.
Exactly.
The defense can.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
If the prosecution wants to play a game and they don't want to hand over the discovery on how they got, whatever they didn't want to hand over, to Ann, and then she comes back and says, well, listen, I'm not going to hand over everything here, but I'll talk to you behind. So she's playing the same game the prosecution's playing.
Exactly. So
yeah,
it's okay for the defense to play games. It's okay for the defense to play games, but when the prosecution
hold on. I just said to you the timeline. Let's go by the facts here. The prosecution didn't want to hand stuff over, and that's when Ann now doesn't want to hand everything over. So let's not say Ann instigated this.
Yeah, but prosecution is legally obligated to hand over all that information. That's the difference.
Yeah,
and the defense is legally obligated to hand over an alibi if they're going to use one, with the names and the locations where he's saying he's going to be. So both are legally obligated, but yet when the prosecution does something,
he also doesn't need an alibi though. He also doesn't need an alibi.
Well, why didn't he just say I don't have an alibi?
Well, listen, they provided something. So what's the problem?
All right, real quick, y'all, let me grab this one too so I can get it down. Tony, thank you for that super chat. He said for Scarlett's stage 2 eyebrow enhancement. Thank you, Tony.
All I'm going to tell you is I was a witness, and so was this other young lady at a crime scene. We were the only 2 witnesses. The state took our testimony, and the next thing I knew, they dropped us, and the defense picked us up. And when I got questioned by the defense and the prosecutor, there were different questions. And so now you got different answers on there, even though they're not conflicting with each other. And then we had to both of us went to court. The guy was found guilty. He was sentenced to 10 years. Governor Charlie Crist looked the case over, and a year and a half after the guy had only served a year and a half, he released him from prison. I'm just telling you, the questions, that's why the defense wants to go in there and ask their questions, because the state's going to ask you a different set of questions and that favors them.
I agree.
And same with the defense. They're going to ask different questions that favor them. And I
I
saw
agree.
that firsthand. And there was a stenographer in there. They're doing and then you have to sign that saying you told the whole truth and nothing but the truth. After it's over with, you have to sign that witness thing. At least in my state.
Well, that's why the defense
That's
can pay
why
witnesses
the
to come
defense
in.
wants to talk to her.
I agree. They will
And-
talk to her.
And if it was me, the law will say both sides get to ask. Nothing
They
can
will
stop.
get to talk to her. That's the point I'm trying to make. Everybody keeps saying that the prosecution is trying to hide Bethany and blah blah blah. But eventually,
Hold it. When will they get to talk to her? When she takes the stand? That's no good.
Exactly. But I
well,
think
don't
it's
blame me
Bethany's
for that. Don't
lawyers.
blame
I know,
Bethany
I
for
know,
that.
but
No,
that's no
we're
good.
blaming a grand jury indictment that happened out of left
no,
field.
no. That's
Yeah,
the
don't
law.
blame Ann
They're
Taylor
following-
for it either.
They're following the law. You need to blame your lawmakers for that. They're just doing what they're allowed to do. You
Okay.
can't get mad at the system.
Well, yeah, get mad at not the player, but the game, right?
Exactly. How you gonna get mad because they took a route that they're allowed to take? They're not doing anything.
I agree.
Don't get angry. Well, then don't get angry when Ann does.
That was my first thing. I tipped my hat to the state for finding that, but they didn't really need. They did not need. If all their evidence is solid, they didn't need a grand jury for this. If their evidence is so rock solid.
Could we please not talk over each other? Chat's having trouble hearing.
Can I interject then?
Um,
Misbehaving. Hi, how you doing? I love you, by the way.
Love you too, Brett.
And I do appreciate your opinions. I actually really, really do. But I think that the defense. Well, we disagree on a lot of stuff. At times, and that's fine. It doesn't bother me, and I hope it doesn't bother you either. The defense is pretty clearly saying that they didn't talk to BF, in my opinion, and that they're saying that they don't want to divulge what they know because it might, in my opinion, affect what those people might say as state witnesses. And I think that the chances that they actually interviewed her at this point are probably pretty slim. But even if they did, and the prosecution doesn't know of that interview because it's off the record, then that wouldn't really change the ball game, as far as, they basically can't tell what they want to tell because it might change the outcome of testimony.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then the expert testimony that, that could be maybe some corroboration that is in the discovery with where his car was the whole time or something, because I don't know. Like, so far we haven't seen that he's in the car for sure, or that it's even his car for sure. I mean, you've got the phone pings that allegedly say that they're together, and I'm not discounting that, but there's got to be something, or they wouldn't even be discussing it, and the grand jury being called, regardless of any of our feelings one way or the other, actually did stop, the other proceedings from happening, where it would have been two-sided and would have been a little more fair, in my opinion. And maybe they have their reasons, and maybe their reasons are good or bad. You know what I mean? Obviously, they have their reasons. But yeah.
So people were questioning why the prosecution didn't go for the indictment from the very beginning, but now all of a sudden, when they hear about Bethany, now it's corruption or it's something sneaky going on when they do it. But all along, people were like, why haven't they got an indictment yet? Why haven't they got an indictment? But then when they do it, now they're doing it because of Bethany.
We were all waiting for a preliminary hearing.
And then the other thing I wanted to say in response to you was, you said, in your opinion, you feel like that they're saying that they did not interview Bethany. What is leading you to believe that the defense is saying that they never interviewed Bethany?
Well, because they're saying that because of the discovery or the lack of it, that testimony exists in others' statements, and expert testimony. I mean, that's really what it's saying to
So
me.
that makes you think that that they didn't interview Bethany because of discovery?
I think that the statements that caused them to feel that they had a reason to ask Bethany questions that they have, and that they probably didn't get further than that, but maybe they did, but I just don't think that changes. I don't think that changes the fact that there's a definite reason, apparently, that they don't want to divulge what they do know, whatever that is, that would come out of the statements in open court, So there's got to be a reason. So
I personally think if they had talked to Bethany, I think we'd know that.
How?
All right, let me grab this real quick, y'all.
Well,
Sally Mae, thank you for
know.
that super chat. She says, smile, you're on candid camera. And Pamela, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Okay, go ahead, Lady B.
How would we have known that, Lady B, that they interviewed
I'm not
her?
saying they did. I'm saying I think if they had, we'd probably know it, because they were still making a pretty big deal about talking to her not very long ago.
When? What did they say about it? I don't remember them
trying to get to talk to her.
You mean
back before the
indictment,
grand jury,
right?
Back before the grand jury, they were wanting to talk to her, and then they had the grand jury, and then she has no obligation now to talk to them,
right?
But they were still wanting to talk to her.
When did you hear that they still wanted to talk to her? I didn't hear that. Where did that come from? That's what I'm asking. I haven't heard about Bethany anymore since the indictment. But you saying that you have, so I'm trying to see where have we heard of Bethany again, other than
they hadn't retracted wanting to talk to her.
Yeah, of course they want to talk to her.
Why would they? We won't hear from them though. We won't. You keep saying they wouldn't. Like you're saying that they would tell us stuff.
Would know. I think we would know if they spoke to her. Yeah, because
though? How would they tell us? How would we know that information?
Just like we know everything else.
Exactly.
No, that's vague. I'm not trying to be smart. That's vague. I really don't understand. How would we know? Because the only way we know now what's going on is documents. So what kind of document would let us know that they interviewed Bethany?
I believe there would be a document that told us in some way, shape, or form that they spoke to her.
I can't think of a document.
She doesn't have any obligation to speak to them whatsoever now.
I agree with you. That's not what I'm disagreeing with. What I'm trying to understand is what document, or how would we know? Like usually it's a motion that's filed. That's how we know, or some type of order that's given. That's how we know in the documents what's going on. So I'm trying to figure out how we would know that they interviewed Bethany. They would come and do what kind of document would they say?
I don't think they have interviewed Bethany.
Okay, we're going.
So there wouldn't be a document.
No, we're not going in circles. We're talking about something that it doesn't mean anything.
What I'm saying, we're going.
Hold on a second. There's already a grand jury indictment. He's already indicted. So she has no obligation to talk to him. So I don't believe they talked to her at all. And if they did, and you're saying, well, how would we know? Who knows? Maybe there, Anne would come out with some kind of paperwork. We don't know.
A leak.
But yeah, I don't think they talked to her either after the grand jury. I don't think they did either.
Are the folks in Nevada under the gag order to Idaho?
Anyone attached to the case is under the gag order.
I'm just trying. I don't know. Maybe I just don't get it. I mean, it's like nobody wants to say I don't know up here. It's like we just don't know. Everything doesn't have to have an answer. That's the
no.
point.
I said
I
earlier.
said I don't know.
I said earlier that we don't know if they talked to her or not. I'm just saying that I don't think that they did, because the subpoena comes out. She agreed if they quashed it, she would do the interview. Once that arrangement was made, then here comes the grand jury.
It was 20 days before that grand jury, and
it don't matter if it's 10 or 20. I'm just saying, my opinion is I don't think that they talked to her because of the grand jury.
So I get your opinion. I can't argue with anybody's opinion. What I'm trying to understand is Lady V was saying that we would know whether they did or not. And I'm trying to figure out how
I think
we
there
know.
would be a leak or something, just like we find out every other thing misbehaving.
Okay, that's
but
the answer.
If you think they have spoken to her, then you show me something that says they've spoken to her. I said I didn't know.
I didn't know.
I would think we would know if they had spoken to her. We haven't heard anything because I don't believe they have spoken to her.
None of us know if they did or not, but logical,
but we don't know.
Logical thought would, lead you to believe that they didn't, because it was a damn grand jury and they did it for a reason. Listen.
So you answer my question. You said
if you just want to go with that, that they did that out of nowhere for no reason, that's perfectly fine. I don't believe it.
Let me just ask this real quick. Where were they supposed to, I know a city, but where were they supposed to do this interview at? In a courthouse?
I don't think that was ever said.
Of course, they wouldn't tell us that.
Yeah, I think it was just mentioned about Reno or whatever, but they never said if it would be like at Bethany's attorney's office or a courthouse or anything like that.
All right, because the reason I asked, well, I'll give you two reasons. One was the press would have reported that they met today. We don't know what that was asked because we're not allowed to know because of the gag order, but we do know they met today. They'd have followed Ann down there. They'd have found out what flight she was on, the whole works. The second part, it's kind of going to go along with the first part. I've even heard people on the, of course you can't go by some of these type medias, saying what we've been saying. It squashed it. There won't be she won't have to give her testimony till the day she has to come to court. So I would think the news media would know when Ann or whoever she sent down there to do this question.
Oh, that answers my question. Thank you.
That they went down there with her, and they'd have been there and say, well, they met today, and they'd have had pictures of them coming in and out of the courthouse or wherever they were going to meet.
Mm-hmm.
And Heaven Stars, thank you for that super chat. She said Ann would have what Bethany said by now anyway. I think so.
Right, but once again, those were the questions by the prosecution. Now you want to hear the questions by the defense. When you talk to a prosecutor, it's different than talking to the defense.
I've said it 100 times. There's way too much that isn't in writing that we don't know, but we're all going to find out at Discovery if we get to watch.
Yes.
I wonder what the law is in Idaho about dispositions and stuff, because normally this is unusual. Normally it's like a given that the defense goes in and does a deposition on the on the witnesses. So I'm wondering what the rule is with that. And
okay, let me find a comment that Will had made about that. If I can go up that far. Y'all, my chat, I don't know what's up with it. But where did it
Mine's
go?
flipping back and forth too, really bad.
Okay, I think this is it. Okay, Will said, I'm a paralegal in California. When you set a deposition, you file a notice with the court. This happens everywhere. They aren't a secret event. And then Ray, give me just 1 second. I'll pull you back up. He made another comment. I got to find it about, okay, here it is. No, the deposition is held at a third-party location, and she cannot refuse is summoned by the court. Will, thank you for that information.
What they wanted was not a deposition, though. It was an interview. So I'm trying to figure out why Idaho doesn't do depositions.
Wouldn't it be an interview if
The
it was a
same.
witness? Why would it be a deposition of a witness?
I don't know what the wording was in the document, so I don't know. I can't say yes or no.
I mean, there's something in her statements that came to the defense's attention. That's for sure.
But if I'm not mistaken, you don't depose a witness, to a crime.
Yeah.
Just take a statement. I think.
It could
I
be
mean,
a-
maybe I'm.
Does the defense do that? Are they able to do that or
No,
no?
I think they do that at trial.
So they have to wait. So this isn't unusual for them to wait to interview her. I mean, or cross-examine her on the stand.
I think the absolute opposite. I think it's not abnormal at all.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get the documents pulled back up.
So that brings me
It's
back
just
to
usually a preliminary hearing. That's all.
So that brings me back to my point then of if it's not unusual, why is everyone so angry that it was no preliminary when?
Because of the timing.
Yeah, it's all about the timing.
But okay, I get it. But eventually she had
like the optics and the timing.
This is my thing this is what I'm holding on to. This is my opinion, not fact. My opinion is that why would the state they have to have I find it very hard to believe if it is something that Bethany has that is very detrimental, the state has to not know about it. I just find it hard to believe that they would know something that's big that she has and they would just go forward with all this and know that it can just blow up in their face. And like someone said earlier on panel, they would look stupid in trial and they would have a lot of answers. They would have to answer a lot of questions. I just find that hard to believe that it's something big. I feel like it may be something, but I don't think it's something that's going to make or break the case. I just find that hard to believe. If it is, then I just don't see how the state knows about it.
Be surprised.
I'm trying to go through the document and find out exactly what it says.
Well, I definitely agree with you, Misbehaving, that we don't know one way or the other whether they ever interviewed her or not. But even if they did interview her, that's probably maybe even more reason why they're filing the motions the way that they're filing them.
I didn't think of that. Yeah.
Well, I just want to see fair play because it's the big old state versus you and me, and yeah, and the laws were supposed to be written so that I could get a fair trial, and that the government isn't more powerful than me in a courtroom. I can speak my side of the story and have equal balance on that scale. And it just seems like if you want to know the truth, okay, let's go. Why it shouldn't hurt for her, and maybe she did interview her, and maybe there's nothing she got out of it. Who knows? But it's the timing of it just makes it seem so that the state does not want her comments. None of her comments were in the PCA. We know that. Maybe she doesn't have a good comment enough to show the criminal activity. And then we find out she's not on the witness information list. And now we find out that the grand jury squashes the preliminary, so she's not obligated now, from what we're told. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just going by what I was told, that she doesn't have to testify.
So it's not are you referring to, now it just came back to me, is it not, you're saying the witness list, is it the victims something's?
I'm sorry, the victims list. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that, I don't know if that really has anything to do with like the trial, in my opinion. I need to look to see what that is for. And because when I looked a while back, it seems like from what I remember, it was for you fill it out so that you can opt in or opt out of certain things when it comes to this case. So like getting your belongings out of the house, knowing when the person is released from jail, being
That's the one I'm
kept in the
talking
loop.
about. Right. It tells
So
we arrested the guy. He's on bond. He's in
right.
this courthouse or this county jail.
Oh,
So
hold
why
on.
would that be suspicious to you if Bethany didn't get one? I'm really trying to be open here. I'm trying to figure out why. Like, let's just say what
Well,
you're
that's my
saying is
question. Why
true.
didn't she get one?
I don't see it as like I can't think of a reason why that would be suspicious. That's what I'm trying to think. I mean,
Okay,
I don't see.
so it's sloppy work then by the state unless she opted out. I don't know how you opt out, but
The victim's rights notification form, is that the one you're talking about, Riddler?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe she opted out.
Yeah, and I
Sloppy
don't know.
work. I don't know. Okay, they didn't give her a victim rights statement, so Anne brings that up and proves that they left out of. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out
I'm just figuring out why they
how
didn't
it looks bad.
And if somebody from Idaho can say, I'll tell you why they didn't give her one, because she opted out. And I've heard some people say because she lives out of state. Well, that shouldn't have anything to do with it. You're still a victim.
Because she was on the first floor and they don't consider her a victim.
Well, if she's in the dwelling, she becomes a victim.
She would
I
still
thought they were
be
surviving victims.
a victim.
She's a victim of burglary for sure.
It was my. Oh, sorry. It's my understanding that that BF denied her paperwork. She was offered it, but I don't have like proof of that.
Tony, thank you so much for that super chat. And he said, and they will grow. I'm trying, and then he hashtag Faz Fat Brows. I think Tony's trying to hook up with Ann Taylor.
Okay.
So speaking of Ann, another reason why I'm not overly concerned about, I guess, mishandling or something not coming out in the wash per se, is because I don't know Ann, but from what everybody is saying, she's so great and she's awesome and she's doing such a wonderful job. So in my opinion, I don't think that she would let anything happen that's not supposed to happen. So I'm banking on her too. If she's agreeing to things and she's doing what she's doing on her side, I'm pretty much thinking that she knows what she's doing. So I feel like it's all gonna come out in the end regardless. So
I know Vapor loves Ann Taylor.
I think him and Stevie both, wasn't it?
They're thinking something weird going on over there. I don't know.
Well, I personally think the defense made a huge
I don't even know what she looks like.
Challenging the grand jury. I thought they made a huge mistake because
I agree.
I read the law. It says probable cause.
Well, now.
So that's what I'm saying. Everybody's saying she's so good, so it must be something like it. Like I'm banking on her. Like I don't put. Like I'm waiting to see. I'm like it has to be a reason.
Well, that's the
she's
thing.
doing
Everybody
this.
banked on her. I never banked on her at all because she's a public defender. Like regardless of her.
Yeah, you
who she
have
is.
always said that.
I'm never banking on a public defender.
Misbehaving, I call them public pretenders.
Yeah, Willie has been saying that from the beginning.
In my circles, they call them
attorney.
Dump trucks.
But yeah. I just kind of I've been taking everybody's word for it that she's like, I figured that since so many people are saying it, like she must be good. So I'm waiting, like I'm on the edge of my seat. Like she has to, like it's a reason behind what she's doing. Like I'm waiting to the finish line because I want to see how it all pans out. I really, because everybody has faith in her, I really don't think that she's gonna let it go down bad for him.
For a public defender, she's probably one of the better ones. But is she an F. Lee Bailey? Is she those guys that OJ had, the dream team? No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he doesn't have many.
Bring those guys in and put them over there with Kohberger and see what happens.
There's only so many PDs in Idaho that can even defend him.
I wonder if there's like attorneys that came forward to do this pro bono, and you turned them down to stick with Ann? Curious.
Well,
They'd
they
have
want
to
to
be
get
licensed
paid.
in Idaho, looking for publicity.
Well, they want to get paid. That's the bottom line. And then they would set up a GoFundMe page, and he's not going to get any money on a GoFundMe page.
I don't know. There's some wackos
Yes,
out there.
he
Riddler.
would.
He
Yes,
can get some money.
Yes, he would.
Well, didn't his parents have a GoFundMe page, and they made him take it down?
Yeah, they'd do a give, set, and go or something.
Yeah.
Well, that's why, and that's why I didn't understand the comment earlier about, that I sound like I want him to be innocent, because there's a hell of a lot more people out there that for some reason want him to be innocent, yet and it doesn't make any sense to me. Like some of the narratives, there's a group on Facebook and stuff, and all day they talk about, how great he was and how innocent he is, and I just don't understand. Like I don't understand the motive behind that of what, why.
You can buy those comments.
My feelings is I want justice. I want the right person caught, the right person in jail. And just the way everything looks, I don't feel he's the right person.
Or there's another person, something,
Yeah,
Okay.
see, I'm leaning towards two people.
Heaven Star said to exercise your right as a victim, you must make a written request to the district court on a form provided by the prosecuting attorney. And y'all, I do apologize, I'm missing some of these comments, but my chat sticks and then it starts rolling again and it goes way up. So I'm missing a lot of them.
So from what you read, if she didn't fill it out,
yeah, if she didn't fill out the form, she wouldn't have gotten one.
So now let's speculate why she wouldn't fill it out.
Let's don't go there. Let's just keep it.
No, let's go there. Say
it. Maybe just because she doesn't want to get involved in it any more than what they're going to make her get involved in it.
I heard she's been very quiet.
Or she's following her lawyer's advice.
Yeah, that too.
I definitely think, like everybody keeps saying, the prosecution doesn't want her to testify. I think it's her attorney. I think the prosecution could probably care less. I think it's her attorney who's telling her to be quiet. I know I would. Yeah. I would be quiet. Like, why would I be talking if I don't have to?
Okay, so wait, Miss Behaven, I got to ask you: are you in any type of law, like a lawyer, legal secretary, anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. Just checking.
Why, you want to say something bad about him?
Oh no,
I'm just kidding.
YouTube law.
No, I was because
YouTube
I mean you made good arguments, and so that's why I was asking.
And Misbehaving, we value your opinion. We do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, everybody's opinions welcome here, and that's what I kept putting in chat. Whether we agree, we're all adults. At
We're
the end
all
of the day, we
about it.
Right. We can all agree to disagree.
And not get mad at each other.
Especially by now.
Right.
Especially by now, how many times we've done this. It's like people still don't get it. We're just
like what was said before. I agree with some points and I disagree with others.
I don't like none of your points. No, I'm just kidding.
That's fine by me. I want to just follow the law and facts.
I just don't like none of this stupid. Yeah, I just don't like none of this stupid shit. The drugs, Brent Kopaka, this Dot person, this Kim person, this that person. It's like that's all stuff that should not even be in here because, like you said, that taints a jury pool. That kind of stupid stuff.
I just don't want to see another dumpster.
Yeah, another red arrow.
Yeah.
I don't want to see him get off and then them scrambling to try to find somebody else to fit the mold.
That'd be
great.
I don't want him dumpster fire.
I don't want him to get off if he's the one that's responsible for it. But if he's not the one responsible for it, I don't want an innocent man going on death row either.
Agreed.
Getting shot.
But he sure looks freaking guilty.
This is my thoughts on it. Like, okay, I don't want this to come off wrong. I'm not blaming anybody. Okay, I'm not blaming the quote unquote surviving victims or roommates. But the way I see it, because they don't have any other leads, if it's not BK, then it has to be someone in the house because there's no other leads.
A lot
And
of people have
I
said
don't
that.
think, and in my
Yeah.
opinion, I don't think that it's them, because I think that they would have been heavily investigated, because they are the likely first people who would be suspected. So that's how I'm looking at it, until I see some other evidence of someone else. Like those, I'm interested in those other two unidentified sources, which I also don't think that the prosecution is gonna go to trial without leaving those stones unturned. I think they're gonna have an answer for that, but I'm still waiting to see what the answer is.
Misbehaving when I
And the
was on
gloves.
another channel way long time ago when this first came out, and when you got two people, two survivors, an 8-hour delay for 911, and from what we could see back then, we still don't know. There's no tracks going out of the house. People were right then jumping on the two girls or
Yeah.
somebody they had over. I'm telling you, that's the way it was back in
Look at
November.
Darley.
Yeah.
Because they're the obvious. I think that they're the obvious, so that's why I just can't see them being. I see them being heavily investigated, because they're the obvious. They're the easiest.
Well,
If you're gonna pin it on somebody, like, they're the easiest to pin it on.
they were heavily investigated, and I bet you, I can't prove it. I bet the FBI investigated them. I bet the state police investigated them. Then I believe Moscow police department investigated them. And it says they came in on several times. So they just didn't take their word the first time like they did on mine when I went to a court case.
Exactly.
They got called back in and called back in.
And that's the only thing that leads me to believe that they put so much pressure on her that she said, I saw somebody.
My thing is that way back in the beginning, for several months, it was like, okay, so this Jack is guilty, that Jack is guilty. Well, that didn't work out, so now this guy is guilty. Well, now that guy is guilty. And it's like they try to crucify every person that they think is guilty with no evidence at all. And that's very upsetting to me. And I kept saying that to them. You guys need to stop this. It could be somebody that we don't even have a clue, that's not even in this picture, but it went from one to another at the grub truck thing. It was just absolutely ridiculous. And I'm like, there's going to be some people out there that are going to remember that, not hear anything else, and still going to think those people are involved somehow.
They do. I see it in other channels. They still say,
So that's
Yeah,
why
I see that.
this channel. That's why I like this channel, because we try to keep fact-based with everything we know. And we do say, I don't know if we don't know. But, it's like people don't get that this is a life-changing ordeal for people that are pulled into all of this, and it's upsetting. It's
Well,
just,
I think of
I
this.
get upset about the girls too, because now this is not fitting our narrative. Some people are like, this isn't really fitting the narrative like of BK, but so now it's got to be the girls.
We're focused on some unknown DNAs. I want to know how many known DNAs they have, because I'm sorry, there's more than just 6 or 8 or 10 DNAs.
Oh, there's probably a lot of DNA in that house.
Not if
Fingerprints galore.
Not if there was cleanup. There wouldn't be.
Well, then they'd know that. They'd know the chemical. They would know that there's chemicals on the ground. They would know that somebody did a cleanup, because they find that all the time during the investigation.
Well, that's what I mean, and that's why I want to know what's on that latent print. Was there,
Especially because if we know that there was a party the night before, then law enforcement knows that there was a party the night before. So if they go into a house that there's no DNA, I would think they would know.
Yeah, that
something
is
was up.
suspicious.
Yeah, something's wrong somewhere. Yeah,
right.
How does a foot? Oh, sorry.
I know how to tell.
Fred in that foot, y'all. That foot, Fred.
They definitely would know how to tell if it was a cleanup or not.
So,
Misbehaving. Have you seen the video of the forensic team? They walk outside, then they walk back inside.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the lady sneezing.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Well, just like the picture, I think I showed it on here. The cop standing at the back sliding door where the door is still open, and he's standing there. He don't have anything on his feet, like no booties or nothing like that. And he's just all up in the house.
I'm thinking that a lot of their DNA would probably be on standby though to rule out certain DNA or whatever, and their shoes or whatever, they would probably have them.
Well, yeah. See, my thing was I want to know what was the order, and what I was trying to get in. They did the floor first, so now we didn't got to worry about people walking on the floor.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We got all of our information off the floor, so now you got to wear your booties, but
Yeah.
still wear gloves, and still wear masks. You know, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What was the order of taking up the evidence? Are we gonna go first floor and the floor and then the walls? And Lord only knows what that place looks like inside right now.
Oh, I couldn't imagine.
Yeah.
So what good would it be for a witness to go in there? I mean, a jury to go in there and look at it. They're gonna say, "Boy, he did all this damage."
So what I was trying to find documentation of, where is Fofa? Didn't
I don't know where she's. I haven't talked to Fofa today, so I really don't know.
She needed a 24-hour nap.
So she deserves it. So wasn't it said, we know Bethany has an attorney? Wasn't it said that Dylan had an attorney? I was trying to look before I came up on panel to see when she got that attorney, because that would kind of take away your question, Willie, like that they hammered her into saying something that she didn't want to say, because if she had her attorney there, the attorney probably wouldn't let that happen.
I thought
when did she retain counsel as well?
Yeah.
So it was said that, I don't know if it was the day on the 13th, or if it was like a couple of days after that, but it was said at the very beginning, allegedly Dylan and her boyfriend both lawyered up. But I don't know if it's true or not, but that is what was said. Yeah. Yeah.
It would be smart though. I mean, like, I feel like that would have been the smart thing to do. But the question is when.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out.
What brother said is law enforcement spoke to him. So I'm assuming they didn't just keep speaking to law enforcement if they had a lawyer. But I don't know.
Yeah, initially, of course, they probably, said what,
Yeah.
That was probably the most authentic interview, that very first beginning. Anything after that, I think maybe
I think once people started accusing or coming up with narrative that they were involved or something, then she lawyered up. Who knows? She felt pressure. I don't know.
Or she could be smart and lawyered up from the get-go.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If they spoke to her multiple times, then why is she talking multiple times with a lawyer?
Really, Eric said that.
Yeah, we don't know.
I've heard that too. What Eric said.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I've heard that her stepmom is an attorney.
Oh, that would be great.
Dylan's stepmom is an attorney.
786 new chats. Holy shit.
I definitely heard that as well.
Yeah, that came out in the very beginning as well.
I remember that.
What kind of attorney is she?
Yeah, that's another good question. But
I don't know.
She probably had connections though, whatever.
Exactly.
I think a big question for me is how does a footprint become latent in only one of them that is mentioned? Like, if it becomes latent, there should be a trail of not so latent ones, I feel like, or something. And it's right outside of her door. So if she's like witnessing people with bushy eyebrows walking out of doors and stuff, like, does it become latent on its own, or did someone make it latent? And and if someone made it latent, then who made it latent? Because allegedly dude had somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 minutes to operate in.
So
Yeah.
didn't Scarlett, did you read, or was I on another chat in another live? Sorry. Didn't you just read something about, said that it was protein that the amido black picks up?
That's
That
what
was
Riddler said.
Riddler.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does it necessarily have to be blood then? Can it just be anything that was latent?
It says, from what I read, it said protein from body fluid, and it used the example.
So
The
it has to be a
red
body
fluid.
fluid.
Yeah, it said red fluid. Now, some people in here says, oh, it can be fingernails. No, I don't know how fingernails get on shoe prints.
No, I don't think it's good.
So I didn't
So
go
it
with
has to be some type of body fluid.
right.
Okay.
Because
So
And it
the
changes
protein.
colors when they paint over it.
I still don't think it was cleaned. Or it could have been clean. I won't say that it wasn't clean. I feel like if it was clean, they know that.
Well, somebody could have stepped on it because we don't know how many people came in that house.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, with what's his name coming
And
over.
even Dylan
And you know
coming
what?
back out of her room to go check on her roommates.
Yeah.
If she did that, and she couldn't get the doors open or whatever, and then we don't know when whoever came over made the 911 call or
And
what
kept stepping over it.
either stepped on it or over it. I
I mean,
don't know.
yeah, stepped on it.
I want
Yeah.
to know if they have video of the home for the full, the 8-hour time gap. I want to know if they have video of the actual, just even if it's far away, because if the lights are on, I'm just curious to see in that 8-hour time gap if there's any like shadows or anything, any kind of movement in the house or anything going
The
on.
only way they'd have that kind of video is if there's a DVR connected to the camera.
No. I mean, so how they're saying that they have footage of them coming home, or
Right,
whatever.
like a Ring doorbell. It captures
so
motion.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying about just the house itself with lights on, just to view that to see if there's any kind of movement going past the lights or movement here, movement there, to see if there was any more movement after 4:25 or whatever.
I feel like the video is a plus, but at their age, even at my age, I wouldn't be awake for that long and not touch my phone. So they would know if they were moving around about their house, or even if they were awake. I feel like they would know just based on their phones. I don't think they would go that whole time without touching their phones.
And you're 100% right. I
Yep.
agree with you totally. And what they're going to see from the phone dumps is every action that was taken on the
Right.
phone.
Yeah.
So even if they just tap their screen to
Right.
show them the time,
Yeah.
they'll be able to see
Anything.
that action.
Yeah, anything would incriminate. Like when I say incriminate them, like if it really was something nefarious going on and they really knew that it was a death or what, this happened and they didn't report it, I feel like they would know. They would know that they
Yeah.
were scurrying around doing stuff. They wouldn't just be sitting in one spot just doing nothing. Unless that's one definition of frozen shock, I guess. But I don't think they would just be sitting there in one spot. I don't see how a person could just sit there in one spot knowing that something like that happened and not move their phone.
Yet another reason why I'm so excited for Discovery, because the electronic portion of that is going to be fascinating.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I can't wait to see the black box.
I can't wait for all of it. Did
Fuck
you
you,
really just
Willie.
say that?
You son of a bitch.
That's me, all of it.
Son of a bitch, Willie.
Mr.
Miss
Haven.
Go ahead, Lady V. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to say something too, really. Miss Behaven, I wasn't trying to argue with you at all. So I just wanted to let you know that you're just good to bat back and forth with.
No, you don't have to give disclaimers up here. I've been here long enough to know how it works.
Okay.
Right.
It's always a
I
healthy
love-
debate when Miss
It
Behaven is
is.
up here.
I
And
know I'm the
I love a
opposition.
good. I
so
love a good.
that's
back
how it
and
goes.
forth. Yeah, I love a good back and forth. I do. I mean, it gets your brain going. It stimulates your thoughts. It just, So, but I didn't want you to think I was just arguing to argue.
No,
Hey,
it would
always
be
felt
boring if we were just.
Yeah, it would be.
I've
yeah.
always felt like an outsider until Willie showed up because I've always said that I say he's innocent until he's proven guilty. He's innocent.
Yeah, no, I don't mind taking the heat.
Oh, you like the heat.
I invite it.
But see,
Mhm.
that's why I like everybody who comes in the chat, everybody who comes on panel. We can all agree to disagree, have a healthy debate, and we're still cool with each other.
Yeah.
And that's what I
Yep.
like.
Shut this off, go to bed, and live our
Right.
normal lives, and meet again.
Right.
My statement is I'm not here to run a popularity contest.
Absolutely not.
I could care less. I mean, I don't need public opinion's favor. I'm not a politician.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you know, like before, I was getting messages and stuff like, "Oh, so, you know, blah blah." Like, I don't care. Like, I'll delete this. I'll press uninstall right now, and guess what? None of this matters. None of it. So like, I don't take this too seriously, like everybody else. You know, some people that are arguing and going after each other and doxing each other. It's all just nonsense.
Yeah, the whole doxing thing is ridiculous, honestly.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's
What if that
a
brings
very
personal-
dangerous thing
Exactly.
to dox somebody.
Because what if you have some crazy person that
Mm-hmm.
follows that information and goes and does something? Then what? Then all of a sudden it's real.
Yeah.
If he's guilty, the selfish side of me does not want him to plead because I want to be nosy and know everything.
Oh, I agree with that one.
Oh yeah. Oh, that would ruin me.
That's
if
the
he goes
selfish
the day before
side
the
of me.
trial and says, we changed our plea. We had a plea deal offer, and
No.
Yeah, I would be
I'll be his
upset.
ass.
Yeah,
honestly.
I don't. I mean, it would be a good thing because of for the obvious, you know. But the selfish side of me would be like, man, I wanted to know.
Yeah.
I look at dollars
we've
and cents.
invested in this for almost a year.
It would save the state a lot of money. if it
Right,
to go
yeah.
this route.
Yeah,
Miss-
Yeah, but I
and
still want to
families.
know. I still want to know because if not, then we have to do FOIA requests, and then we have to wait for like. I just want to hear it argued out in court between the prosecution and the defense. I want to hear the
Right.
two.
Yeah,
I want to hear
the
both
battle.
sides argue.
Yeah,
Especially at this point.
Yes,
Yeah, I
Miss
mean, we
David,
have like almost a year invested in this thing, you know?
exactly.
misbehaving. How much faith do you have in touch DNA?
touch DNA alone, not a lot of faith, but the circumstances around it, that's a different story. I do think that sometimes people use touch and transfer interchangeably, and it's not necessarily interchangeable because I feel like touch could be, and maybe the studying that I have done is wrong, but the way I thought I interpreted it was touch means that it's touch. You're touching it. That person, you're directly touching it. Whereas the transfer is like you shake someone's hand and then you touch the object and now it's on there.
But it's still skin cells, and that's why I said, like, if he touched it, then where's the partial print? Where's the fingerprint?
I think that too.
It's hard to get to see it. I would think on the button snap where they saw it.
I get it. I'm just saying.
If it was between transfer and touch, and they just said it was transfer, I would be like, I would definitely be no. But if it's touch, that gives me a little bit more confidence because that means that the person touched it. However, it doesn't tell you when they touched it, but that's better than transfer in my opinion.
Well,
Yeah, I agree.
It puts him in the house.
Exactly.
That's what they've got to do in this case. They got to put him in the house because you can't burglar a house unless you're inside of it.
Right.
So I heard your comment too on another live about, you said they can say that he circled the house 1,000,000 times, but if they can't put him in the house, then I'm not sold. I would have to disagree to a certain extent because if you show me circumstantial evidence, like something that would show me that it's him or his car at this point, because now they pretty much said he was driving around. So if it was his car and you could pretty much prove to me that it was his car or circling around that house, I'm pretty much sold like that he went in because of the sheet.
Hold on. The definition of burglary. Show me where it says, if I circle the house 1,000 times, I'm guilty of burglary.
But it's circumstantial.
It won't matter. You've got to back that law up with a statute. Now show me a statute.
Look at how many other people were driving. Look at the dude coming into frame, going towards the house, and then coming back and hopping into
if they
a
circle
truck.
it 3 or 4 times though.
If they do it 5 or 6 times, that's stalking. So there's your statute.
And if that phone ping doesn't put him inside the house, it means nothing to me. They're just using that they're using that as secondary. They can still have to put him in the house, and what's got him arrested is that touch DNA.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. That's what seals it for me. So when you say if he can circle the house, that's just too coincidental to me that you're like I can show you circling the house. I can clearly see that it's your car. And I gotta ignore that it's a knife sheath under someone. I gotta ignore that. That pretty much, both of those together, that seals it for me.
Well, on the opposite coin, you have to prove that that's his vehicle.
That's what I'm saying.
Driving around.
You prove it, that's what I'm saying. If you prove that it's him circling, I'm gonna assume that it was you that went in because the sheath is under that. Even if I don't even know if it's the murder weapon.
Okay, my statement is, forget the touch DNA. Say there's no touch DNA. If his car is just circling that house, I don't care if it went 1,000,000 times. You can't get me for burglary. I haven't.
Yeah,
I ain't been on the.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Okay. It's that sheath and even though it's not confirmed that we know of as what was holding the weapon, it's still enough for me if they were both together. Knowing that they proved that it was him in that car, and that's just too much of that's.
But like you said, if somebody is like, say, somebody stepped on the print or something, and that's what made it, not visible because somebody, was summoned to the house. The issue I'm seeing here, and I think it's, I feel bad for him, but it's, it is what it is Hunter. Like if you put Hunter and Bryan together, and you laid out the circumstantial evidence, like he was in the house. His touch DNA is if he touched the doorknob in the house. If he stepped on that latent shoe print, his shoe prints are in the house. He's the neighbor. His phone was obviously pinging in that area. So it's like, you could take him just from, being summoned over. That's why I think it was so important that she called 911 and not another person, because you have contamination, and now you have, again, somebody that the defense can use as reasonable doubt and put him at the scene. And
do we still have the sheath, though?
Huh?
Do we still have the sheath? We got Hunter. Do we still have the sheath?
No, I'm saying aside from the sheath itself, I'm saying if he touched the doorknob and he touched, it's still touch DNA in the house. Because again, we still don't know for 100% fact. Again, we can speculate from the bruising and stuff, but if a K-bar was 100% the only knife used, if it was used, we don't even know if it was 100% used.
The alternative, in my opinion, looking at it logically, the alternative is we don't know if that's the murder weapon that's used. But logically, if it's not, that would mean that somebody planted it there. So now my mind has to go down the path of, well, who would have planted it? Who would have put it? Who would have went up there under the bodies, and then where did they get BKs? That's just going too far. I can go down that road, but it's
I don't go down that road. I don't go down that road at all. I mean, again, it's just I look at what the defense can say, and defense can say that the knife sheath belonged to somebody else in the house, or
But then the person, they can say that. The defense can say whatever they want, but the jury then has to go down the alternative, which would be.
And why would
I understand, but a sheath is still not a weapon.
But
as much as we want to believe it is. Sorry, lady.
I'm just asking why would somebody want to plant his DNA there?
That's what I'm saying.
Apart
That's the
from the
road.
obvious reason of making him look guilty, I'm just saying who in authority that would be able to do that, why would they even think to plant anything?
My thing is that little bit of touch DNA for all you guys that think or are convinced that he's guilty. Does that erase all your probable doubt? Just touch DNA. I know you say you correlate it and add the car, and let's say add the pings, but let's say it comes out in court that it's an 8-mile radius for the tower, so that he could be anywhere in that 8-mile radius. So we throw away the pings. The car, they got pictures of the back, let's say, and it doesn't have a license plate, but he had a license plate on the back, and it doesn't have a license plate on the front because they have pictures, video of that. So that's thrown out. So all you have is the touch DNA. So does touch DNA erase all doubt for you?
So hypothetically, if all of that happened, I would have reasonable doubt. But it's hard to use that scenario because I seriously doubt that that's all the evidence. But let's just say, going with your theory, that the only thing we had is that touch DNA. Of course, that's reasonable doubt.
Hey, William. Real quick, let me ask Heaven Star's question. So she says, I have a question. What if the prosecutor showed BK's parents a picture of the sheath and asked them if they have seen BK with that sheath, and if they said yes,
they better not say
that. What if BK's parents gave BK a K-bar knife and sheath as a gift?
Oh my God.
Well, I have another thing.
My parents.
I don't know if it's
that would be horrible.
It's been talked about that BK bought a knife from out of a trunk from some random dude in a car or whatever. What if that guy had a chest full of knives and he looked at him and touched some and whatnot, and then he went and sold a knife to somebody else?
That's what Riddler was saying when he went to the, where'd you say, Army Navy store or whatever. He would, he picked up 14, 15 K-bar knives, and if somebody bought that K-bar knife and went and did something with it,
right,
Riddler's touch DNA's on it.
But he would likely have an alibi. He probably wouldn't be circling the house.
Likely.
I would be his alibi.
I did circle that house. I did to prove a point.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She said, and she's asking again, what if BK's parents gave BK K-bar knife and sheath?
That's possible.
What would have been nice on the K-bar if they had serial numbers on the sheath or the knife, especially the knife. But we don't know if they got the knife or not. But anyway, if they had the serial number, now they can trace it like they do firearms. They can trace it. Some of my knives do have numbers on them. Now the K-bar doesn't. It's going to have a special font that tells you what year it was made. By looking at that font, you'll know what year it was made, where it says K-bar, Utica, New York, and then it's got a little font on it. But there's nowhere on there that there's serial numbers. And it would have been nice if it was on the sheath or on the weapon itself. And that way they could say, yeah, we sold that. Because you know how they track things, especially with Amazon and Walmart.
Yeah.
And if he had to buy it, he had to buy it with a credit card, I'm sure.
Well, let's just say if they gave him a knife and a sheath and it was still back in Pennsylvania, I think they would have found it. And if he owned one, he should be able to produce it if it wasn't used in this crime.
Well, that was my next thing. If they find a knife, where's the knife to that sheath?
Right.
And let's say he has an extra knife, a dummy knife, and he says, here's the knife that belongs to that sheath. And now I'm going to tell you right now, that metal is porous. They would find DNA.
Absolutely. Here's my question to you, Riddler. Can they 100% say that, look at the entry wounds and everything and say for 100% fact that that same knife would fit in that sheath, same size, same everything? Can they do that?
I don't think so. I think they get pretty close to it because there's so many knives that are copycat just like that.
Well, that's what I mean.
Now, K-Bar makes plenty of different knives. They all look different. But that
Hey,
U.S.
Riddler.
Marine Corps knife, there's plenty of knives that look just like it that aren't United States Marine Corps knives.
So it could be a different knife just in a sheath like that.
Hey, Riddler.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all know I couldn't stay away. I was listening while I was doing furniture. Have you tried taking the cover off of the handle part of your K-bar?
No, I've never taken the cover off of it.
There's a serial number under the cover. Well, there is on the ones I have here.
The handle?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I've never heard of that. No.
On the tank.
What are you doing taking that off?
I wanted to see.
Yeah, that's like super dangerous.
I know.
Well, I wanted to see if it had a serial. I was reading that some K-bars have serial numbers underneath that piece that goes over the handle. And so I wanted to see. So I took it off. My dad's USMC K-bar, it has a number underneath the handle. And then the other K-bar I have is my ex-husband's, and that was like, so he was in the Marine Corps in like the 90s. His didn't have a serial number, but it has like, I think it's like a letter and then 2 numbers. It's
How
not
many
a serial
K-bars
number.
do you have?
Oh, just those 2?
It could be a model number.
I have 2 hands. I gotta have 2, you know. Yeah,
So when you buy a K-bar, it automatically comes with the sheath?
You can buy them on Amazon. You can buy just the knife or just the sheath, or you can buy them together.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't necessarily, even if it was a serial number, you couldn't still match it. That's horrible.
See, I've never bought one. Mine are heirlooms, I guess. You know, like my dad is definitely an heirloom.
Well, that's why I'm asking these questions, because of of what
I'll
Ann's
tell you what
gonna
I'll
say.
do. I'll contact K-Bar and ask them if they put serial numbers on their K-Bar United States Marine Corps knives.
Look on their website, Riddler. That's where I found it.
Well,
They still don't put serial numbers on the sheaths. They don't stamp it into the leather. I mean, mine that I have is from Korean War, and it doesn't have a serial number.
Yeah, so if they don't find the weapon, then what does it matter?
But Avery is saying you'd have to tear the handle off. Is that right, Avery?
Yeah.
And it's on the tang. That's the metal part that's under the handle.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
you're saying it's on the tang. The one of them has it, but the other one doesn't.
Oh, Lord, I could see somebody's finger coming off, trying to take the handle off this knife. Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. And she said, what if he had it and couldn't show the sheath?
He'd be cooked.
Well, what's that first knife that they...
Not if he says I
have?
didn't.
I never had one.
Yeah.
The first knife they picked up in the warrant, it just says knife. It doesn't say what type of knife it is.
It don't have a description like the other two do, like a brand or anything like that.
And
So they made a kitchen knife?
I'll tell you how I did it too without cutting myself. I just slid it out. So like the only from the hilt to the well, I guess you would call it the top was out of the sheath. The blade was still in the sheath. And I just held my hand on my left hand on the blade over the sheath, with the blade in there, and then used my right hand to take the thing off.
So you didn't have to unscrew it or anything? It just slid?
Yeah, you do have to.
Okay.
Yeah. But Scarlett, I work with saws and skill saws and everything else. I'm not
no, but I can just see people are going to try to take it off now to see if they have one.
I know.
And I'm going to go live tomorrow night, and I'm going to hear about all these injuries to
Somebody's
hands
in the ER.
Well, you guys don't listen. Don't do what I do, okay? Like,
but at least you kept it in the sheet and did it.
Yeah,
that was yeah.
I see where Willie is going though. That could be reasonable doubt with trying to match up. It's just the sheath that they can argue. Doesn't necessarily mean. But that's why it's like everything that makes it look worse for him. But if you just had that touch DNA, like what I think that was Ray that asked me that, right? If that was the only thing I had,
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't be enough because it can a lot of reasonable doubt could be thrown in there.
That's, I mean, collectively, you can make a case, but when it's broken down and how she can break it down and all the ammunition she has to break it down, that's what I'm scared of. Because piece by piece, things start going away, and then you're only left with this and that.
I'm laughing at Tonka. She said, "Why you got handcuffs?" That's true.
I want to know why she's got them.
That's true.
Riddler.
They're called stimulants.
Oh Lord.
Yes. Somebody
Does your K-bar have the screw-in pommels, or does it have the pin pommel?
Pins.
I'll have to look at it. Mine's the Air Force version, which Air Force really never had of K-bar. We used Ontario's knives, but I bought one because it's solid black.
I think Tony's in the back.
Yeah,
because I don't know if it has the pin pommel. You might have to watch a video on how to disassemble it if you want. But mine has the screw pommel, so
You just tap them out. It's not that hard.
oh,
I can see.
Yeah, just get a punch it out of there.
Yeah, right. I ain't touching no knives. I'll cut my
Eva's
finger
like,
off.
why am I back on camera again tonight?
hi puppy.
He always puts me on here.
My dogs are all asleep, flat on their backs, with their legs spread, airing out their testicles. Because they're hot.
That's classy.
Freaking hot here.
My little baby's in bed with her daddy.
My dogs don't have any shame, and they don't know what class is. Seriously.
I'm in the garage, and my dog is guarding the door to the house. As soon as I open the door, she's laying right there. And it's he's like, oh, move out the way.
Avery, if you could send me that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. No,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Lady V.
I was just saying boys have no shame when it comes to that area.
Yep.
Avery, send me that link.
Okay.
Because I'm on K-Bar site now trying to figure out where they got their serial numbers at on the United States Marine Corps knife.
Let me go grab it, and I'll put it in the back chat. Or you want me to email it to you?
A back check will work. That'll work.
Okay.
He's gonna name the dog Ann. He's gonna rename her. He's been talking about Ann all night.
Ann's number 2. Focus number 1.
What is she? I don't even know what she looks like, Ann Taylor.
You've never seen
Really?
picture? You've never seen her in court?
She's smiling.
I saw the side of her head.
She's got long blonde hair.
She got thin eyebrows.
That's funny because I've watched the court and everything, and I can't picture her face. I was more intent on what was being said than people.
I just don't know what she looks like at all. Just keep hearing her name.
Hold on, now we got to find a picture for Willie, of her for Willie.
Yeah, I need to see her now.
How did she draw eyebrows on there, Tara?
Average. Probably a bit manicured. Not full and lovely like Scarlett's.
Oh Lord.
Wait, what did he say?
They're not full and lovely like Scarlett's.
And eyebrows.
Oh.
You can't be trusted.
Do I need to change my profile picture back to my other?
Well, now you need to send Ann some money so she can get eyebrow enhancement.
She needs eyebrow volumizer.
Volumizer.
Poor doggy.
I want to know how
that
Tony
spray
knows
for the
about all this eyebrow stuff.
All right.
I know about 60 stuff.
I want to know if anybody's ever got their eyebrows done by those people in the mall that use a string.
Yes, it hurts. Yes.
I was thinking the
that
same
looks
thing.
insane.
It hurts.
I cut my own eyebrows.
Oh.
Wait,
I've
what
I've
hurts?
seen it done, but
What hurts?
It's called threading. when they the eyebrow threading, it hurts worse than wax.
Yeah, I've seen videos of that. It didn't look good.
Screw that.
Does it pluck them or does it cut them?
They have like shaves them and cuts them with a
Yeah.
fine.
It's like a tweet. It feels like tweezers times 10. Like
Yeah.
you're plucking it, but it's worse than plucking.
That's what I said. I think
Whipping it
it's
out.
actually plucking with the string. It doesn't cut it.
I had my eyebrows waxed one time, actually not too long ago, and I had an allergic reaction to the wax, and I had like cuts, and it was bleeding like all around my eyebrows, and then it just kept swelling and swelling, and it was about a week and a half that I looked like somebody had beat the crap out of me.
I can't see that at
That's
all.
not romantic. It's not romantic at all.
Okay, let me see. Because I can't blow that one up any bigger.
Here. I'm just gonna Google it real quick.
Okay. Eric, have a good night. Thank you for joining us.
I think I saw like a meme picture of it. Like a meme.
Don't fall in love with Willie when you see her.
I never fall in love.
Saucy. She's very saucy.
Yeah, Brazilian is, yeah. Okay, yeah. It's not as bad as Brazilian.
Yeah, I get a Brazilian from my chin to my ankles.
I was just gonna say, a Brazilian is not on your eyebrows, and that shit hurts like hell too.
Yeah.
Hair thing that hurts me is when I'm drinking out of a can and I pull the can away and it plucks one of my mustache hairs and then tears come.
Ouch.
She
That
gained a
just
little
hurts.
weight over the years, huh?
Yeah, that one that I had that I pulled up on screen, that was one from one of Bryan's court dates.
Are you guys checking out Ann Taylor?
Well,
'Cause
Willie
I
said
keep
he
looking
had
for
never
this K-Bar
seen.
website and not
I
seeing.
check her out all the time. She's a lovely lady.
Willie said that he had never seen what she looked like, so I was pulling up a picture for him.
I hear that she's stylish.
She's very popular with Vapor, I hear. I hear he's got a bit of a thing for her. I don't want to say anything out loud, but I hear he's got a bit of a thing for her.
Back to the K-bar, like Riddler likes to often say. I agree with misbehaving. Again, I think that, and I have thought for, most of the time I've ever thought about it, that it's a real possibility that they may convict him on the circumstantial evidence that we know of because of the group of it, as she was saying. And there's so many unknowns though, like for instance, the sheath says directly that it's single source male DNA, and so we don't know for sure, I guess, that there isn't some other DNA on the knife, but I think that one could lean towards that direction, but the real question is where that DNA actually resides on the sheath itself, and if there is any other DNA on it, because if there isn't, as I said before, then someone cleaned it very well, because there would be other DNA. You would,
Especially if it's leather.
Yeah, because I'm thinking if it's by Maddie, and I would think there would almost have to be some sort of red stuff on it.
It should be covered in DNA.
Summer and Troll, thank you both for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of y'all. Thank you.
Avery, just back to the K-Bar. I just on their site, and they show where you've got they've got where it says to look on the tang of the knife, and they said the only thing they stamp on there is the date. Those numbers are the date that it was made.
Well,
And you got a different fonts of K-Bar for the different years. But does yours actually have a serial number like 1115999730 or something like that?
yeah, I believe it's called the NSN number.
That's the national stock number for the federal government.
Yeah.
It's going to be 4 digits, then 2 digits, then back to 4 digits like that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that won't be a serial number. That'll be a national stock number for the federal government.
Oh.
So does everybody have a different number then, or is all depending on that branch?
National stock number in the military, I believe that's what that NSN stands for. That tells you the nomenclature of what you're ordering.
Oh, okay.
But would the ones like you order off of Amazon have that same number?
No, I doubt that. I doubt they'll have any NSN. Now, the NSN means that was issued for one purpose only to the government.
For the military or whatever?
Well, it would have to, yeah, I would say military. Now, I mean, other entities of the government may want to use it also.
Okay.
Law enforcement, government law enforcement or something. But that's usually what an NSN number would be. So I'm glad you told me NSN, because that tells me that was probably used.
She has the real one, huh?
Conflict. Yeah, she's got the real deal. You got what's called what I touched at a collector's or an antique show when they had them in there. That this one was used in Okinawa. This one was used at another place here and there, different wars.
Well, I don't know what year my dad got it, but he was drafted when he was 17, and he was.
What was he in?
Huh?
What war was he in?
Vietnam.
Vietnam, yeah. See, he's probably was he Marine?
Brother, real quick,
Marine.
Scarlett, I gotta hop down because it's almost 4 o'clock. But it was nice talking to y'all. And
okay, well, thank you for coming up.
Good night.
Yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow, and hope
Have
everybody has a good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Good
Yeah, have a
night.
good night, really.
All right, see you guys. God
Yeah,
bless y'all.
that national stock number won't go back to a certain individual. It's just giving you a nomenclature of what you bought.
Okay. I gotcha.
I don't know why they don't put serial numbers. They could put a national stock number on there.
That's what I thought. I thought that was a serial number. So.
Isn't that about 12 digits?
Yeah.
Has it got dashes between?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
spaces. I believe it was spaces. I'd have to go take it back apart and look, but I think it was spaces.
No, and it probably goes 4 digit, then it skips, and then it goes to 2
Yeah.
digits, then it skips, and goes to 3, then it goes back to 4. Yeah, yes.
I know when it was given to me. Let's see, my dad was born in 1945. He was drafted. No, he was born in 42. He was drafted when he was 17, and he died when he was 49. And so I was like, I think I was like 12 when it was given to me. And I just remember being told, like, put it up, don't ever do anything with it, because like one day it's going to have a lot of, like keep passing it down in the family, because it's like not something you would ever want to get rid of.
Exactly. And like I said, when I went to the antique store, those, because they had a name on and a place, and that knife was used in that theater, they were far more expensive than the brand new K-bar you could buy. Because that's the way people are. And and same thing with the Civil War. That even got really big prices.
Yeah, there was a lot.
You could imagine if you had George Washington's knife that he used in the Revolutionary War, how expensive how much that would cost.
So this is kind of. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just thinking about valuables. But you guys don't know where I live, so nobody can break in anyhow. But but I also have an original Masonic Bible with the sucker's huge, like it's hard for me to lift, and it's like got the real leather and all the like the embossing.
Was your dad a Mason?
I think my grandfather and my great grandfather.
They were good men.
And I think my great great grandfather.
Yeah, it goes way back. They were really good men.
Yeah, but one day just for the kicks of it years ago, Mom had that Masonic Bible. What do you call it when you go get a
appraisal?
appraisal. Thank you. And it's like super high. So I guess there's not many of them left.
Well, there's not many masonry's not big today as it was in the 1950s. That's when it hit its huge part, 50s and the 60s, because the guys coming back in from the wars, and they wanted to all meet and congregate together again. But yeah, there's quite a few different Bibles. Once again, if a name's attached to it, I held George Washington's gavel that he used when he was the worshipful master of his Masonic lodge. You have to
Wow.
put gloves on. Yeah, you have to put gloves on to hold it. I could name
Oh,
plenty.
wow.
Well, you
Yeah,
saw the
this
pictures,
Bible is so huge and so heavy. I
right?
mean, it's hard for me to move it if this is how big this thing is.
I've got one
Wow.
sitting. I've got one sitting on my desk downstairs.
It has like these, I don't think they're real gold, but like these gold locks that come up over it on the not the binded part, but the opposite side. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like they're old antique locks that flip up over it. It's really cool.
Yeah, the Masonic Bibles, especially like I said, if you go back that far deep, those big ones, they're pricey, and today they're hard to find because most of the groups that made things for the Masons are no longer in business.
And Riddler, you'll find this interesting. My sister is a northern a northern star.
Eastern Star.
Eastern Star. What is Northern? Eastern Star. Yep, she goes to meetings every week.
I was in the Eastern Star.
Talk about Masons. Where I used to live in this town called Martinez. That's where like Joe DiMaggio was born. They have two cemeteries up on the hill where I used to live, and one is only for Catholics, and the other one's for everybody else. And all these grave sites are like 1800s, and almost I'd say 80% of the graves had Mason signs on them from the 1800s.
Hey, I've been to Lake Martinez. Isn't that in Arizona?
No, it's not Martinez, a lake. It's a town called Martinez in California.
Oh, okay.
I'm a 33rd
Place in
degree
USA.
Mason, and I don't know if I ever sent you a picture of it, but Ernest Borgnine was a 33rd, and we were together for a while. And
I
he was
think
a famous movie star.
I think most of the Masons these days are in like they're secret groups.
Well, it's not a secret group; it's a group with secrets. It's just like Greek Road. And
Yeah.
Yeah, but Masons came
it's a
from
fraternal
actually people that
organization.
build with like brick and whatnot, and
Right.
they were the builders, the developers of cities and everything else.
Illuminati.
They built no, they're not the Illuminatis. They built the cathedrals, the bridges, forts, and everything in Europe. And not just anybody could show up on site. You had to have a certificate showing that you were well qualified. And when they folded the org, they said, "Okay, we done built everything. We're quitting." Those were called the operative Masons. So they said, "We got to still stay together. We're a good group of guys, and we all bonded." So they formed a fraternal organization. It's the world's oldest and largest fraternity in the world, and they write the rituals for about 80% of the Greek fraternities
Gallon Bones.
in colleges. And of course, the intent was train up young men to become pillars of the community. Now, what they do once they get in there, that you can change anything to evil. You can change a church into an evil organization if you want to.
Right. Yep.
I've been just a lot of the big temples, especially in D.C., where the headquarters of the Supreme Council is, and I got to see Audie Murphy's vest with all of his what's that big award, the Medal of Honor, because he was a 33rd.
Silver Star.
He got a Silver Star, but he got the Medal of Honor. He's the most decorated of all the military.
Miss Baven, yes, it is.
And one last thing I'll say on Masonry, I got to see the the flag that Buzz Aldrin, he's a Mason, that he took to the moon. It was a Masonic flag, a Scottish Rite Masonic flag. He carried it to the moon when
Yeah, he's a crook.
Armstrong walked on there.
Things like that are just so interesting to me.
I could talk to you. I could start a whole. Well, they got them on here. I could start another thing, but I want to get into the crime. So back to the K bars.
Okay, well, I gotta pull Tara's dog up first.
K bar's not real nice.
At Riddler, Your Honor.
God.
Look at the eyebrows.
They almost look like Judy from Little Rascals, but doesn't have
Poor
the
baby.
football.
Oh, hell no.
What did you do to me?
I love it.
Poor puppy.
I'm going to send you a picture of a friend of mine. He's got the bushiest eyebrows in the entire world. He's no longer with us, but I've got to send that to you. I just saw a picture of when he and I were together, and you're gonna say, "Boy, this is a Kohberger beat."
If that dog is saying,
Eva's like not looking at the picture. She's
Well,
like, I'm not doing it.
If I can give a tip to the photographer taker, you always shoot a dog at eye level. That engages the viewer.
if that dog is saying one thing, it's why.
Yeah, I hate you.
And that's why Eva's not even looking. She's like, I'm not even going to look at the picture, y'all.
She's like, what the hell? What the hell?
That dog looks like it's saying, "What did I do?
What did you do to me?"
That's an actual frown.
She is so cute, though, that little dog is.
That is so funny.
Oh, Lord.
He's like, send help. Send help.
Sarah, thank you for sending that.
I seen a car the other day, and the headlights had attached eyelashes
On the Beatles? On the
My
Volkswagen
aunt
Beetles?
has eyelashes on her Explorer.
Yeah, this was a what kind of car was it? I think it was an Audi or something. And oh God, I just got a warning. Excessive heat warning by End Up Wonderful. I'm gonna die. But yeah, I think it was like an Audi, and at first I didn't know what the heck I was looking at, and then I realized they sell eyelashes for headlights.
I've seen a lot of them on the Volkswagen Beetles.
And it was so stupid. It didn't look right to me.
Hold on just a second. Slipped in chat. My chat, I don't know what is up with it tonight, but it's not acting right.
And I think about those snaps on the K-bars. Those things aren't that big. What, size of a pea? If you touched it, wouldn't your finger overlap and touch the leather around it as well?
How big are they, Avery? Do you have yours there?
Yeah, like the ball of my thumb, and the one my dad, it is very hard to open and close. Very, very hard. But probably about the ball of my thumb.
Okay. So like a normal size snap?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not that big. Like I say, to me, it's about the size of a pea. You know, the diameter of it.
Yeah, I'd say that's yeah.
Now I'm looking on my phone to see we're under excessive heat warning until tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Same here, and that thing just came across, and like today was so bad. I walked out to the mailbox, and by the time I got back to the front door, my underneath of my hair on my neck was drenched.
Yep.
And tomorrow's going to be worse. I'm ready to leave Alabama.
I need cold weather, and I don't even like cold weather.
I'm going to move to Vermont.
Alabama. That's where Kid Rock comes from.
Kid Rock's from Detroit.
Yeah, he's from
Oh,
Michigan.
Yeah, he's from Detroit.
I know.
His name's Bob.
Courtney Cox is from here.
Oh, she's saucy.
Yeah, him and the Detroit City Madman, Motor Madman, Ted Nugent. They're both from Detroit.
Good boy, Kid Nugent. Good boy.
Oh, I love Ted Nugent. If you want to see some butch eyebrows, look at that link. You'll see it in the first couple seconds. I put in the back chat.
And Sally Mae, I will drive to Oregon. I ain't flying. Okay, what are we looking at? Eyebrows?
Yeah. Click that link and just look at
Yeah,
this.
eyebrows. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
I gotta tell you guys the funniest thing though. Have you guys ever? Last night I was in the kitchen and my 12-year-old son was playing music, and he caught me off guard because it was like a song I hadn't heard since my grandparents, and he told me it was his favorite song. Have you guys ever heard the song by Marty Robbins called Big Iron?
That was before my time.
Maybe.
Isn't that odd that would be a 12-year-old's favorite song?
Maybe.
It's so old and bluegrassy and kind of country, kind of not.
I mean, he just may have a wide variety of music genres that he likes.
It just shocks me.
Marty Robbins was a country western singer and then also a race car driver.
I heard Bryan Kohberger is a pretty good rapper.
Yeah.
Now
Okay,
tell
yeah.
me, does Ox Baker win the prize for the bushiest eyebrows?
Have we ever heard the rap that Bryan Kohberger did?
Oh yeah,
I've heard like
beautiful.
5 seconds of it and then I cut it off.
I've never heard it. Where can I go see it?
It's on
It's
Spotify.
beautiful.
And do I just type in his name
I think it was under Bryan Kohberger, yeah.
on Spotify? Okay.
Oh, okay, hold on, Lady B. Okay, so Riddler, yes, this guy, his eyebrows are unique.
Scarlett, why didn't you listen to the whole thing?
No, like I said, I made it through. Usually within the first 5 seconds of a song, I'll know if I like it. That wasn't one of them. And I listen to, I'm not just some people listen to only one genre of music. Y'all literally should see my playlist on Pandora. I can go from Willie Nelson over to Snoop Dogg.
Willie.
Yeah, I mean, I have a wide variety, and Bryan Kohberger would not be on it.
Well,
I love it, and me too.
I'm telling you guys, last night when I was in the kitchen doing my candle stuff and everything, and my son was playing music, he was about to literally kill me with that Marty Robbins and that genre of music. I mean, it was like, I don't know. I think it's something like my grandparents listened to. It was awful.
Back in the day, women just fell for his music.
Is the genre awful or him singing it awful?
No, his song is. Wait, are you asking me, Ray, about Brian's?
I was asking Avery. He said,
Brian's
just
lovely
awful.
boy.
Yeah, it was just awful because it was just so old timey. Like I felt like I should have been in a western and had a gun on my hip.
It's like someone listening to polka.
The start of Brian's song is actually very nice. It's got some instrumentation. Sounds a little bit like classical Greek instruments. It's very nice. About 15 seconds. Very nice.
Yeah, I like Marty Robbins' music. I wouldn't put it up there with Johnny Cash or Hank Williams, those type guys.
Yeah, my mom and dad used to listen to it.
Okay, I'm sorry to change the subject real quick. You may have already discussed it. I'm sorry if you did already.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
What did you guys make of the part when Anne's or the objection when it said that he was driving from November 12th into the 13th. What do you guys make of that?
I brought that up because how could he be driving from November the 12th into the 13th if they said that he left his house at 2:40 something on the 13th?
Right. So what do you think about that? Do you think maybe it's something relevant that she may try to bring up?
I mean, did he go somewhere on the 12th late at night, come home, and then leave again on the 13th? I mean, it's not a continuous driving, and I said it last night, him driving late at night doesn't, like, I don't think too much about it because where I live, a lot of people do that here, all hours of the night, especially on the weekend.
Yeah, that's not, it's not. I'm just trying to figure out why the time is different.
And see, I had even said that it seems like the defense in the state at times throw these little tidbits out there at us. And that seems like that's a tidbit that she threw out. Okay, well, he was actually driving from the 12th into the 13th, not him leaving his apartment on the 13th like the state is saying. Okay. That's kind of what it sounds like, but it could have just been him. He left his house on the 12th late at night. He might have went back home and then decided, hey, I can't sleep, and left again on the 13th early in the morning.
And maybe that's when he picked up his issue during the evening.
I'm wondering if she saw something in Discovery on the 12th that she's trying to possibly explain away. Or maybe, like you said, she's just trying to say, hey, the state is making it seem like he left at 2, but that's not really how it happened.
Scarlett, the driving, because here in Alabama, that's like a date night. Like a man will be like, I want to take you out. And then you're like, what you want to do? Let's go riding.
Yeah, I mean, that's what people do here around here. They ride the back roads all night listening to music. A lot of people do it when they can't sleep. Some people, it's relaxing and it clears their head. So I can get that part if he did that. But I don't, there's like, she's telling one thing, the state is telling something completely different.
Maybe he went somewhere. Maybe he went somewhere to get some drugs, and he doesn't want that to be. He doesn't want to declare that because the person he got drugs off doesn't want to be involved, and that's the sticky issue with his alibi. Just to make maybe it's another angle.
What is it, Ray?
I said he drives at night to pick up his issue. Issue is a slang word for drugs. And so that's what I was trying to say without using that word.
Riddler.
When you say drugs, I mean entertainment activities, of course.
Illicit substances.
Yeah, I wasn't saying D-rugs at all.
Michelle, have a good night. Riddler, Michelle, I'm sorry, Summer said to tell Riddler I said, so mote it be?
So mote it be is what, it's an old term used in religious days from way back, very traditional, and it's after a prayer. When people say amen, then the response would be so mote it be. And
okay.
You'll see that in fraternities. Early Christians did it too, but it just means I agree with everything we just said wholeheartedly.
Okay. I've never heard of that before.
Yep, so mote it be.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says, is that what BK told Ann? It could have been that. It could be that he told her that, or she, like Miss Behaven was saying, she might have found it somewhere in Discovery, and that's why she put it in those. Because, I mean, if you go back and you read the PCA, they kind of throw his alibi out there a little bit, saying that he was around the house 12 other times late at night or early in the morning, and Ann kind of puts that in this so-called alibi, if you want to. That he was
like, hey, this is something he does all the time.
Right.
Yeah, maybe he was going out cruising looking for fancy ladies, and he couldn't find one that night. Took a few more hours than usual.
I mean, it could be for a number of reasons why he
Yeah.
was out.
Yeah, it could be looked at depending on the juror or depending on how the defense or the prosecution presents
Mhm.
it. It can be looked at good or bad.
Now,
Right.
Either way.
FSCX or D-Rugs.
I've hammered the prosecution. Now I'm going to hammer the defense. That alibi is a mockery to our justice system. She knows better than put that in as a.
I wish they would have
That's
just been
beautiful,
quiet.
Riddler. It's
And
beautiful.
They should have
and I
just been
wouldn't
quiet.
I wouldn't be surprised if the judge didn't reprimand her.
Yeah, that
You
was.
love that, Riddler.
He's probably sitting here scratching his head like I was when I read it, and when she walks in, he's gonna be like, "What the hell?"
The second thing.
Riddler loves it. You love it, eh, Riddler? You love that You love it, don't you?
No. The second thing is it also makes the defense look desperate.
I don't know. I think she's. Oh.
So you said that
Are
about
those your
the
babies, Scarlett?
Yes, that's the ones that I
Oh.
forgot who it was that was asking me. But the night that I was live, and my husband and son came in with the 2 little kittens that had been thrown out on the side of the road. This is them now.
Wow.
This
That's not
is
too hard,
when
though.
they're sweet and cute. When they're up running around the house and y'all hear shit falling
On your
behind me when
desk.
I'm live, it's these 2.
No, I don't believe you. They look too sweet.
I got a black rooster that adopted me. He keeps coming in the garage. Actually, he's sleeping like right in front of me. I just got a pet now. And I
Hey,
got
What?
roosters can be cool.
Did you say rooster?
yeah, a rooster.
Did you
Yesterday
say
he
rooster
showed up.
or big cock?
He's a black one. You know, like the black chickens, the ones that got the black meat. He's one of those
Yeah.
type
Big black
of
cock.
roosters.
Yeah.
What kind of cats are those, Scarlett?
Just I don't know, just some cat that was thrown out on the side of the road, and
They look-
go ahead.
They look kind of Maine Coon or something, and you see the spots on them. That's a kind of unusual pattern. I like it.
This one here,
Yes,
the
body
little
one.
short-haired
Oh, yes.
one, you can really see his spots. The fuzzy one has spots like that too, because he's so fuzzy that you can't see him as good as the short-haired one.
I've never seen those markings before on a cat.
If I can get a picture of him from, like, if he's sitting down and take a picture of him from behind, you can see him really good.
I've seen markings like that also on like gray cats. It's a gray cat. I don't know what breed it is.
Yeah, I don't know what these are. Like I said, it was going to come a storm that night, and they seen them just on the side of the road, so they stopped. And as soon as they both got out of the truck, both of the kittens ran up to them. And so they
Aw.
brought them home, and I acquired 2 more male cats. They're very sweet, but they are so bad. Oh my God, they are so bad.
Scarlett Heaven Stars is asking you a question.
Okay, let me get this off my screen so I can get back to chat. Let's see. I mean, did BK tell Ann that he was out driving on the 12th? He could have told her that. And now I would think though she would vet that before she put it in a court document.
So I kind of assumed something. If he gave an alibi, he's leaving the window open for him to testify. Because I would have been myself, you know. Yeah, and if I'm the lawyer, don't give an alibi. Just keep quiet. You have the right to remain silent.
Do you think he should testify?
I don't think so. I think it was a bad move all the way around. For the
Yeah, I don't think.
You know
I
what I mean?
think he should have just been quiet. Like, I think he should have just said, "I have no alibi."
Generally, it's a bad idea to testify, but who knows what he's got.
But
He's
how
got
many
something-
times has she mentioned that testify word in like the last, what was it, 2 documents?
And a lot of us speculate that, you know, he's a narcissist. So narcissists want to talk. They want to, you know, force you to see their opinion, let's say.
Right.
You hit trade 20 years for 2 minutes on the stand.
What Ann
That's really
provided, does that even meet the criteria
Literally.
of an alibi?
Yeah, it's not really an alibi per se, but I mean, I kind of see where she's going though, but it's not the official alibi.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
If
see.
she's got more, she needs more.
Yeah, I don't see that helping at all. I
But
just see
she's
that
saying the
as a
reason why she
distraction.
can't give more is because she wasn't able to um cross-examine the witnesses, which is technically his alibi. So that's the reason why she's saying she can't give more, which I see where she's coming from. But I think why say something then? Just cross-examine them. If I mean, just say I have no alibi, and then just you have to cross-examine them anyway. So just do
and
that.
at the same time, is she conceding that the state is correct on the white car they've got on?
Yeah, it just looks bad. It looks bad.
Yeah, see,
Yeah,
if I'm a jurist now, I'm saying, oh, she's conceding that that is
Right.
his car, and
Yeah.
those are the correct times. Because, like I said, they got a picture of him coming out of his car at the Albertsons. I said it right. At the Albertsons store. That's still a grocery store, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Because
but
if he just stayed quiet, for all the jurors would have known is that he could have been at home. The state would have just had to prove it.
how
So
long was it before they picked up that video surveillance of him over there at Albertsons? You know what I mean? Because a lot of places they won't keep that data for that long, like a month max. You know?
Oh my God, I can't type.
I had a better alibi for him than she did.
what was yours?
Mine, this guy gave me $25 to drive him over to Idaho. He wanted to go buy some drugs.
But you got to produce the guy. You would have
Yep.
produced
Well,
the
well,
guy.
I can't. He's a stranger. I just needed the
Oh,
$25, and I was headed that way. And you won't believe what happened. He stole my K bar.
you won't believe when they say you won't believe. That's a
He
They be
stole
giveaway.
my K
lying.
bar.
They
He
be
stole my K
lying.
bar, and I kept driving around looking for him. He said he'd be right back out. And he took my K bar, and if you don't believe it, check with Amazon. I bought one about a month ago.
Honestly, I'm telling you, what did
Yeah,
that?
yeah. When you say that, that's a giveaway.
Yep.
I hope y'all
One
find
thing,
I want my knife back.
All the chase.
Yeah, it's got Marine Corps written on it. I'll describe it for you.
This whole case is crazy. Seriously.
That's why we got to see it out. No plea.
Yeah, I really don't think he's going to take a plea, but if he does, y'all, I'm going to lose it. Seriously.
And it
Well,
has to happen this year. I know that's a long shot, but it has to happen this year.
For my sanity, it needs to
Yes.
happen this year.
Yes.
If they have a trial, I doubt it's going to be this year, but I don't want to be a party pooper. But
Yeah, that's
if it
the
is this year, but
reality.
whenever
But
they have a trial, whenever they mention eyebrows, I'm going to laugh my head off. I thank them
So
for that.
what about his right to a speedy trial?
I think they're just bluffing on that. I
It'll
think
get
that
all
they're just
mixed
trying
up.
to get the evidence quick, but I don't think they really want that trial speedy. I don't think they want it.
They know the prosecution won't get it together by then.
Yeah.
That's their
they're just
pressure on them, really.
well, I've said before, checkers not chess, and or chess not checkers, and that the prosecution wants to lock in the defense of the time. They don't want to have it feels like to me, they don't want to have the speedy trial because I think they still want to bolster their case.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that. I mean,
I think they both
The
really don't want
prosecution
it.
wants another 2 more years of the media going hard out against them until absolutely everyone's convinced.
I
Well,
don't
we'll
think either
see.
one of them wants the speedy trial. I think they're just trying to see who's gonna give in first.
We'll see
Well, the
in the
state
next
doesn't
couple
have a
months.
choice really, but
Well,
think
the defense acts like they want the speedy trial, and I kind of say to myself that hurts them because they got all that data and they got to sift through all that data, and maybe the evidence to prove his innocence is like a needle in a haystack.
Yeah.
They're going over all them trillions, whatever, all them gigabytes, and you don't have the time, you don't have the staff. It's different for the state. They have the FBI, the state police, the local police, so on and so forth, and plus all their experts. The defense doesn't have that same access. So it'd take them longer to go through the evidence. So they would need more time to find something to help him unless they have the evidence that they need to prove his innocence, or the prosecution has the evidence to prove his guilt.
Yeah, I don't think they want to be blindsided either. Like they don't want the state to hit them with something that they hadn't seen yet. So I'm thinking at the final hour they're gonna say, okay, he waived 6 feet of trial, but what is the final hour? That's what I want to know. Like when is the deadline where they can just say, okay, I waive? Can it be the day of October 2nd?
When does the judge make a ruling on this so-called alibi, or is it just no? He has to just take it in.
They're going to talk about it on the 18th at that hearing. Whether he makes a decision on it that day, because there's been other times they went in and he at the end of it says, "Well, I'm not going to make a decision today. I'll put it in writing at a later date."
He was like, "Get that thing out of my face."
And it's the judge's discretion on time. He'll set dates, and this has to be done by this date. This has to be turned in by this date.
Unless they ask for continuances.
Also, a judge can reject a plea deal, even though the prosecution and defense, are in agreement. The judge can still reject the plea deal.
That's true. Yeah.
If he's guilty, I hope he confesses and just tells everything. And
yeah, that would be good. I really think that would be good. But the selfish me
still need to hear the evidence.
Yeah. So how does that work again, Scarlett? If he please or whatever, you have to just request all the documents.
Yeah, you would. Once the case is closed completely, then you can do a FOIA request on this case, and whatever they're allowed to send, then they would.
I'll tell you something else. The movie will come out so much quicker.
Well,
yeah, and the books and everything else.
BTK, whenever he pled guilty to it and did that thing that he did with them, he stood up and took 45 minutes explaining everything he did to each person. So I wonder if maybe it'd be something like that, where if he went ahead and pled guilty to it, that he would need to stand up and say, this is what I did here and here and here and here.
Oh yeah, if they were to offer a plea deal in order to take the DP off the table and just maybe do like life in prison, he's going to have to say everything that happened that night.
Right. So we'll still get to hear the details.
And he'll have to say what he did with the clothing
and the knife and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, another thing too is, the whole driving around the area, and especially the circling part. That's always looked to me like, well, originally it looked to me like someone that might be lost. They're trying to find an address, but considering knowing more about it now, when the car parked and sat there in view of the place allegedly for like 10 minutes or something like that during one of those circles. And so like I've always felt that it could be someone that is waiting for someone or something, whatever that might be. Yeah. What I don't think that it looks like is someone that's about to go commit these horrific acts, because if you're premeditating it and you're planning on getting in and out in a short time, DNA free, apparently, and all that, you know, you're not going to plan to drive around for like 40 minutes looking like an idiot. And I don't think that book smart versus street smart is a good enough reason, and that there has to be something more logical to that. And so my current feelings is that most likely he was unaware that anything was going on until after the fact, even if he did ask if anyone else was arrested, because he might have became aware after the fact, if he's indeed the guy that's driving around in circles and everywhere that he's supposed to have been. Because that makes sense to me, which, you know, like he could have parked on the next block and walked between the houses. He could have parked in that parking lot in the Linda Lane footage even, and it would have probably been a little better. But like, he's literally parking, you know, just on the corner, allegedly, right? Like, it's no big deal.
They don't know where he parked. They just saw him go somewhere off screen and then saw him speed off later, or saw the vehicle.
Oh, okay. Because I thought that they got him not only doing a 3-point turn, but actually, I thought there was something about parking. But either way,
was part of a driving lesson he was taking.
Yeah,
nothing to do with it.
Either way, it's, you know, it's an asinine move. Like, it's the dumbest thing that probably anyone could do, unless they just don't really give a darn, let's say. And then that's why it becomes logical, even though it's completely illogical, that someone would set themselves up, you know. And
But
I just
that
don't see
area,
that as an answer either.
they had lots of cars, and maybe he couldn't find a parking space, and maybe he was like looking for, make sure the coast was clear, because there were still people walking in and out and around during that time.
I hope we find out which one of the victims was targeted, and then why'd you go hit the other three? Because they were witnesses.
I would like to know why the police said that there was no threat to the community when they didn't even know who this person was.
Well, I also think, you know, the Xana and Ethan first thing is kind of debunked with the sheath being upstairs with the other two people.
That's what I always say too.
Narrative that makes sense. But then old Steve says he didn't have to go upstairs. So that's puts a thing on that.
I wish he could have elaborated a little bit more on that when he said it.
Yeah, but grief makes you crazy, and, you know,
That
you
is
could
true.
be going down your own rabbit holes, and you could have just said something you thought not known.
Do you have that statement, Scarlett? Quoted?
Let me see.
Because I actually think it's steps, not stairs.
I don't think I do, but let me go through the folder that I have for Kohberger and see if it's in there.
I mean, not that it really matters. It's just if we're going to be correct on here, I believe it's steps.
I think Steve's very unreliable.
And I think of another thing, like when the forensic people were out there, they were kind of really studying that front area, like
Yeah, they
hard
were.
for a while, taking pictures and everything.
Yeah, they really were out there a lot.
Okay,
Was that where the hell of a fight was supposed to be?
on the second floor is what Mr. Gonzalez said.
No, I'm saying on you know, the videos we've watched of the forensic team being there, they were at that front door for a long time, and they were taking pictures and looking around the corner.
The
They were
windows. Yeah.
following something.
They were possibly in other places for a long time, but we didn't get to see it. We see a microcosm of what's going
Just
on.
what I'm getting at is people said there was nothing going in and nothing going out. and for them to spend that time and that effort in the front area, the front door area, they had to see something that made them do that.
You mean the front? You mean the front door? When you say front door, you mean the door on the first level or the sliding door?
On the first floor.
Oh yeah,
where all the
okay.
cars were parked.
They
That's
were
interesting.
looking over those windows really good.
That's where Bethany's room was down there.
Okay. Misbehaving, Troll just said his like was gone too. So everybody who hit the thumbs up, could y'all go and check and see if y'all's like
What?
is gone? Yeah, I had over 200 likes a minute ago, and then King Scarlet realized that it was down to like 190. They went down.
Wow.
It's back
I'm
up to
showing
195
196 on mine.
Mine,
196.
Okay, yeah,
mine shows as being there still.
Okay. That's crazy.
Yeah, don't panic.
How did
YouTube's crazy.
How did the news media know when he was being flown back from Pennsylvania? What
197.
airport he was going to be landing at, and they were already there taking.
Oh, that's because everybody who's covering this case was watching it on Flight Radar.
I see.
Because I was watching it. It took forever for that little plane to get across that screen over to Idaho. Like, it took forever.
It was so funny watching that.
And I'm sure they did that
Get help.
And I'm sure they did that on purpose because he's fear of flying.
They got to soften them up for the interrogation.
Well, yeah, exactly. And they'll act like they're your buddy because I've seen it done before. Do you have any anxieties or panic attacks? Or they'll do it like that. If you say, I'm afraid of spiders or something like
Called
that.
the Reed technique.
I'm afraid of height or flying. Well, guess what, buddy? You're going to be flying in a small little plane.
With snakes and spiders.
Okay, Blas's like was gone too. That is crazy. What the heck is up with YouTube tonight?
Yeah,
Hey, Mr.
I actually often have to go search for your channel, even though I watch it, whenever you're on.
Really?
Yeah, like they call it shadow banning. It doesn't like on my phone. Yes, I use different devices, so it'll usually be one of them that I have to go actually search on to find it, and then sometimes it's just right there. And I never mentioned it until now, but I've been observing it for weeks.
That is crazy. Yeah, and unsubscribe, Troll. I don't know what's up with YouTube.
Mac Belvin.
The chat has been screwy all night tonight.
Mac. Mr. Mac.
Sally Mae.
Misbehaving. Do you think there's a possibility there's two people involved? And I'll give you one scenario. When he comes back out of the house, he gets in a different vehicle than his white one. And that could answer why there's no DNA in his car that we know of.
Or he didn't do it.
He's involved some kind of way. You can say what you want to. Where there's smoke, there's fire. He's got to be involved in some kind of way. I don't care if he's just witnessing it.
I think he's involved in some way. I think.
Well, I mean, like I said before, even if he's just standing outside the house being a lookout, he's still just as guilty as whoever went in the house and did this.
And
right
also guilty of non-reporting too, as Idaho law states. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that would be another answer why they can't find the DNA or dog hair, human hair inside his vehicle.
Well, they were saying in they were saying in Lori Vallow's trial that conspiracy held the same punishment as red rumming. in Idaho.
Yeah, they're all accessories to it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how Louisiana is. If you conspire to it, you get the same thing as actually doing it. Okay, hold on. All right.
Well,
All comes down to evidence.
look at Charles Manson. He never was at any of the scenes, yet he was the mastermind behind it.
The hell. Okay. All right.
Misbehaving. I'm so sorry. My eyes are a bit bad at the moment. I couldn't read your thing properly. I was saying Mac Verhoeven or something. But, mate, I'm just challenging you to make more content. I actually agree with a lot of you saying what you're saying. I'm just playing devil's advocate to you. So, yeah, keep it going, buddy. Keep it going. Good to hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is what Mr. Gonzalez says. He says, I'm not a professional, so I want to specify that. But they said that the entry point was the slider or the window. It was the middle floor, so to me, he doesn't have to go upstairs.
His entry and exit. Oh.
See, I don't remember him stating it like that.
Yeah,
no, I don't either because
yeah,
he
didn't say it like
didn't
that.
have to go up the stairs or he didn't have to go up the steps. I don't know what this one is, but that's not what he said.
Where does this come from? Like, what context?
It comes from an interview with the Gonzalez family. Or it comes from an interview by him alone.
He was standing out on the street and they were interviewing him on the street.
Oh, so he
in
said
front
it
of the
different.
police station, I believe.
So he said it twice, but this time it sounds like he's explaining it more.
Yeah, because the reason I remember is because there was this huge debate over did he mean go up to the girls or did he?
Right.
Some people were thinking, and that's why I think it's steps, because some people were thinking he had to go through the steps up law enforcement, higher and higher and higher, So that's why I remember.
Because it always
I
made
believe
sense
he said
to me.
steps.
It always made sense to me, but the interview that I saw, he was more emotional when he said it and he didn't explain it. But this right here, it looks like he's explaining it more.
A little bit more. Yeah, because this is just an article, because he was on camera when he did the interview. I think this is just an article after the interview. But I don't remember. Only thing I remember is him saying he didn't have to go up the steps or up the stairs or whatever. This one's saying he didn't have to go upstairs. But I don't remember about the slider or the window part.
So is he saying that Xana was the target?
To me, it sounds like
speculation was all about.
Is he trying to say in this that it was possibly he was going in to rob them for some reason, or Xana and Ethan was the target, and so because of that he didn't have to go up the stairs?
Right.
Thank you, Heaven Stars.
Didn't he also say something about their wounds not matching or the damage itself not matching the other victims?
He got that, I think, from the coroner. But I think he was specifying between Kaylee and Maddie on that.
Right. Yeah, he did.
Okay, so to me, he doesn't have to go upstairs. Gonzalez says his entry and exit are available without having to go upstairs or downstairs. Looks like he probably may have not gone downstairs. We don't know that for sure, but he obviously went upstairs. So I'm using logic that he chose to go up there when he didn't have to.
So to me, he's saying the target was upstairs because he didn't have to go up there. If his entry and exit was on the middle floor, the only reason why you're going upstairs is because your target is up there. He didn't go downstairs.
Not to be the bad guy, but I feel the opposite of that.
Okay, what's your explanation?
I feel like he's saying they didn't have to go upstairs because they already had what they wanted.
On the second floor.
So why did they go upstairs then?
That's what he's asking.
Yeah.
Well, see that.
Oh Lord, this still that clear.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
That's like who's on first?
Yeah, we're still confused now.
Were those two girls? Was one of those two girls a witness? Came down and he chased them back upstairs and got her in a room.
Did he hear Kaylee playing with the dog on the third floor?
Yeah, I can see it from both angles. I can see, yeah, so it's still not clear. Don't worry.
Well, Heaven Stars, thank you so much for sending that to me.
If that 417 pickup of audio happened, and like we were saying last night, if Ethan and Xana were the first, that doesn't give them time to go upstairs and then come out and drive away at 420.
Yeah, because he would be coming down an extra floor just to get out. I don't know, this place is crazy, y'all.
See, you can also add in there, he has somebody with him. They got the ones on the second floor, and he went upstairs to get those two.
Yeah, when I heard him talking about the damage being different, or however it was that he stated it, what came to my mind was, that maybe it was either multiple weapons or multiple people. And I'm not saying that that's what he was saying, but that's what came to my mind.
Heaven Star says that it came from not Fox News. That's where the article came from.
I've said before that it was at first it was one-on-one, and then Kaylee came in, and I think he got mad, and that's why Kaylee's wounds were different.
So if he came through a window, which window would it be on the second floor?
Could either be Dylan's, the kitchen window by the slider. I don't think he would have went through a window above the sink.
He went through the run.
If his entry point was on the second floor, the only other windows would have been the front of the house, and that would have been Xana's window or the living room window.
Didn't they have one window that had like a crate underneath it? So I was like, either just climb up and jump in.
That was Dylan's room. Okay, thank you, Heaven Stars.
But if he'd have went through Dylan's room, he'd have got her, right? Or
Not
just
unless
go
he
walk by her and
found
say, "Stay asleep, and I'm here to help you." I mean, I
Climbed
don't know.
in through the window, jumped over the bed, went into the things past her in the hallway, and she only noticed the eyebrows.
This case is just, I don't know, y'all. Seriously. Okay, let me get this off of my screen. Good.
I think he went through the sliding door. He went upstairs. One upstairs was the target. I don't know which one. More likely it was Maddie because Katie had been out of town. Wasn't supposed to be there that night. Unless he'd been stalking them on social media and knew that was the night to attack her. So he went in. One of them was the target. On the way out, he got startled by the other two. And may or may not have noticed number 5 lady, DM. Sorry, that was Eva. So I don't know.
I was wondering.
Yeah, I don't make random noises like that at the end of my statements. But thank you, Eva.
So Gina Marie says, Xana, so what would be the motive then if she was the target?
I asked a second ago or a minute ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who had the safe? Was it Jen? Had a safe in her room?
Oh, the safe, that was Emma Bailey.
Okay. I thought one of them had a safe in there.
Well, she was at Mad Greek, right? So maybe he saw her there.
Emma Bailey's smoky.
Kaylee's mother said that she was apprehensive about whether she was going to go back there and visit, and that she decided to go ahead and do that. I mean, that kind of has always made me wonder if there wasn't. I mean, obviously, there's some reason why she's apprehensive about it.
Well, I just think of
You
all
think
the stuff they've been saying, all the different stuff that's, unsubstantiated. I had a boss that he was growing pot in his house, and that was before it became legal in California, recreational. And his girlfriend set him up to be robbed. And the people came in and they duct taped him, and they duct taped his head, his face, and they left him laying on his stomach on the ground. Well, he died. And it was all because they wanted to come over and steal his drugs.
Now, you remember what we heard the other night, Scarlett, that someone believes that Xana was the target.
Who said that?
Well, Avery was telling us that she had a friend that's pretty close to the investigation.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So he said that Xana was the target. And of course, my psychic friend, he says Xana was the target.
For her drug deals.
I forgot the guy's name again.
Interesting, but we don't.
Jason Jensen.
I'm trying to think why.
It's Jason Jensen.
Yeah, that was Avery's friend.
But that was strictly his opinion.
Is it Todd Siegel, Riddler?
I'm sorry.
Is it Todd Siegel?
Yeah, that might be him. Yeah, with the lady that's on there, she does the.
Yeah, she does the charts. He does the
right
readings. Yeah.
He says I'm looking at it the same way a drone flying over. I can see all the characters.
Does she do charts?
Moving around.
Yeah, I like him actually. I mean, I don't. I take it for what it's worth, but I like him.
Yeah, I like his delivery.
Riddler, you're funny. You like delivery of a few clowns out there.
Yeah, I like the Scorpion.
You like delivery.
Yep, I like any kind of entertainment.
Yeah. Awesome. I understand. I watch some of the bad channels just because they're entertaining. I know they're lying to me. I know they're making stuff up, but it's still entertaining.
Sally Mae, I wish we knew what she told Adam, honestly.
Everything. We know that. We've been down that track.
Yeah, but what is everything, though?
Everything was everything.
And why's the hoodie guy butting in their conversation? And I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said. I know what they want him to say, but I don't know exactly what he did say when I listened to it.
Well, I know what I saw, and that was a picture of, I believe it was Jack Showalter at a, they were cleaning an animal after having hunted it, and there was definitely what appeared to be, to me, K-bar knives in that picture.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, we've seen all of that.
Now,
it's all possible.
I know. Go ahead, Riddler.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to butt in.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Was he the guy whose family is real connected?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, yes.
I know the picture, though, that Brett's talking about, because who was it I asked? Who was it I asked about the knife in the picture with hoodie guy? It was somebody I had asked if that was a K-bar knife. And I don't remember who it was. And they said no, that it wasn't. Damn, who was that? Huh? It might have been
I couldn't
Vapor.
say for sure, but it looked similar to me.
Because I thought it was too, and it might have been Vapor that I had sent the picture to and asked him. And he said no, that it wasn't. Because there's, I believe, 2 knives in that picture. 2 pretty good sized knives. And so I was wondering, but I know the picture you're talking about. Okay, I'm going to play this real quick. And then after I play the video and we talk about it, I'm going to end the live for tonight. So if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please go ahead and do so. It shows that we're back up to 198. So maybe YouTube will give my likes back to me. Okay. Let me, and this is actually where Mr. Gonzalez talks about what we had just read in that part of that article.
Is this out in the street?
No, this is him talking to somebody. He's doing an interview with Fox News. He's sitting in his house in this one.
Oh, okay.
Thousands of tips, crime scene photos, and evidence.
The father of one of those victims, Kaylee Conclava, is now revealing the manner of death for his daughter and her friend Maddie were different, leading him to believe one of them may have been the target. The heartbroken dad, Steve Conclava, joins us now. Steve, before we start this interview, I just want you to know how much our hearts go out to you. That I know from what I'm hearing from people everywhere that they are with you, they're praying for you, and they're also hoping for justice to come sooner rather than later for your daughter and her friends. You mentioned here, you talked about the manner in which Kaylee and Maddie were killed is different. And what does that tell you? And what are the police telling you that means?
There's a couple things that tell me with common sense, but I'm not a professional, so I want to specify that. But they've said the entry point was the slider or the window. It was in the middle floor. So to me, he doesn't have to go upstairs. His entry and exit are available without having to go upstairs or downstairs. Looks like he probably may have not gone downstairs. We don't know that for sure, but he obviously went upstairs. So I'm using logic that he chose to go up there when he didn't have to. And I can kind of tell by my daughter's texts, messages. She did call 911. She wasn't saying anything along the lines of like she had heard something or she was in fear. So I'm just putting the dots together. As far as the investigators, they're very tight-lipped and they're keeping everything close to their vest. And I understand that. And I'm probably not the right person to share all these things with. So I'm just trusting them that their case is super tight and they don't really need to reach out to the community. And, all the evidence is right there in that home.
So, Steve, and I want to be respectful, as I can tell you're trying to walk this tightrope as well with law enforcement, with the desire to know and get some type of action as well. You've said both now to Rachel and then in the clip in your appearance with Lawrence Jones that your daughter and Maddie had different means or manner of attack, and that suggests one of them was targeted. Can you share with us, do you know, and you can't share either way, which one was targeted?
I can't. I asked for permission to do just that, and they said no. I probably disclosed information that they wish I wouldn't have said, but the story's going cold. There's less people coming to Moscow. I'm not going to go sleep in my bed knowing that I could get up and I could go to town and I could do something. And I'm not going to go away. And I hate to be a pain, but as a father, I just can't even sleep thinking that I could be doing something. So that's why I'm up.
Understandable. Wow.
Let me ask the flip side too. You're being respectful toward police about the fact that they need to be tight-lipped. But if there was something you felt like you deserved to know or you should know as a father at this point, are there questions you have unresolved from the police that you feel like, hey, just throw me a bone here and let me know?
For sure. I mean, alibis, just share the alibi. If you're not sharing an alibi, to me, it tells me that you're not 100% confident that it's going to stick, or you have somebody who's going to come forward and say, hey, I don't know what he told you or that person's alibi was, but I have this information. I have something. So if you don't share the alibi, it makes it a little bit harder for us to just let those go. And I've said it before. I don't want to make victims out of just bystanders and witnesses. So I just share those things, and that would help.
Steve, do you get the sense that you're being asked to not talk more and that law enforcement is being so tight-lipped to protect an investigation that is honing in on a conclusion, or because they're totally lost and there is no real sense of direction? And I think all of us, we want to trust law enforcement. We want them to do their job. But I don't know if you know. I have no idea. Is this thing honing in at this point, or is it scattered all over the place?
Wish I knew for sure. I did sit down with the investigator, the lead investigator, and I looked in his eyes, and I got a sense that this guy was going to do everything in his power to figure something out. But if the evidence isn't there, that's the part that I'm concerned. And then there's layers of separation. The communication is not the same as the boots on ground. All the officers that are out on the streets, those guys, they're working their tails off. But there's a different person to do the communication, and that guy's sitting with the lawyer, and that guy's sitting there telling him, you got to protect things that are beyond the case, like the town and the community and the college itself. Those don't matter as much to me. I mean, I definitely don't want to hurt them, but I have an agenda, and I think it's pretty clear. It's these two girls, and that's what I'm working for, and I'm not going to let that story fall apart just because they don't want wanted posters, on their next rush of students that come into town.
Wow. I have to say, Steve, I hadn't really considered those factors, but it's obvious that that would be a consideration for the communications director of the police department and also the PR for the school and the town. Are you communicating with the parents of the other victims? Are they feeling as frustrated as you are? And I hate to ask a two-part question, but I'm going to.
Yeah, Miss
So-
David, hold on. I'm gonna back it up. Go ahead, Lady V.
So
Do it anyway.
I wanted
feel-
to ask one thing, and I wanted to point something out. Did everybody see that Good Vibes sign? How bright it was?
Yes.
That thing's bright.
Mm-hmm.
And did he just say that his daughter called 911?
Wait, did he say what? You were breaking up just a little bit.
I heard the same thing.
It says daughter.
No, he
He-
said they didn't. They didn't.
They didn't.
No, he said they
I
did.
thought it
That's what
sounded
I heard.
like his daughter called 911.
Yeah, he said they did not.
Replay it.
Okay. Let me back
Feel
it up.
confident.
I don't know how far to back it up,
We
but we're
wanna
gonna
trust
back
law
it up.
enforcement. We want them to do their
Back
job.
it up.
And I've said it
They're
before.
right there.
I don't want to make victims out of just bystanders and witnesses. So I just share those things, and
I think it was before that.
Steve, you get the sense that you're being asked to not. Daughter and Maddie had different means or manner of attack, and that suggests one of them was targeted. Can you share with us, do you know, and you can't share either way, which one was targeted?
I can't. I asked for permission to do just that, and they said no. I probably disclosed information that they wish I wouldn't have said, but the story's going cold. There's less people coming to Moscow. I'm not gonna go sleep in my bed knowing that I could get up and I could go to town and I could do something. And I'm not gonna go away. And I hate to be a pain, but as a father, I just can't even sleep thinking that I could be doing something. So that's why I'm up.
Understandable. Wow.
Let me ask the flip side too. You're being respectful toward police about the fact that they need to be tight-lipped.
Was it before that?
But if there was something you felt like you deserved to know or you should know as a father at this point, are there
It was towards
questions
the
you have
beginning.
unresolved from the police that you feel like, hey, just throw me a bone here and let me know?
Officials are combing through thousands of tips, crime scene photos, and evidence.
The father.
No,
Okay,
it
I'm
was
just gonna
coming.
start it.
It was coming
Kaylee
up right
Conclave
after
is
that. I
now
couldn't get off
revealing
mute.
the manner
Oh,
of
okay.
death
Well,
for
I'll
his
just let
daughter
it play
and her
from
friend
here.
Maddie were different, leading him to believe one of them may have been the target. The heartbroken dad, Steve Conclave, joins us now. Steve, before we start this interview, I just want you to know how much our hearts go out to you. That I know from what I'm hearing from people everywhere that they are with you, they're praying for you, and they're also hoping for justice to come sooner rather than later for your daughter and her friends. You mentioned here, you talked about the manner in which Kaylee and Maddie were killed is different. And what does that tell you? And what are the police telling you that means?
There's a couple things that tell me with common sense, but I'm not a professional, so I want to specify that. But they've said the entry point was the slider or the window. It was in the middle floor. So to me, he doesn't have to go upstairs. His entry and exit are available without having to go upstairs or downstairs. Looks like he probably may have not gone downstairs. We don't know that for sure, but he obviously went upstairs. So I'm using logic that he chose to go up there when he didn't have to. And I can kind of tell by my daughter's texts, messages. She didn't call 911. She wasn't saying anything along the lines of like she had heard something or she was in fear. So I'm just putting the dots together. As far as the investigators, they're very tight-lipped and they're keeping everything close to their vest. And I understand that, and I'm probably not the right person to share all these things with. So I'm just trusting them that their case is super tight and they don't really need to reach out to the community. And, all the evidence is right there in that home.
So, Steve, and I want to be respectful, as I can tell you're trying to walk this tightrope as well with law enforcement, but the desire to know and get some type of action as well. You've said both now to Rachel and then in the clip in your appearance with Lawrence Jones that your daughter and Maddie had different means or manner of attack, and that suggests one of them was targeted. Can you share with us, do you know, and you can't share either way, which one was targeted?
I can't. I asked for permission to do just that, and they said no. I probably disclosed information that they wish I wouldn't have said, but the story's going cold. There's less people coming to Moscow. I'm not going to go sleep in my bed knowing that I could get up and I could go to town and I could do something. And I'm not going to go away. And I hate to be a pain, but as a father, I just can't even sleep thinking that I could be doing something. So that's why I'm up.
Understandable. Wow.
Let me ask the flip side too. You're being respectful toward police about the fact that they need to be tight-lipped. But if there was something you felt like you deserved to know or you should know as a father at this point, are there questions you have unresolved from the police that you feel like, hey, just throw me a bone here and let me know?
For sure. I mean, alibis, just share the alibi. If you're not sharing an alibi, to me, it tells me that you're not 100% confident that it's going to stick, or you have somebody who's going to come forward and say, hey, I don't know what he told you or that person's alibi was, but I have this information. I have something. So if you don't share the alibi, it makes it a little bit harder for us to just let those go. And I've said it before. I don't want to make victims out of just bystanders and witnesses. So I just share those things, and that would help.
Steve, do you get the sense that you're being asked to not talk more and that law enforcement is being so tight-lipped to protect an investigation that is honing in on a conclusion, or because they're totally lost and there is no real sense of direction? And I think all of us, we want to trust law enforcement. We want them to do their job. But I don't know if you know, I have no idea. Is this thing honing in at this point, or is it scattered all over the place?
Wish I knew for sure. I did sit down with the investigator, the lead investigator, and I looked in his eyes and I got a sense that this guy was going to do everything in his power to figure something out. But if the evidence isn't there, that's the part that I'm concerned. And then there's layers of separation. The communication is not the same as the boots on ground. All the officers that are out on the streets, those guys, they're working their tails off. But there's a different person to do the communication. And that guy's sitting with the lawyer, and that guy's sitting there telling him, you got to protect things that are beyond the case, like the town and the community and the college itself. Those don't matter as much to me. I mean, I definitely don't want to hurt them, but I have an agenda, and I think it's pretty clear. It's these two girls, and that's what I'm working for. And I'm not going to let that story fall apart just because they don't want wanted posters, on their next rush of students that come into town.
Wow. I have to say, Steve, I hadn't really considered those factors, but it's obvious that that would be a consideration for the communications director of the police department and also the PR for the school and the town. Are you communicating with the parents of the other victims? Are they feeling as frustrated as you are? And I hate to ask a two-part question, but I'm going to do it anyway. Do you feel confident in the police investigation and the people investigating right now?
I do not feel confident, and that's why I push the envelope and say a little bit more. I hate to be that guy, but there's a job to do for everybody. Has a job and a role to play, and this includes, this is my role as the parent. I have talked to, obviously, Maddie's mother and her father, and I've talked to Xana's father, and he said, hey, you can speak on behalf and you can help push this narrative. So I feel confident there. That's as far as the real communications that I have. So one family have missed out to being able to be in the same location and the same thing to really get on the same page. So I try not to mention that and stay within my lane of what is my role. And I'm not trying to just gear it all to my daughter. It's just I can't speak for other people.
Yeah. Steve, before we let you go, just share a little bit with our audience about Kaylee.
Kaylee was amazing, hard worker. She was like, she hung out with two boys, her brother and her cousin, and she was right in between them. She wanted to be faster than them. She was that girl that was like really like, she was kind of like a Punky Brewster type girl. And we missed out on a really smart person that was going to be a little conservative. She was conservative too. She was always looking up stories on child, getting trafficked, and she was telling me that she thinks it's a lot bigger than people understand. So, and we can't replace her, guys. There's no replacing any one of these people.
Steve, we're all parents on this couch, and I just can't tell you how much we feel for you, and can't imagine what you're going through, you and your whole family. And I know that you came on the show today because you're hoping that people that might have information, you're hoping that more information come forward. And so we encourage anybody to call 208-883-7180. The phone number is on the screen right now. And I've heard you say it before, Steve, it could be anything. You have no idea how small the piece of information could be that could help.
And Steve, good on you for agitating.
Yes.
We need more men and fathers willing to do precisely what you're doing, keeping people honest and working toward a solution. God bless you.
You're doing your daughter's memory proud. And frankly, you're an amazing example of fatherhood, even after something tragic like this happened to her. Thank you for joining us.
Steve.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Okay, guys, I've been really quiet all night long. But so all this time we've been looking at this, we're thinking he didn't have to go up the stairs. Like, why did he go up the stairs, right? But just listening to that right now with Steve, it's basically, I just saw it in a different light. Maybe everybody else has seen it in this light.
Well, that's a different interview, isn't it?
But what I'm saying is, this time when I listened to him say that, the only reason he would have to go up the stairs is get the girls, right? Not, he didn't have to go up the stairs, meaning that Xana was the target and he didn't have to go up there. But now it sounds to me like it's like they were the target upstairs.
That's what I've been thinking the whole time, but I see it the other way too. I see it the other way too.
Yeah,
I do too. But I do too. But I mean, I just, I don't know. I mean, I kind of saw it in a different light, and I also that light was so bright. If he walked by that light and Dylan had her door cracked, I don't see, he probably got temporary blindness, from that light being so bright. And then, am I right? Did he say she did call the police?
No, he said that she didn't call 911. She wasn't in fear.
Okay.
So she had no idea, like she was about
not
to
in
be.
fear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wasn't afraid of the eyebrows or the black-clad man or the screams or anything she didn't hear. She was okay. She was all good. No problem.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, the 911 thing isn't a hill that's worth losing yourself on, I don't think. But
oh no,
for me, but it did still sound. I don't know. I can't be certain, but either way, my question is, who do we think that he was talking about, referencing alibis and not being
That's
open
what
with
I'd
them.
like to know. Like, whose
I
There's some
alibis is
people
he
that were
talking about?
interviewing and didn't
I
have alibis.
I thought at the time it was the roommates.
Could be.
I think
I
it could
think
be
so
them
too, because he
and
said he's not trying to make a. I think he was trying to say, I'm not trying to make the victims look bad or something.
Because
right.
when they did the interview at the house where they were all sitting on the couch, they basically alluded to the fact that, some people were cleared too fast.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think
And I
maybe he
think,
was thinking about the roommates too.
yeah, I was, and at that time it struck me it was the roommates as well. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I just, it's amazing sometimes when you go back and you re-listen to things and it's like you see it in a whole different context.
You could just see it in his face though, like his face totally different.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat was saying they feel like he doesn't trust what's going on. To me, it's like two different totally Steves. In my opinion, I think he's more relaxed now
Yeah.
than
Yeah, I
think
agree.
Yeah, because this was an older interview, and I done clicked off of it, and I was going to check and see when that was. Let me see if I can.
That's
pull it
before
back
they
up.
had him in custody.
Right. So I think
Yeah.
now he's more relaxed
So
than he.
Oh,
he
this
was
was
not be
December.
100.
Yeah, this was December the 4th. is
Yeah,
when
it
that
wasn't very
interview
long
was.
after.
Yeah.
He may not be 100% confident in law enforcement, but I think he's a little bit more confident
Yeah.
now. Like, okay,
Well, he's been gagged now, so he can't say.
no, he's not gagged.
No, the judge said that he could.
Yeah,
They
he's
could
not
speak
gagged.
and all that.
He's just honoring their and respecting what they want.
So who's been gagged?
The
No.
officers involved with it, the prosecution, the defense attorneys, people like that.
And look at his personality. They said he's not gagged, so if he really thought it was something going on, he would talk. I don't think they would keep him from talking. They already said he could. So if he really thought something was going on, he would be yelling it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, good calls. Good calls.
And I think that his attorney has also told him to maybe, not say a whole lot, even though he's not gagged. Maybe kind of, just
reeling them in some.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. I think he was. I understand where he's coming from, but
yeah,
I do see the
It's on his
benefit of
face.
him not saying so much, because he obviously knows more than we do. I think.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
So what he said, what I got out of that bit was he said something about the injuries to the two girls were different, and that indicated different motive, or what was he saying? Different type of injuries or something. But that was pretty crucial in that interview.
It was like he was kind of speaking in code a lot, so you can't really. He couldn't really say what he wanted to say.
Right.
But I think what he was trying to say was like how the wounds look. One is worse than the other, so you can tell by the wounds which one could possibly be the target. But he couldn't come right out and say exactly what he felt.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Scarlett, I'm going to jump down. Thank you for having me on panel again, and thank you all.
Good night.
Up here
You're
with
welcome.
you.
Thank you
Good
for
night,
coming
everybody.
up. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Night, Lady V.
Yeah, I'm about to end it here in just a second myself. It's already almost 4:30. But I have mad respect for Mr. Gonzalez. I mean, as a parent, if I was in his shoes, I would be doing the same exact thing that he was doing.
And he did say in a later interview that that he was pretty comfortable, it sounded, with the roommates, and that he was talking to one and someone else was talking to the other. But then it also kind of came out later, I think through his wife's words, maybe, that that they hadn't spoken to anyone. So I don't know.
Right.
But I'm going to also jump off here too.
Okay.
Much love and God bless everyone. Have a great rest of the morning and weekend or whatever if I don't see anyone.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
And I'm leaving behind him.
Okay, well, thank
See
you for
all
coming up as
later.
well. Have a good night, Miss Baben.
You too. Good night or
Thank
good
you.
morning.
Good night, folks. Bye bye.
Oh, bye, Tony and Eva. Y'all have a good day.
Good night, everybody. I enjoyed it and learned some more things. Thank you.
You're welcome, Riddler. Have a good night. Or, well, good morning.
My mouth's been full of food. I'm gonna drop off too.
Okay, Ray, have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
I'm trying to think. It was Kaylee or Maddie. They were born in Concord, California, which is like one town off from where I live.
I think that was Kaylee, because it seems like I remember Mr. Gonzalez saying at one point that they were living in California and then ended up moving to Idaho, if I'm not mistaken.
Just makes me think small world.
Right. Yep.
All right. Good night, all.
All right. Have a good night. Tennessee Shine, have a good night as well. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here so I can go to bed. Y'all don't forget to hit the like on the way out. Thank you to everybody who come and hung out with us, everybody who come up on panel, all the super chats, the gifted memberships. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, and I will be back tomorrow night. So see y'all then.